The water just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to get mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep, cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep, cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. It's in a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know. Shame to see. My shit real. Yours is make believe. Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it. Like, we've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. It's in a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch. I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Like a canopy, feeling and I'm glad to be. Seen the biggest feeling cause I had to be. Spending minutes since I seen the enemy and stay wounded. I know they be it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the trigger, I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. Just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop every member, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only at stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got the ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my yeah, yeah, get it, determination, yeah, ambition, yeah, and most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now.
I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe.
Yeah. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now.
I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla at the base, spending minutes since I seen the enemy, cause they all dead. I know they be it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. Legs like gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Itemization.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to FISSURE Universe Episode 4, Day 3 of the Swiss stage. I am B-Cop, joined here by Lacoste, ready to bring you another amazing day of Dota. And I'm already pretty excited. You know, we keep seeing some of the same teams on our schedule, but we got something a little bit different coming to the forefront for us. And, you know, we get to see Aurora coming up against Tidebound today for us, and Paravision against Boom Esports, at least for us on the top end of the docket. But you take a look, as you've got the 2-0s today that are Spirit and Gaimin Gladiators, Tundra against Liquid. 2 of those teams will qualify for the playoffs. You've got the 1-1 teams that will move on to tomorrow, either in the 2-1 or the 1-2. And then 2 teams trying to survive, or well, 4 teams technically trying to survive. 2 teams that will survive in the O2s between M80 and 1 dub, and wildcard and 1 move.
Yeah, we had some pretty, like day 1, we had a couple of upsets. Yesterday, there weren't many, but we can look at the schedule, what's going to be happening on the mainstream. Team Tidebound going to be playing against Aurora Gaming, Paravision against Boom Esports. I think this one's going to be very interesting. And then we have the winners, Team Spirit, going to be playing against Gaimin Gladiators, and we have Team Liquid playing against Tundra. So, hot match. Team Liquid against Tundra. We've seen this at Wallachia. This is going to be the grand finals of Wallachia, and I feel like Tundra will want to have a revenge.
Yeah, and on the second stream, Fissure_Dota_EN2, you've got M80 against 1 dub, Wildcard against 1 move, and then you've got Falcons, Talon, and BetBoom Team against Night Pulse. Night Pulse taking a game off of Tundra yesterday, and it was a surprisingly closer series than many would have thought.
This series, they could have even taken, like the first game was pretty crazy, absolute cinema. And then you had the second game where they almost made a comeback playing against Mega Creeps. This team is much better than I expected them to be. Tundra, they're not playing, like they have a new carry. They were also playing with a stand-in, so maybe they're not like feeling 100% themselves. But we also got to give them credit, because this roster from Night Pulse definitely did show some great performances so far.
Yeah, they were also working with the stand-in as well for Desire. They had Lelis standing in for them, so it was certainly an interesting series. But we've got our series coming up with Tidebound here first. We've got Planet, Nothing to Say, Y, Bach, and Shiro. 3rd day in a row that we're seeing these guys, and they've been hot and cold already.
Yesterday, they were really cold. Like that game... One, it was a longer game, 60-plus minute game when they were playing against Liquid. Definitely had the chances to win the game. Even though they like won the laning stage, they were 8,000 gold ahead, and then they just kind of crumbled as well when it comes down to itemization. We did cover that match, but we're going to say it again. Decision-making from Shiro, where he did have A on disc, then he sold it, and then he bought the Wind Waker without having a buyback. So kind of, he did purchase Divine Rapier, lost that Divine Rapier as well. So a bit of an odd one, I would say. But this is a team that can definitely play better, because they also got completely demolished in the second game. It was a 25-minute game. Average game time right now is 37 minutes in the tournament. So yeah, 25 minutes is basically a stomp.
Yeah, and it was a clear-cut stomp as well. When you watched how that second game went, it was just a beatdown. And you've got the Aurora Gaming roster of superstars here, and you've got Toronto, Tokyo, Mira, Panto, Nightfall, and Kiyotaka. Nightfall will be playing today, and you've got the full roster, so you're happy to go if you're Aurora.
Yeah, and they're gonna be looking for revenge on side of Team Tidebound. They got eliminated by Aurora Gaming a week ago in Wallachia in the bottom part of the bracket. So definitely, like you see, like, oh man, these guys, they just beat me. We need to figure out how to beat them. Aurora Gaming, they're also, as you said, for Team Tidebound, very hot and cold team. They did lose the Spirit, I would say, in a pretty convincing fashion. They also lost the game against One Dub. We did talk about One Dub team being a very strong team, a team that can take the game of pretty much any team on a good day. But I'm not seeing the consistency from Aurora Gaming. I also think that when this team starts to lose, things are going to go south pretty quickly.
Yeah, you know, the first 2 days, of course, they're playing with TA2000, so it's not the same roster as it is going to be today, but we'll see how that ends up being for them, because, you know, with Nightfall, I feel like it gives them a little bit more of a push, and maybe they'll feel a little bit stronger, but we'll see. I think Tidebound, like I said, they're hot and cold. Do we get hot Tidebound today, or do we get cold Tidebound today? Like, there's a lot here that I'm really kind of, I've got question marks on, especially with the drafts too. I'm really excited to see what both these teams are going to pull out, because there's been some things that are a little bit different for each side so far. And we take a look at the coin toss. Aurora won it. They chose first pick, and then Tidebound again going to the Radiant side.
Team Tidebound is going to be playing Radiant. Aurora first pick. Aurora most of the time with the first pick in the last 7-8 games, they've been mostly opening up with heroes like Tiny, Nature's Prophet, Enigma. This is a team that has, I would say, a relatively big hero pool, but also Nightfall. I think they found the perfect hero for him. The perfect hero is Phantom Assassin. A lot of the times you would see him kind of being slightly more afraid than other carries to go in and fully commit. Phantom Assassin, she can blink in and she can blink out on relatively short cooldown, so this is definitely a hero that they will have in mind. I'm not saying this as a meme. It actually suits his playstyle much better, something that can reset multiple times. So definitely a hero that they will be looking forward to pick in this draft.
I will say I did like the silencer against the Phantom Assassin of Shiro in the previous series yesterday for Tidebound. I liked, you know, the last word, making it very difficult to be able to do that, right? To jump back in, jump back out, find your openings. You get kind of caught, and they were able to kill Shiro 3-4 times in lane with the help of that silencer that made his life very difficult.
Yeah, most definitely. Also, they played the lanes really well in that first game against Liquid. They also played one series before that against One Move. I don't know if we can take too much out of that series, considering how One Move is playing right now. They've been losing most of their games, but Team Tidebound, when they're matched against these stronger teams like Team Liquid, you could also see some of the flaws, especially in the second game. With the draft that they had, this Chen plus Lifestealer lane got heavily exposed.
Yeah,
by Mars, and they completely stomped that lane, mid lane as well. They picked Puck on 23, and then they got countered Monkey King on 24. Nisha had a perfect game after that, and also the off lane duo. So this one, the second game against Team Liquid, was definitely on the draft. I don't think they're going to be allowing the same thing. Draft for game number 1 was really, really strong. Planet was the one who really popped off on that Shadow Demon. He was kind of carrying the game pretty heavily with the saves that he had. I loved his itemization. He was going for mech to be able to dispel the global silence with the Guardian Greaves, getting the cleanse as well with the shard. He was all over the place. His positioning was top tier, but just not good enough. Also, the sniper. I think we didn't talk too much about him, but he also had a pretty bad game. Not just a bad game, pretty bad series overall.
Yeah, it wasn't really that good of a series for nothing to say. The sniper struggled. They were doing things in spite of the fact that they had a sniper in their team, and it was kind of interesting to see how long that they were able to hold on, and kind of showing that maybe things aren't clicking on all cylinders, at least with the way that they were playing and the lanes were going. Because the sniper did have a good lane going up against that Puck, but at the end of the day, after the lane, his farm really slowed down, and he didn't really kind of find the openings that I thought he would with such an advantage coming out of the lane.
There was not really, the lane was 6 minutes, and then you saw 2 Liquid supports heavily rotating. This is Nisha understanding the matchup, calling the shots as well, saying I need a little bit of a help. And I think in this type of situation on side of Tidebound, you also need to have a good read what's going to happen, because you can't allow, like, they're going to try to make some kind of a move on you. You're one of the easiest heroes in the game to kill. puck hits level 6, you're going to get coiled. Easy follow-up with the 2 supports, and they were not ready for this kind of a move.
Yeah. Well, we should have a draft coming up, and we'll see what they get here for both Aurora and Tidebound. What's going to be the first phase of bans? What slips through? Is it going to be Ancient Apparition, Jakiro, or is it going to be Dazzle? It's not going to be Dazzle.
No, it's going to be Phantom Assassin. First ban overall. I mean, they did their homework. I did mention that Phantom Assassin, it is a perfect hero for Nightfall. He is back. He said the A2000 was a temporary stand-in for 2 days due to some health issues, but he is back, and always love to see Nightfall in action.
You a big fan of BKB?
Big fan of BKB. Depends how you use it. If you're using it aggressively to fight, no. If you're using it to disengage and get out of the fight, yeah, massive fan.
Let's see that. We'll see what they want to go to. They get rid of the Tinker. Tinker's been pretty heavily banned overall, and so is Dazzle. We usually see like Jakiro make it to this first pick, or Ancient Apparition recently. Ancient Apparition, second most picked hero in the event so far, 16 times picked in just these first 2 days. Kind of surprising, but Tiny's at the top at 22 picks, 50% win rate, 11 wins, 11 losses.
Yeah, they're probably going to be looking to maybe ban one and take the other. Meta has been set already. I don't think we're seeing too much experimentation, which makes me sad a little bit. I wanted to see more heroes in action, but some of the heroes, especially from position 5s, it does feel like it's not good enough compared to some other 5s in terms of what they're bringing to the table. So let's see if what the trade is going to be for them. Some of the stronger ones are definitely out. Maybe, I mean, you said Ancient Apparition. I'm also looking at the Jakiro, but yeah, they're going to go with Jakiro instead. So the trade they're getting is pretty good. We saw Miposhka yesterday solo carrying the game with Jakiro, with Lance level 25, Aghanim Scepter, Refresher, Octarine, one of the most farmed Jakiros I've ever seen. It was a longer game, but definitely if you can do that from your position 5, this also tells a lot about the hero. And every single time I check the stats post-game, Jakiro, he's in top 3, top 4 when it comes down to damage.
Yeah, definitely doing a lot with that hero, and definitely a lot that's available to you, and some combos as well. Looking at the Night Stalker, Abaddon, both getting banned out pretty on point, I would say, in terms of where we normally see them get banned. Abaddon, how much has he even been able to get picked? I feel like we've just seen him overall get banned, and yeah, he's only made it through for 3 games. He's been banned in 27 of them, and they go Faceless Void, something that was used against them. And
like, yeah, Team Liquid, very good team. Let's copy what they've been doing. It always gives you like combination with the time zone and Jakiro ulti. It's a lot of slow inside, allows you to always have a kill threat. This Faceless Void, even though I wanted to see him being played from position 1 in some situations, it's just not happening. They used Faceless Void, I believe, once from the offlane. Looked good with the Vanguard / Heaven's Halberd build, and then you can go for whatever it's necessary. Very annoying, or they can play that from position 4, and there's the Ancient Apparition coming out. With these 2 heroes, they complement each other nicely because of the Ice Vortex, removing some of their magic resistance, and then Tiny with the combo. Tiny, as the hero, is insanely good because he's a mixed damage type of a hero. So you're never going to be, like, in terms of scaling, when it comes down to insurmountable, if this is going to be carry Tiny we're talking about, you're always going to have that late game scaling. Sometimes can be a little bit slow, as we've seen from the teams. Maybe also the teams figured out how to play against Tiny.
We'll see what they can do up against Tiny. Now they pick up the Muerta. Muerta Ancient Apparition combo is, I would say, maybe a little fragile. Although we've seen Muertas be able to survive long in fights using that Pierce the Veil pretty well. I'm not sure how I feel about it as a duo. It's not a lot of lockdown. It's just dead shot. But Ancient Apparition with Bone Chill has proven how strong he can be, how important those Ice Blasts are, especially if you have somebody like the Tiny. If you want to go Blink Tiny, Avalanche, Toss, Ice Blast, you're getting a kill on pretty much anybody in the game. And we'll see how they want to combo it up. where they want to put the tiny particularly, but they pick up the gyrocopter here for Team Tidebound and a gyro void Jakiro so far.
Let's see if they want to flex this Faceless Void. I would be okay if they're playing some big team fight ulti from the offlane, something like a Tidehunter, maybe even Mars. I'd like to see them getting jumped, like getting that first initial jump onto Ancient Apparition. And Muerta allows Gyrocopter as well to deal the damage. You have Time Zone, Time Square, to be able to lock them in place. I don't think they necessarily need as much, but I also think that in this current meta, you need to have overwhelming team fight. We saw Team Liquid basically picking 4 team fighting heroes with like Silencer, Magnus, Faceless Void, +1. I can't remember. That's 3 that I said. Yeah.
Pango gets picked up, and I don't feel like we ourselves have been seeing much of Pango.
No.
It's been picked up 6 times, 1 win. I mean, they're in the
classic
tournament,
Pango. At the start of every single tournament, Pango just has a horrible win rate, but we have to pick it. So they wanted to have another pick to not show where Faceless Void is going to go. Overall, Team Tidebound, they do have the last pick, so they wanted to use that to their advantage.
Do you like this though? If you're gonna be putting Pango maybe mid and Void off lane, is that a combo that you really like?
I don't know if they had many heroes that could go to mid and off lane. So I think it's good for what they wanted to do. I'm just not a big fan of Pango. And I also don't like Pango into Muerta, even into position 4 Muerta, which she's been played as a position 4 for the last few months. We haven't seen her being played as carry at all, but you use your ulti, you're literally taking 0 damage from Pango spells because he's all about that physical, but it's also a bit of a backline disruption, which is nice. So the team fight, or the fighting in general, is going to be, I would say, much easier for Tidebound, because with the roll, Faceless Void goes in, Jakiro lands some spells. It's going to be pretty chaotic.
Aurora Gaming.
I will say, with the Pango only having 1 win, at least for Tidebound, the 1 win came on Radiant. So, at least the victory can be had with
stat.
this Pango.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the most important stat. Stats are, they don't lie, according to some people, but this might lie this time. I don't know if I like this Pango Void, but to go Ember, we've been wanting this hero in a lot of drafts, and it usually gets banned down this phase. Picking up at the last pick of the second phase, though, is Aurora. And I mean, I like this Ember, especially if they're going to play pretty mobile. I mean, I know how much I love early aggression, and the lineup does kind of have that ability with Ice Blast if they get a quick 6. Any hero is fragile when you get that Ice Blast and can land it, especially Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains. That leaves you very vulnerable to getting not only hit by Ice Blast, but Cold Feet as well. That Bone Chill starts to really make life difficult, and I think there are a lot of heroes that can take advantage of that.
Oh, for sure. And now they're removing some of the counters for Ember Spirit, removing Monkey King, which is a pretty good lane matchup for Monkey King. Even though it can be salvaged, it's not easy. Ember Spirit with the rotation from 2 supports can definitely get out of some really bad matchups. If they're going to be looking to play this Pango from the offlane with Faceless Void, this is not a really strong lane by any means. So it could definitely get exploited.
Yeah, it could be tough for sure. And I truthfully, I really hope that's not the lane, but I think that if it ends up being the lane, Aurora have a huge advantage coming into that one. There isn't much that I think is going to be able to happen, especially when you see some of these Faceless Voids take Time Walk level 1. You don't really offer much to the lane. I mean, we saw Time Walk Blood Grenade. That was about as much participation as you can get from a Faceless Void with Time Walk level 1, but with a Pango, I just don't see much happening in a lane like that, especially what could be a tiny Ancient Apparition lane that might take advantage. And if your Time Walk's on cooldown, Avalanche kill you off with the help of like Cold Feet or something like that.
Yeah, and this is a really good ban. I think it would be a really good game for OD. It's a save against Ancient Apparition, good laner against Ember Spirit. They don't have that much control for OD anyway, and also great against Tiny, having pure damage. Tiny, this is something that he doesn't like to play into. Unfortunately, or fortunately for him, Timbersaw is not a hero right now. Not many people want to try it. I think there was one game of Timbersaw where, was it ATF? It was actually Malrine who played during Wallachia. He did look good. He did win that game, but a very difficult hero to make work.
Yeah, not the easiest hero at the moment, but they go Sand King, something we've been seeing a lot of. You got Sand King as your initiator here. I mean, this is a good amount of lockdown. We talk about it team fight wise too. It's very solid. It can be, this lineup I feel like kind of fits the bill of both being a pick-off lineup and honestly does well in a team fight orientation with Epicenter, Sleight of Fist. You get Searing Chains on a couple, a nice dead shot there, an Ice Blast here, and your team fight's good. But Burrow Strike, Ice Blast, Sleight of Fist into a Burrow Strike, like you have a lot of pick-off and you have a lot of team fight. I think they've checked a lot of boxes with this Aurora Gaming lineup.
They did. The question is, what do they want to pick for the mid? Is that Pango mid, or if they want to get the different offlaner? I would still be fine with Tidehunter. I think having someone that can buy a pipe could be really big this game, because most of the damage that they do have is magical. I know it's not the most popular item build on Tide, but maybe something that can build into pipe from the offlane. You're playing against Ancient Apparition, Sanking, and Tiny. Beastmaster, not sure if he wants to do it, but now after seeing the whole draft, I do like what they got for themselves. I think that this lineup from Aurora is lacking a little bit of something. I feel like Kiyotaka will need to pop off Toronto Tokyo on the Sanking, not the strongest laner. He's going to be playing into Gyro a lot of the times, and he's going to be playing into Gyro and Jakiro. And that lane is very deadly for Sanking.
Yeah, you got to be very careful. You need to be able to make sure that you're not under sentry vision or anything like that. I mean, this could be tough for him and Mira. I think the dead shots kind of have to be on point, especially if they're going to chase you down. Gyrocopter going with the afterburner, so they're going to have that extra bit of speed to make sure that they can catch you. And if they land, if it's, I would assume the Jakiro in this situation goes 1-1-1 and you go Ice Path. You have that to lock you down, dual breath with like, you know, a couple more shots, and you're pretty much dead on either of those heroes.
They need to pull the lane. I think there's going to be good amount of pulling and a huge amount of stacking in the triangle for Sanking, because this is how he recovers most of the time. And you also have Faceless Void as a position 4 paired up with the Beastmaster. Not a strong lane. Tiny doesn't die in this lane. They might be able to kill Ancient Apparition. Most of the time you will see trade in this type of a lane where Tiny's going to be getting the return kill. But in terms of stacking, they also want to stack. Problem is you have Faceless Void, so he can only stack one camp at a time.
Yeah, it's going to be tough with the stacking for sure. We'll have to see who comes out ahead in game number 1. Like we said, Tybound, they've been hot and cold. Are they going to be hot in this game or cold in this game? And Aurora coming in with Nightfall, something a little bit different for them to look at. And we'll see how that goes for them in game number 1. Truthfully, if I had to pick, I feel like I give a little bit of an advantage over to Aurora with the way that their team fight is. And if Kiyotaka has a good start to the game, I could see things really opening up for them.
And it's also mid Pango, which is a bit different than what we see from the offlane Pango. Even though I like to play offlane Pango, it does feel the hero is lacking. He's also lacking itemization from the offlane. When Amar played it, this is the itemization that I really like with the Echo Saber going into SNY, but it is a bit on the slower side. It scales well, but the problem is you're not contributing much. You need to fit in the Blink Dagger and the Shard. Sometimes you'll see offlane Pango going for the Diffusal Blade as well. It really depends. Like sometimes, heal. Because never mind. I'm just jumping to a conclusion. Nothing to say he's going to be playing mid Pango, so he does have Thunderbolt Facet, which is much better compared to offlane Pangos who are going for the double jump.
Right. Both teams smoked up, looking to see if they could grab any bounty runes. And it will be 3 for the side of Tidebound. They come out ahead in terms of the bounties. That feels pretty good for them. We'll see how these lanes end up progressing, but Shiro already taking some harassment here from Mira. Need a dead shot and a couple of right clicks on and on. But Toronto,
Why does
Tokyo,
Tiny have 900 HP and 350 mana pool with
he's a
magic
rock.
one and 3 Ironwood branches? Like, how do you kill this here? Like, what is Faceless Void position 4 with the Time Walk gonna do to Tiny? So this lane, Tiny, as we said, gonna have a complete free farm in the lane.
That's what I'm saying. You know, Time Walk with Blood Grenade is not exactly the strongest of combos. But Planet, he's going to pull the creep wave or attempt to. Panto will chase him and try to make sure that he doesn't get that, but it's not going to happen. They'll bring it all the way over and they'll try to control up this lane as best they can. If it's not going to be aggressive, then they're just going to keep it in terms of farming. We've seen good speeds on an Ags for Beastmaster. What was it? Yesterday we saw like an 11-minute Ags.
This time around, I think you go for a different item build. You're playing against Ancient Apparition. You want to hit slightly earlier timing. So I think in this game, he goes for the Helm build. Because he also chose Wild Hunt as his facet. So that also tells.
Yeah. He's got that Wild Hunt. We'll have... Do you go full Helm of the Overlord or just Helm of the Dom just to start?
He might go, because you're playing against Ancient Apparition and Murta. These two heroes are very bad against dealing with summons. And as we expected, there's going to be a lot of lane shenanigans, a lot of pooling that they need to do, especially in the bottom lane for Aurora. Mid lane, Pango.
Not having as much fun.
Yeah, he's giving him the treatment.
Yeah, nothing to say he's been on the back end of this twice now in a row, if this is going to be the way it continues. Last game against Team Liquid was not fun for him. Didn't exactly have a game when they were down about 28-3. We'll see how it ends up being, though, if he can pull the lane back even in the slightest, because you talked about it. If Kiyotaka kind of finds himself with a good lane and gets off the starting line pretty quickly, moves around a bit, this could be a pretty good game for Aurora out of the gates. And they'll try to go with this Blood Grenade and the Dual Breath to get the damage out on Amira, but a good dead shot pushes back Shiro. So all is well down bot, at least for that, but that will allow Innocence to focus on the Lotus Pool and grab that.
They can contest this. And you can also see that Mira did go for Boots of Speed as his first item, so he wants to pull, run away from Jakiro. They really don't want to play the lane, try to contest or anything. Mid lane, Pango is catching up, but still Kiyotaka, Kyo Daddy, is very, very good at laning.
And doing a really good job here with the Ember, already at 20-3. Happy with what he's gotten so far. We got a quick pause. Mouse as in mouse for the computer, or mouse as in a mouse just ran across?
Gee, I don't know. It's very hard to tell.
You know, it's quickly gone. I don't know. Could you really tell me that it wasn't an actual mouse?
They need
Maybe
pest control.
Yeah.
At their boot camp. 2 boars killed by Nightfall. It's a good
Easy
amount of
gold.
XP. And gold, 50 plus gold for 2 of them. Look at Tiny, he has 1200 HP. She just brought belt. This hero doesn't die.
So you're saying, and I'm going to quote you on this, that this hero doesn't die for the entire time. And hold that thought. Time walk over. Kiyotaka.
There's your favorite.
Yeah. Was that just time walk in Blood Grenade?
It was Blood Grenade, yeah. Didn't even need to do it. Nothing to say. Was ready to grab that kill solo.
I was not expecting that. I guess it does work. But now he's got level 2, so he's got time dilation. He didn't use it there. That might make this lane a little bit easier. Maybe they're able to go for Panto. And he walks right over at Panto. Box actually already low with the avalanche coming through. But Panto just eating some right clicks. There is no time lock on this Faceless Void, so no bash to be worried about.
I think if they brought 5 heroes to top lane right now before Pango's level 6, they wouldn't be able to kill Tiny. If he just avalanches and runs away, he'd be fine.
Top lane planted a little far away from the wave. And they're going to try and get a kill here on a Bach, and we'll grab him out just a bit too far. So they get that kill on a Bach. It ends up being traded. He'll get a kill on a Panto. And a little bit of trade there, but you know that Tiny is not going to die.
Oh, yeah, double blood grenade now delivered on Faceless Void.
That's the combo. That's what I'm saying.
This is your damage item. He's trying to make a move to the mid lane and maybe grab a kill one more time before Kiyotaka hits level 6.
That would be pretty big. They can slow down Kiyotaka. I mean, somehow nothing to say now. Top the net worth by a significant margin over Kiyotaka after that kill. I mean, that lane was looking miserable for nothing to say as it was going on. So it's a little bit of a surprise that they were able to make this happen, but Innocent's in a little bit of an odd spot.
Oh, look at Kiyotaka's
Dead
XP.
shot lands. Kiyotaka very close to level
CS.
6, but gets hit up onto the high ground by this rolling thunder, and nothing to say is actually going to focus his attention on Amira and get a kill on the Muerta instead.
Nothing to say. Having a really, really good game. He is sitting at 2-0. Great start for Pango.
This has left Toronto Tokyo bottom alone, and even Call Down committed to this. But with it not really landing, Shiro won't commit to anything. Amira TP's in, deterring maybe that chase as well. Maybe making him a bit scared of going in, getting hit by the dead shot under the tower. You could die pretty easily. You're gonna look to contest this shrine. Toronto Tokyo back towards full health.
They need a sentry. They
See
drop
that
it
it's
immediately.
just Gyro, and they'll drop the sentry. They've got the ice path. Dead shot, though, not really on the mark. So Toronto Tokyo taking a lot of damage. He'll fall to Shiro, and there's not much Mira can do.
We're seeing this move more and more, especially when you have a carry that is providing you with a good amount of damage early on. So nice plays from Shiro. We did talk about him and his stats, how he played at Wallachia, one of the more active carries overall, and one of the guy that dies the least on the carry role. So I think he has a pretty good read on the situation, what's going to happen. So great start for him, sitting at 4,000. Tiny's keeping up. It is Tiny that is having a blast of a lane. Problem is they need to recover. Toronto Tokyo right now, you can see that Mira has been on the stacking duty. Stacking 5 camps, and now Toronto Tokyo getting closer to level 6. I think you epicenter the ancient camp once you get it.
Yeah, we saw that a couple times yesterday. Planet. Time walking off all that damage, and Kiyotaka now level 7. Gyro taking over top of the net worth. Like you said, Tiny having a very open lane. 1,700 health just about. I'll continue your trend of asking, how do you kill this guy? So early
It's
on.
the easy answer. You don't.
Mira hits a dead shot. Ice Path not going to matter when they're able to get control, but here comes Shiro. Looking for the damage despite the calling. They'll end up trading. Toronto Tokyo coming over, though, and that'll help Kiyotaka get this kill. I think they used that epicenter, and they didn't even really need it. But now Panto, even under his own tier 2 tower, is not safe enough. They'll get the kill there. Nothing to say gets credit for that one. Nightfall comes over, but there's not much you can do to stop this Pangolier. Remnant forward, looking for Planet. TP in forward from nothing to say. And Kiyotaka forced back, trying to see if he can get a Faceless Void.
A lot of action happening in terms of trade. I think Aurora got a little bit more out of it in terms of gold. But Beastmaster, he does have a Helm finish. That's going to be a good amount of pressure onto the tower. Nightfall is also TPing to the mid lane. He tried to help out, but didn't get the kill.
Ooh, this TP. They're going to see it. Immediately throw down the ice path. Let it fist, though. Kiyotaka's here. Planet comes over. They've also got Mira. They get the kill on Panto. They'll end up trading Bach and Y for it, though. Mira getting credit for the double kill. Yikes. Not what they want. And a little bit slow to the mark, though, is nothing to say. And Shiro, who will come over and try and get this kill on a Nightfall.
Haha. Laughs in Tiny. Or maybe Tiny laugh would be ha.
Just one, huh?
Yeah. Like he has 2,000 HP with some extra magic resistance. What's his magic resist right now? Sitting at 29%, sitting at 8% status resistance on top of that. This guy's impossible to kill.
Can you give me a real tiny laugh? Oh, a nice tiny impression. I mean, we've practiced our tiny voice lines together. I know you can do a tiny voice line.
Yeah, I'm really bad. If you ask me, even for my favorite heroes, what are the voice lines? I can't really tell. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just stupid. Maybe I'm old.
No, still youthful, especially with your tiny laughs in tiny. Looking towards mid. Kiyotaka won't be able to find Innocence. They've also got Panto here, who is just about to be level 6. Not the quickest level 6, and by just about, I mean he still has a half level. He needs to find some experience, because they want that Ice Blast. That being said, Kiyotaka, not a lot of mana to work with. Here comes Planet. Pops that Illusion Rune, so he'll have some bottle sits ready to go. But won't be committing to anything, even though he's got Miro off to the side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Toronto Tokyo, he's getting closer to his Blink Dagger. He's been in the triangle for a really long time. Still the lowest net worth core, but about to finish it off. Needs another 200 gold. Considering the lane that he was playing into, not too bad.
Take that ward away, and Shiro bottom. He's got the Falcon Blade Chrysalis. We talked about how Shiro likes to get involved. I mean, this would be the point for him to do it. Already has that damage ready to go. But he could also just sit back, get that Ags, wait to really feel like he's comfortable with his output to get anything from it.
An interesting build coming out from Pango. This is something that was popular on Pango when Mage Slayer did last for 6 seconds. Now it lasts 3 seconds, but also I talked about the importance on having magic resistance against Aurora's lineup, because they do have an insane amount of magic damage. So going into Mage Slayer, I don't mind it too much, but also I feel you kind of need the Fusel Blade from the mid Pango. There was also a game yesterday when Quinn played it. He had a pretty horrible start on Queen of Pain, and he bought Mage Slayer as well. So definitely a valuable item in a certain situation.
Radiant's bottom
Let's see how they progress up to it if they want. Now they've got level 6 here for Panto. They are moving with this smoke. We'll see who they find. It could be Planet. Could be nothing. I mean, not exactly getting vision on anything.
What do you say could be
Planet.
nothing? Do you mean nothing to say or not find a single hero?
Not find a single hero.
Okay. Just making sure, because I see that nothing to say is behind tier 1 tower, so he's pretty safe.
He is pretty safe. They do move over through the Twin Gate towards the top lane, but there's nobody nearby. Bach is still just off in the jungle. Not really showing himself all too much, and that has left Nightfall to do whatever he wants in these lanes. See, if he sets up, they might dive all the way down here to maybe get a look at Bach. Like I said, all you need is Burrow Strike Ice Blast, and you should be able to get the kill. They start the epicenter to get Burrow Strike. There's the Ice Blast coming through. Bach is dead, and they make it look oh so easy. And this is on the 14-minute mark, so they're trying to steal this shrine. TP out from Toronto. Tokyo's not going to be there with the Rolling Thunder coming through for nothing to say. Shiro gets the trade. They'll have themselves that shrine, and Mira
Easy
going to TP out.
Muerta doesn't take
Panto?
physical damage.
No.
They don't have instant stun if there's no Beastmaster. Jakiro was far away, so he's going to use this opportunity and TP out. Not the best trade for them. I mean, it's offlaner for offlaner, but you're getting some levels. We haven't seen Time Zone yet.
No, we haven't. We haven't seen that or Roar. Yeah. So no Time Zone, and they haven't used Aurora yet.
Radiant's bottom tower is
But
under attack.
Kiyotaka walking down bottom. 5 heroes in the neighborhood. Furthest back is the Sand King. surprisingly enough, I will say I'm kind of shocked at the lack of towers taken by Aurora. First shard, Ancient Apparition, of course, right?
It's coming. Yeah, just the way it is.
No, it's
Oh,
not
never
the way
mind.
it is.
They got the shitty one. Oh God.
Oh,
This is basically Batrider when he was one of the strongest position 4s. When you got the shard, you're like, oh man, I wish I didn't even got this one. Remember, there was a game. Which hero it was? It was. Let me just double check that real quick. It was Saxa who played it, and the shard was so bad. Yeah, Marcy before her shard got good. He actually destroyed the shard because he was so bad. And back to the game. They are going to go for Roche. Use this opportunity, seeing that Aurora did go for Tormentor. So they will take Roche for themselves, and they will give it to Shiro.
yeah, they get that Roche, and they're happy to pick up the Aegis, and we can pick up a follow if you guys follow the official Fissure channels with !F in the chat. Follow us on all Fissure socials to get more behind-the-scenes action, and follow us as our tournaments continue on throughout the year. Epicenter charged up and fainted for a moment. Remember when you couldn't do that?
Oh, I remember. Yeah, I'm old school enough. If you commit it, like if you click that button, you're going in, and the rest of the team better back you up.
Once you commit to it, though, it could have just been creeps as well. You accidentally press that button, you got to use it on something. Nightfall. 2,300 health.
With Agitreads. That's like 2.5. And he also bought Yasha, so heavily focusing on farming. Having Windlace, having Yasha moving between the camps, does have Shard of his own. Wants to have statuses. A lot of the time you will see Tiny's picking up second item Shadow Blade, so they can be more active and try to like go for these like solo pickoffs, or maybe pair up with +1, providing vision for the team. This time around, he is playing into good amount of stuns, especially against Beastmaster, so he wants to be as survivable as possible and have that status assistance.
Burrow Strike. Help them find Innocence. There's not much Shiro can do. Does have this Aegis, does have this Ags, but kind of waiting for a more opportunistic fight. Finally, after not taking towers for so long, Aurora have taken bottom and they have taken mid. Life is good. At least for the moment. Bach has that Helm of the Overlord, continuing to farm, wants to get that pipe, crafts himself the quickened Iron Talon.
We said that they might pick an offlaner that builds into pipe. He didn't rush it by any means, but they also haven't been team fighting a lot. So having Helm of the Overlord as his first item and then going back for pipe feels really nice. Most of the damage, as we said, is going to be magical. Sure, there's some physical from Ember Spirit, and nothing to say. He did commit with the Mage Slayer. So we'll make him tankier and then going into Aghanim Scepter. So that's a cool idea. Something that I tried to make work in some of the games. It did look good.
Time zone as well. That's at least a kill on a Panto. Ice Blast was thrown out, lands onto Bach. You do have Shiro coming over, so this should be 2, and Mira will eventually die here. 1 to Bach, 1 to Shiro, and now 10-8 in favor of Team Taiban, but they're still down 2,000 net worth. Slowly but surely closing in.
Aurora on Aurora. They just got 2 kills from that. But to go back to my point about the Mage Slayer with the Aghanim Scepter build, it makes sense because when you roll in, you use Shield Crash, swashbuckles go in different directions, and then if you can hit multiple people with the Mage Slayer. So that's the beauty of it.
Still have this Aegis. They did make a play there top, but there hasn't been like this full 5-man commitment yet that I thought maybe we'd see with this Aegis. Nightfall still just farming up. He's top of the net worth. Shiro we've seen continually just getting his farm, and he sits towards the top as well. There's actually a smoke used here by Aurora looking to find an opening. As long as it's not Shiro, they'd be pretty happy with that. But Shiro means that that's just the Aegis.
He's dead
Ice
once.
Blast used, and they'll get that first life out. But now everybody's here, and nobody can react just yet. They've got the silence. They go to the Primal Roar. The Rolling Thunder. Can they save Shiro? He's low. He'll fall. The Gyro is dead. The Rolling Thunder with the Macro Pyre down. Burrow strike out. The end of that Rolling Thunder lands onto 2 heroes. They get the kill into Toronto. Tokyo, they lose Innocence. Panto's fallen. 2 heroes dead with the buyback being committed by Planet. So they've gotten 3 on Aurora, but the Sleight of Fist from Kiyotaka, he's low. Doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. These axes flying around. He'll fall to Bach. Mira in trouble. Planet in his face. Time dilation used. We'll try to TP out. Bash. Anything?
No,
He's not going to
risk
stay
it.
with the shield crash.
Oh, this fight, it looked pretty good. They killed Gyrocopter immediately, but
Twice.
Pipe got delivered mid-team fight. And I think Nightfall, he needs to be soaking up some of the damage. I think if we could look at the damage that he received in the previous fight, basically nothing. You have that status resistance with Insurmountable and SNY. Your status resistance right now is 30%. So you need to get in and soak up some of the damage for the team.
A little surprising, I would say, with the fact that they were able to kill the Gyro twice. Well, maybe that would work out a little bit better for them, and ends up being a bit short of what they wanted.
This Pipe plus Mage Slayer on Pango is going to do a lot of work. If they can... Because Pipe got delivered mid-fight, and you see that he was rolling into the backlines. This was also pre-Aghanim Scepter on Pango, so it's going to be much easier for him to get that damage reduction in the next fight, unless they can burst him from 100 to 0.
Looking to take out this Ancient Creep. 250 gold there for Nightfall. BKB, I believe, in full is flying out for the Sand King. I think he's already got that Ogre Axe. And then, is that all of the Aghanim Scepter there for Pangolier? I believe it is.
Some big items coming out on both sides. Double BKB finished for Nightfall and Toronto Tokyo. Kiyotaka just finished off his Shiva's Guard. And as you said, Aghanim Scepter completed on Pango, 4 staff on Beastmaster. So he wants to force people out of the trouble. Not the conventional item build on the Beastmaster by any means, but could give them a lot of value.
I'm waiting to see if, after yesterday, maybe Y queues up the Ags. Saw how strong that was. Especially with Rolling Thunder when you keep these heroes inside the Macro Pyre for so long. They're smoked up, and smoke will break. Nice path on it. 2 Shiros here. Toronto Tokyo coming over. Ice Blast. That should mean that Innocence is dead. Panto's going to fall and end up being a trade, but they've got the Primal Roar to get the kill on a Toronto Tokyo. Rolling Thunder about to end. There's the time zone down. They'll look over at Nightfall, who will pop the BKB. He'll stand his ground for now, but how long does he want to stay around? Kiyotaka doesn't have a lot of mana remaining on him. Swashbuckle Remnant going the other way, trying to survive, get away from the side of Team Tidebound. He's got some help from Mira if they do try to chase up out of the high ground, but they won't. They'll give up on their aggression on this Ember.
They need Sanking. If they want to be winning a team fight, they need damage coming out from Sanking. They need multiple of those stuns. Nightfall and Kiyotaka, they still want to chase. Not the easiest kill to get anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty sloppy fights from Aurora. It was a nice ice pad coming out from Jakiro. Landed on 2 of them, then Sanking blinks in, catches him off guard even through the BKB. They do have more than enough damage to bring him down.
My question is, can they finally kill Nightfall with his 3,700 health? Answer still so far, no. I don't even think they've gotten him close to dying yet.
Because he was not soaking up any of the damage. I also think he needs to go for different targets. Now we are seeing these BKBs, Beastmasters, very difficult to kill.
Roar on Mira. Time dilation, Ice Path, Macro Pyre, all committed to get this kill onto the Muerta. Easy kill and a little bit of a net worth lead here currently for Tidebound. But Kiyotaka, Ice Path, that'll connect. Homing missiles flying over, and Just use that remnant to avoid it. They go to the call down. Going to be off the mark, throwing it to the left, but I'm not sure it's going to matter.
Kiyotaka doing?
He's just dead. Yeah, he didn't have an escape remnant or anything.
He didn't have remnant. He just went in and YOLO'd. He's like, yeah, I'll pray for the best. Let's see what's going to happen. But he got heavily punished. There's still a tier 2 tower available for them. And now they can turn that into Tormentor.
I was not expecting that.
I don't think his teammates also expected that one, but it is what it is.
They're going to try and take this Tormentor. Why? Oh, boy.
Kill him. Yeah. They stopped.
Damn. That was kind of mean.
If this was a pub game, others would not stop attacking it. They're like, well, it's your fault. You should have done the math better. But the good thing about Kiyotaka being dead is that his remnants, the cooldown is still ticking. So now that he respawned, he does have 2 fire remnants.
Don't forget.
Gotta
Roche
find something positive.
Is up. Yeah, I mean, I like that you see the beauty in things that go wrong. It's nice. Roche is up, and they have Rolling Thunder and Roar. However, nothing to say is over bottom. They'll TP back, though. Give them a chance to go for this Roche. Can Nightfall soak the damage? Can they win a fight here down 4,000 net worth? Toronto, Tokyo. So, oh, guys, if you could see him, then you knew that smoke wasn't going to work, right, guys? BKB, that comes through, but the time zone is down. The Macropire laid out. They'll get the kill to Toronto, Tokyo to start this off. They'll pierce the veil. They've got the Primal Roar. It's on a Nightfall. They've got to chip through this mountain of a man in Tiny. They've got the Ice Blast. That lands on nothing to say, but he's not taking a lot of damage. The Sleight of Fist, no Searing Chains to follow it up, so there is no Cold Feet to overcome this Pangolier. But they'll find Mira again. They'll get that kill. 2 heroes gone on the side of Aurora as they'll look to take Roche.
What the hell is going on, guys? But Aurora, first of all, Kiyotaka dies bottom. It allows them to get Tormentor. Then Toronto Tokyo hides. But they see him, so he's not technically hidden. And then they initiate on him, take the fight. They lose the fight, and now it gives them Roche. So very weird decision-making from Aurora in the last couple of minutes.
They knew Toronto Tokyo was there. They saw him a couple times, and they're like,
all right,
twice. Smoke. And then their smoke immediately got broken. I don't know if they were making sure it wasn't an illusion.
They show him pumping the epicenter. You cannot do that with the illusion.
They still popped the smoke. I was trying to see the good things in bad plays, man. I'm trying to do what you did.
I respect that, but let's see if they can find something in the bottom lane. They're trying to make a move.
Planet.
But again, no Blink Dagger, no Shadow Blade. Ancient Apparition also doesn't have a shard, so even if that ulti connects, they will still not be able to get the kill. And speaking of no Blink Initiation, Nightfall immediately picks up a Blink Dagger for himself.
Let me just grab that, make sure I can get in. I'm tired of walking forward, not being able to do anything with it. Team Taiban looking good, though. They've got this Aegis again. Didn't do too much with the first Aegis, but maybe the second one leads to a little bit more in terms of a push, because, I mean, for this point in the game, I feel like there's a lot of towers up.
Still tier 1 tower in the bottom lane.
Dire's bottom tower.
They have good vision. Aurora did place 3 observer. They have 4 obs on the map right now, 29 minutes in, which is not something that you see compared to Team Tidebound, who only has one observer ward, and that's about it.
Let me see.
2. There's the one in the bottom part of the map. Okay.
Yeah. A lot of sentries. Trying to take out a lot of that vision. It's surprisingly, with all that sentry coverage, they still have, like you said, 4 obs up for Aurora, but 2 of them are pretty defensive on the back end of the river. 2 of them pretty aggressive, though.
And I'm really glad you're doing math with me, double checking if I'm correct, because we're not talking about percentages. If we're talking about numbers lower than 5, you're gonna do your thing, say you know, let me double check that or if I'm wrong. But if we're talking about percentages, this is where it gets complicated, Benjamin.
You sound like my math teacher. And I stopped going to school so I didn't have to hear stuff like this.
No, I can tell that you stopped going to school.
Come on! I thought you said you were done making fun of me.
Well, you set it up for yourself. I just had to say it. Back to the game.
Smoke used here by the side of Team Tidebound. They still have 2.5 minutes left on this Aegis. They're going to look over, but maybe they'll cross paths with Aurora, who are walking that way. Oop, Remnant. Goes across them, and Bach, Force Staff, Primal Roar. They'll find themselves the Ancient Apparition, but immediately pierce the veil from Mira to back away. Nothing to say trying to take a tier 2 tower. They'll glyph that up. Nothing to say will stay by, and he's got some help. That's
Beastmaster's
1,
buying
2, 3 heroes.
all auras. He does have Helm. What is he holding on to? Ancient Prowler. He has one of the boys. Has his neutral creeps, and just finished off AC plus the pipe, so everybody's going to be super tanky. Problem is with this build, you don't have much mana. You need some kind of a mana sustain, and as I say that, not going to say we'll use bottle charges on him.
They're going up on the high ground. They still have this Aegis for a little while. Over a minute left with the Aegis. We'll see if they want to try and make a move here, though. Avalanche toss with that blink. Burrow strike. Shiro's in really deep. This could be an issue. They do have Ice Blast if they want to set it up. Do they have the lockdown? Ice Blast thrown out. BKB's going to be popped. I'm going to say Rolling Thunder in. Shiro backing away, but that Ice Blast, they've got the time zone. Primal Roar is used. Using the Rocket Barrage as well as the Flat Cannon maybe to push back Aurora. They've got Panto low. The Remnant back and nothing to say. He'll escape, but they just lose the Aegis for now. Lotus Orb on Toronto, Tokyo looking to make another initiation, but can't find anything.
Nice execution. Nightfall picking up Blink Dagger as his last item. So we'll turn that into Swift Blink, but they definitely got the value out of it. Stop the push from going in, and also that's tossed back into tier 4 towers without losing a single hero. So Aurora still managing to fight back.
They're still fighting back, and they get the Aegis there. I mean, that shows, especially with that Blink Dagger that Nightfall waited for so long on, you know, maybe that you could have grabbed that earlier. Might have felt a little bit better for you.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
A little surprising that they waited so long for the blink, right?
Not necessarily. This is carry tiny we're talking about, so you don't want to get an early blink. You are valuing other items. You want to get SNY,
Right.
Echo Saber, but yeah, maybe like you want to pick up the shard, so it's definitely not coming in at like 20 minutes, 15 minutes. At 30, 35, you can definitely pick it up.
Penta falling to the side of Team Tidebound, and they will catch up with Mira, who will be forced to pierce the veil. But looking dead anyway? No. TP's right out in front of 4 heroes. Glimmer, too strong. Wow. I did not expect Mira to be able to escape from that one. I will say maybe not just the blink, but also, like you were talking about, surprisingly, no Shadow Blade either for Nightfall.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprising one. I think BKB, especially because BKB SNY, usually not the combo that you want to go for, considering that you're playing into BKB piercing abilities. So kind of overlapping. Shadow Blade is the big question mark for me, because they definitely do have good pickoff potential.
Smoke going to be used by Aurora. Let's see if they can find anything, because they are starting to fall behind by a significant margin. There's no Aegis on anybody here, of course, because they grabbed it in that last defense. So they know they can pop these heroes with Ice Blast at any time. You really are able to take out anybody, but they need to line it up. Looking for the Swift Blink on Nightfall, by the way. A little ways out of that. Blink Dagger for Ancient Apparition is a bit of a surprise.
He wants to be able to jump in, lock onto a target, and kill it. No, he wants to follow up Sanking and follow up Tiny. Also, Gyrocopter, his natural item progression is he wants to buy Satanic, but you're playing into Ancient Apparition, so he needed to find a different itemization for himself. So it does have Butterfly, does have Revenant's Brooch. We'll see what the next item for him is going to be. You could still pick up Satanic, but you're not getting the full value. If you're getting hit by Ice Blast, and most of the time, this is going to be the target that you want to instantly kill, especially at the mid and late game fight. So we'll see if he still opts to go for it. Because a lot of the times, if they miss, they have multiple Force Staffs, they can definitely disengage and get the value out of Satanic.
We'll definitely see if he wants to pick it up. Right? It's a tough decision, especially if you see Panto get that Blink Dagger, right? Because then you're going to know that you're always getting hit by Ice Blast.
Yeah,
maybe
you're going to be the target.
Yeah. Tormentor, next on the list here for Team Tidebound. Trying to just find something to do while I assume they wait for this next Roche take. I'm a little surprised. I will say he goes for this Blink Dagger. I would have liked to see a shard on this Ancient Apparition.
Decent amount of stun follow-up.
Yeah. It just, I don't know. It feels a little bit better, right? Just have that little bit of extra cold feet. Catch somebody in a little bit too deep, especially if you're going to the Blink Dagger.
Gotta have that copium. Instead of buying the shard, you gotta believe that you can take the Tormentor and get it for free.
You still got that tank over there, Jesus.
Yeah, I do. They deliver every week.
They deliver a new tank of copium every week.
Swift Blink, about to be finished on Tiny. Does have amplified damage as well. Definitely gonna be packing the punch. He just needs to get in and get the damage. If we're looking at his score, he was 2-0-2 for the last 15-20 minutes on Tiny.
Yeah, he was 1-0-0 for a while.
They did get 2 kills, which doesn't count. One in tier 4s when he tossed back Gyrocopter, and that kill on Gyrocopter in their own triangle. But that was 2 times with Aegis, so...
So technically 4-0-2.
Nah, doesn't count.
Oh.
Bach, gonna be the first point of contact, it seems.
With Roche being up, this could be a big fight. There's the Burrows strike to go to the Ice Blast. They should be able to find themselves Bach. The Rolling Thunder comes in with the BKB being popped here by Toronto Tokyo. But they get Bach pretty far away. They pop that pipe. The Rolling Thunder stops Nightfall from continuing to go in.
Or Staff, Glimmer.
Panto dead to start, but they'll find themselves nothing to say. He's dead with the damage coming out from Nightfall. They want to reinitiate on this. Time dilation. Mirror ripped apart by Shiro. Now all of a sudden, maybe Aurora don't feel so confident with what looked to be a victory with the kill and nothing to say.
Bach is so tanky. With Pipe, with BKB, Ogre Seal Totem, and the Force Staff, he can maneuver inside of teamfight. And they're doing the full wraparound. They want to find the angle.
Yeah, with the smoke, they're going to find Kiyotaka. They'll put the homie miss on him. They'll drop down the time zone. Look for the call down the ice path, ready to go. They've got the primal roar. Kiyotaka in trouble. He's dead. They take out Y, but Nightfall, can they finally chip him down? Yes, they can. Looking like the creators of Mount Rushmore, they ripped through that rock so well.
Time zone didn't connect on... It only connected on one hero.
Toronto Tokyo.
Trying to set things up with the Yule Scepter.
Not much going on there.
And it should be Roche for them. Panto doesn't have ulti for another good 30 seconds, so this Roche should be in the hands of Shiro. Scotty now completed on him, and he also has Aghanim's Blessing in his quick buy. So there's going to be a lot of slow. Tiny at least have slow resistance coming out from SNY, coming out from Insurmountable, so it's not going to affect him as much as it does affect other heroes. But once you go in, you're going to have a real hard time getting out of the fight, because he can easily stick onto you, and this is Gyrocopter level 24. getting closer to 6 slotted. I mean, he technically is. He did eat the Aghanim Scepter. But, yeah, also items on other heroes. They're getting more and more farmed, and things are getting more difficult for Aurora. I don't think they have the clear entry to the fight where they have like, oh, we can lock onto one hero and kill it.
Doesn't seem that way. I mean, they couldn't even kill Bach there. Bach, his item progression was what? Helmet of the Overlord, BKB, or Helmet of the Overlord, Pipe, BKB, Force Staff, AC. And now he's going into what looks to be Guardian moves. But he's holding a lot of gold right now. See if he makes that decision to buy out. 15,000 net worth lead, though, for the side of Team Tidebound. Y has saved up 1,500 gold. If he wants to save up 3,000 more, he can get himself an Ags. I keep calling for it. But he's got the Glimmer Cape. He went to the Force Staff. He also picked up the Aether Lens.
Wants to keep the distance.
A little extra bit of cast distance, which is good, considering the reach that Aurora try to have.
Let's see if they can execute. If they can get that Ancient Apparition ulti maybe toss back. But you can see that they're using all the summons on top of him so that he can't get the clear toss.
Avalanche, Ice Path coming through. Nightfall forced to use that BKB. Ice Blast is flying in. That is going to fly over Shiro. It won't do the impact damage, but Shiro does the damage to get the kill there onto Mira. Time zone down, and Shiro, he's got this Aegis. He might shatter, but at this point, I don't know if it's even going to matter. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, the Ice Blast, it's going to wear off. Kiyotaka still trying to take this Aegis out, but they're going to kill on Nightfall. He doesn't have buyback. All of a sudden, you are without this Tiny, and you've got the second life available on Shiro. They're really diving deep into your base. Kiyotaka with the BKB. It's not going to matter. He is dead as well. No buyback. Shiro is godlike. Gleipnir locking down Mira. They've got the dust. They have the Ice Path. They have the control. Another kill there. GG is called, and it will be game one going to Team Tidebound.
A little surprised that they didn't play much more aggressive with the lineup that you have. This tiny Ancient Apparition sinking. These heroes should be able to get the pickoffs pretty much anywhere on the map. And I want to go back to Itemization from Tiny. I think you need to fit in Shadowblade to be able to grab those kills, like with Invisibility, Ancient Apparition. I think you can solo kill people with just 2 of those heroes. If you need a little bit of extra damage, you can definitely bring Sanking or Morta just for extra bit of a lockdown. But yeah, Team Tidebound, they look pretty good. Loved the Itemization on Beastmaster. However, he did go for the Helm build, continue to farm up, staying on top of the net worth, and then going for the Pipe, and also Tango's item build. Mage Slayer with the Pipe that they combined together. Most of the damage on Aurora was magical, and they couldn't take the team fight. You could see them engaging in one of the previous fights onto Beastmaster. A lot of kiting. They use Glimmer Cape, BKBs, multiple Force Staffs to be able to run away, and they do, and then they're going to be able to reset, and another almost flawless game from Shiro.
Yeah, another almost flawless game from Shiro, another almost flawless game from Planet. He goes 3-1-20. Involved in quite a bit. The time zones, I didn't exactly feel their crazy effect, but the time dilation, of course,
time dilation is
very annoying.
Is super annoying. Yeah, you a lot of times in a team fight, you can't really tell how much it's doing because you're not playing the hero, but you can see that they're not getting multiple round of spells. It gets pretty difficult. His damage, 6,000, lowest by far. But the one that surprises me the most is if we look at the other side, is Sanking. He dealt only 9,000 damage. I don't think we heard Epicenter in a really long time. Yeah. It was mostly Burrow Strike, but they definitely need Epicenter damage to go off. And also Tiny, dealing 14,000 damage only.
Yeah, it really was not. It felt like Nightfall was hesitant. We see this a lot with Tinies, right? We see Tinies get all this farm, and they don't do much damage. They don't do much in the game. It's surprising how much it feels like Tinies are top of the net worth. And I love the stat from back when we were doing DPC for Perfect World for China, that they used to have the damage per net worth stat. I feel like a lot of these Tinies would be pretty low when it comes to net worth damage stats. It's just feeling like maybe they're just not doing enough. Either way, Team Tidebound, they take game number 1. We're going to be back with game number 2 in just a quick moment, so stay tuned. We'll see you in a bit.
nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins.
Itemization.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We are back with game number 2 here of Aurora Esports against Team Tidebound. Team Tidebound taking game number 1 in pretty simple fashion. It kind of fell apart for Aurora. I feel like Kiyotaka was doing well in lane. You also had Nightfall, who did really well in lane. But at the end of the day, Tidebound seemed to fight better and execute better than them in such an easy way that they were able to follow up what was an interesting laning phase with a good mid game, good late game, and take game number 1. And, you know, they follow that line where you can follow us on all socials and follow the FISSURE Universe and the official channels on all socials if you put !F in the chat. And now I've got F for doubt when it comes to Aurora. I kind of expected more from them in this first game.
Yeah, they were not on the same page. I think there also didn't... I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. It's a strong-looking draft. It's just that they didn't get the full value out of the heroes, didn't play it correctly. I want to see Tiny being more active. I want to see different item build. I want to see him be paired up with Ancient Apparition so they can go around the map and kill people, especially supports. Like, the way they itemized is a bit of a question for me. I like the itemization on Tidebound, and also in some of these engagements you did not really see them going for the same target. Tiny pops a BKB, that does need an extra bit of a follow-up either from stun or Ancient Apparition ulti. It doesn't come, so he's forced to run back. Overall, a pretty difficult game. I don't know if they're going to be able to shake that one off coming into the second game, because we're seeing Team Tidebound with some interesting picks, interesting itemization as well. We see Pango with the Mage Slayer from the mid lane, knowing that most of the damage on Aurora was magical. Why? He did his job, nothing spectacular. We didn't see this like wow performance in terms of I'm going to be solo carrying the game like Miposhka did yesterday, but the job was done. Same goes for Faceless Void, not like crazy chronospheres / time zones. It was I go in, pop my time walk, use time dilation on enemies, try to reset one more time, get it after they have BKBs, and be very annoying while the gyrocopter is going to take care of the business.
Right, and they were able to just kind of... They took every Roche. I mean, they took every objective. They never gave up a Tormentor. They never took up Roche. You know, there were a couple times where they came over to steal the Shrine as well. I just think that it was a really good execution from Team Tidebound and a game that they hold on and win, where it feels similar to like that Liquid series because they were executing kind of well. Things went sour, and then they kind of felt like they got tilted. So now in game number 1 of this series, they do really well. They hold on, they win. Game number 2, I kind of feel like the heads are still there, and we'll see what Tidebound bring to the table in terms of a draft when we do in fact get into it, right?
Yeah, and if we look at the drafts that they had on Aurora, this is the third time. In last 3 games, they first picked Tiny. They played it from carry role all 3 times. They had success against one dub team, but also coming into this series, you know that they're going to be studying the Tiny because you want to open up with it. They did, as I said, open up. In the last 5 games, it was either Tiny, and when Tiny was banned, they opened up with Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet was also banned in the previous game, so
right.
Want to see how they're going to approach the next draft. As I said, I don't think draft was the problem. It was more execution of the draft that they had.
Yeah, it just didn't feel like it executed well. We talked about it a couple times where we just don't feel everything that Tiny's going to bring to the table, especially with how strong you are. There's a lot of times we were talking about it at the end of that last game too. Toronto Tokyo didn't do a lot of damage, meaning he's not really doing a lot of epicenters, or he's just there for the burrow strike. He had BKB, so it was a big surprise that he's got this BKB, he has this blink initiation, and he's not really outputting much of anything when it comes to damage, which is a bit of a surprise. And no surprise, like you said, they go to Tiny again, and if I'm Team Tidebound, I'm kind of happy with this. It's the same bands. You see Tiny come out first, you beat it already, you can beat it again.
Let's see if they decide to go with Jakiro one more time, or Okay, just
Gyro
carry
early.
to carry matchups straight
Yeah.
away. There's a possibility that I think they're also prepping for so they don't have to ban Enigma. Toronto Tokyo is pretty big on Enigma. You can run this Tiny as a position 4 with Enigma in lane if necessary. Not the most popular lane right now. Some teams still do play it, but I feel picking up Gyro immediately says we don't want to spend an extra ban on Enigma.
Right. And also, I mean, maybe they're thinking that the Gyro would have been banned in this phase if they picked Shakira with the way that the game went last, right? And they already banned the PA, something Shiro really likes. So with the, I would say, smaller hero pool we've seen from Shiro so far, maybe they just want to get that out of the way. Let's see what we get next. Pango banned. So already 2 heroes taken out from the last game.
I would still be fine if they take Ancient Apparition for Aurora. If they can get the hands on it.
10 seconds remaining.
What's the singular ban here for Tidebound? A lot of time to think about this. Maybe you want to get rid of the Ember if you don't want to go up against it again.
I don't think Ember was
A big problem.
he was not a problem in the first 5-6 minutes. Yes, they rotated the heroes and managed to just completely solve the Ember problem. We also saw Kiyotaka being super aggressive. We saw him playing behind enemy lines with no remnants, got heavily punished. And removing Ancient Apparition, picking that Faceless Void one more time for themselves.
10 seconds remaining.
Move Ancient
That gives them
Apparition,
team
go
fight.
back to the Void. Yeah, the Void, I mean, we talked about them not wanting to show where the Void was, so I probably expect them to continue to try and keep that up, because they could go to Bach on the Void, although Planet did enough here. Night Stalker was the part of the double ban in game number 1 in the second phase. So now no Night Stalker, or there is Night Stalker now.
Yeah, I'm fine with some Warlock that could come out from Panto. Secures the lane for Tiny. You don't necessarily need to play it with Tiny, because Tiny can still be played from the mid lane, but they've exclusively been playing Tiny from the safe lane. I want to see some disengage once they drop down time zone, once they use, once Gyrocopter goes in with a BKB. The other one that I could see them pick up, maybe even on side of Tidebound, is Silencer. I think this hero is going to get contested.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The Silencer got banned by that single ban from Aurora in that last game in the second phase. And the other ban to the Night Stalker in that second phase was Abaddon, which is still available. I'm wondering would you think that Abaddon offlane would work here?
Dire team pick.
There's that Silencer.
Yeah, makes sense. I think that they were deciding between Silencer and something else, and said if we don't pick Silencer here, they will take Silencer +1, which would allow them to go win with the time zone, follow it up with the global silence. So quite a lot of silences on their side. You have Night Stalker into global, into another Night Stalker silence potentially coming out. So with 4 BKBs, it's going to be a lot more difficult to take the fight. That I don't think Faceless Void Planet had, 3-1-20 score in the previous game. This time around, he's going to have much more deaths. That's for sure.
They'll go IO Gyro. And
You need some kind of a setup you need somebody to hold them in place. Time zone is not enough, so I think you need another Beastmaster, maybe even Mars to be able to get the jump, something to hold them in place.
Right. We've talked about this a couple times. Something that's not really annoyed by Silencer as much is Sniper in the mid lane. But after yesterday's performance, we're nothing to say with the Sniper. I don't know if I want to see him play it again.
Not here. I think you see Night Stalker, you see Tiny, these are heroes that can get... also, you have no protection whatsoever.
Yeah,
And
not at the moment.
Snipers right now is a 0-3 so far in the tournament.
They go Primal, which Nothing to Say likes. Could throw it in the off lane.
Keeping the flex open again. They found another hero that can go to mid, that can go to the off lane. They did the same thing with Pango in the previous game because, again, they do have overall last pick. If this is going to be Silencer from the safe lane, you got to be careful. If you're playing on the side, Blood Grenade, Time Walk on top of you, Primal Beast charges in. So this is a flex between Monkey and Tiny, but both of them are melee heroes. I could see Kiyotaka play
10 seconds remaining.
probably Monkey King in this one.
5 seconds remaining.
And I want to see if they're going to be looking for another offlaner or if they want to run this Night Stalker as a core. I think it's overall it's a good core Night Stalker game. So they could pick up another position for.
Dota team ban.
Ban the Huskar. We've been seeing a lot of last phase Huskar bans. No surprise. I mean, with the way that the hero seems to find itself in that last pick. Has Huskar ever been a non-last pick
10 seconds remaining.
hero?
Yeah, most of the time it was. We've seen like some teams picking on 18 and then protecting him with it. But yeah, I could be seeing maybe some OD coming out from Nothing to Say.
Yeah, he is like that hero that was in the last phase of the bans in the last game as well. Something that you said that would have been good against this Ancient Apparition. How does it do against this lineup though, with the silencer and the silences that come in? If you're not able to Astro Imprison, are you still okay?
Yeah,
Just
you're
kinda-
fine.
Okay.
You're definitely fine. You also don't necessarily need to build into BKB. Your core items are Force Staff in this game. If you want to play it, you're playing against Monkey, Night Stalker, Tiny. You can push them away. Hurricane Pike, go back for Witchblade. Maybe later get a BKB. But yeah, does sound like it could really fit into the lineup that they do have.
That would
One Astral,
move-
set up for Primal Beast to charge in, set
Right.
up for Relocate play.
I was gonna say that would move Primal to the off lane, which is most likely what's gonna be the case anyway. I'm not saying he's.
There's a
mid or anything.
possibility that they still play Primal from the mid lane if they want to creep skip. This is the best hero in the game where you can drag the creep waves, still get the good amount of farm even in bad matchups, but I'd still prefer if they play it from the off lane, pair it up with Faceless Void. This hero is pretty difficult to kill.
Aurora Gaming's turn to pick.
So Quap, mobility, damage with the Dagon, the Sonic Wave, a little bit of displacement. Would do pretty well in the lane as well against Monkey King.
Seconds remaining. 5
How does OD do against Monkey King mid? Pretty well.
He does
right?
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're never going to get those Jingus up.
Yeah. Trying to look at who's really doing the conversing here. But it doesn't really seem like anybody was really talking. Maybe it was just Mira, but they go to the Dark Willow. So the only thing that's the same for them this time around is the Tiny that was played by Nightfall. And this should set up that, well, I guess they could still make that decision after this pick, right?
10 seconds remaining.
I'm thinking it's safe lane, Tiny, mid, Monkey King, but they could still make that decision post-pick.
Yeah, I'm fine with OD. I'm also fine with Leshrac if they decide to pick.
That
Lesh,
was what I
'cause
was thinking.
You have pairing with Io.
Yeah.
Hard against Silencer sometimes, but it also works well even if you like use your abilities. You get Silencer, still getting all the spell damage out, so that's nice. Great against Dark Willow. Good in the lane against Monkey King. And in the end, they did go with the Dark Willow. They wanted to have a hero that Primal Beast is going to be afraid of. A good way of stopping the relocate, good way of when you're coming back from the relocate, you can easily set things up knowing that the IO is going to be tethered up to Gyro. And also, as I said, it's a good core Night Stalker game where you're going to be building into Heaven's Halberd. You're playing against gyrocopter, so he uses flak cannon. You get disarm on him. He suffers heavily. And looking at the damage, early damage doesn't really exist on Tidebound. So you have Faceless Void plus IO combination, which is literally 0 damage. So it means that Primal Beast and Gyro will need to do some heavy lifting. That's why I'm mentioning Leshrac, but I'm also fine with the first suggestion with the OD.
What, you mean Time Walk Bloodstone isn't going to feel good? Come
I'm
on.
walking to Tether to go for a gank.
I could see it happening. We doubted it before and they go Razor. I mean, maybe they think gold is a good conductor. Nothing to say on the Razor. Wow, okay. I wasn't expecting that pick.
Wasn't expecting it. They wanted to have lane matchup. You're getting Jingu. I'm stealing your damage. I'm also going to be able to fight back. Not the most active mid lane hero. It's more, I would say, farm oriented overall. But this is the hero that builds into Manta style. It builds into BKB. I think a lot of players do think about their itemization after they see Silencer. That, I don't even know what's called. Double silence, reverberating silence. What's the word, Benjamin?
Reverberating?
Yeah, that's the word.
Yeah, you stick to the math, I'll stick to the pronunciation of words. Just ask me, I got you. And anything under 5 I got. So we're good.
This is a long word. It has more than 5 letters. Pretty impressed.
I didn't mean letters wise. I meant
I know,
just
I know.
numbers. Reverberating's can you do Primal Beasts facet as well? Can you read that one?
Ferocity.
Yeah. What about Ios?
Kritzkrieg.
All right, I'm getting. This feels
I
like
can read. What do you mean?
I can do math. What do you mean? Come on, dude.
Well, you can do math, but you can do incorrect math. And you can do it pretty quickly. That's the most impressive part.
You don't have to be right.
Spit out the number. Yeah.
You just have to be confident. Yeah. Confidently wrong. That's how I like to say it. Yeah. Anyway, back to the draft, back to the game. I got it wrong the first game, but I liked Aurora's draft in game number 1. Game 2, I like it here still. I do like Aurora's draft and what they have, but the way that the game was executed makes me want to favor Tidebound a little bit more.
Execution definitely in favor of Tidebound. Draft in this one, I would say Aurora did win it. It's just going to be whether they're going to be able to put the pressure, because IO Faceless Void. These heroes are pretty bad at doing stuff early on. They don't provide you with any kind of damage. So this is something that they need to exploit. They need to punish this. They need to start playing much more active. I didn't see which facet Monkey King took, because we saw Nisha yesterday, because he was playing into Displacement Tool. He did go for the Wukong Faithful.
Same thing
we've
here.
also seen the other one. So he did go for it, and we saw a very interesting build from Nisha. 404 build, moving across the map with Mischief. Not opting to go, not even at 1 point in Tree Dance, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, still moved around too, right? Which was very confident, I would say. And it worked out. I mean, that was the game they really destroyed in. So maybe Aurora's trying to replicate that.
Maybe. I'm looking at the items on Primal Beast. He wants the creep skip. He wants to be able to kill the lane alone. Boots of Speed plus Blood Grenade. So you go for Trample and you cut the backlines between tier 1 and tier 2 tower. You kill the creeper. You don't have enough damage without the Blood Grenade, but with the Blood Grenade, you do have enough. And we can see, we can't see, but Bach, we can see on the minimap that he's going to be doing exactly that. He was still smoked, threw in a Blood Grenade, and got himself to level 2.
Easy. Very easy. Already level 2. Is that some of the quickest level 2 ever?
Yeah, most definitely. Even if you get 3 kills, you still need multiple heroes. Even if you get 5 kills between like 5 and 5 fight, you're not going to be level 2.
Damn. So already level 2, which I was thinking he's still sitting around here. I was wondering maybe he would want to onslaught trample in onto mid, which would have been nuts.
It's a possibility, yeah.
He was sitting there for a while. Top lane now. Shiro and Innocence are going to get a kill on Amira.
Good start for them.
This is kind of immediately feeling like what happened to Tidebound in game number 2 of the last series that they played. And I only say that because Bot got level 2 and they get that first blood pretty quickly. And I didn't expect that to come so fast for them.
I think you're right. There was one game where Primal Beast did exactly that, where he was creep skipping and did gank the mid lane. I think it might have been Wallachia Season 2 that it did happen.
If they didn't have that ward there, I think he might have... Kiyotaka might have played a little bit more up, but I think because they had the vision on Bach, he did play pretty far back. He played very safe. They were ready for that move. But Bach pulling everything over and just continuing to farm up well. Be happy with his life. Early level 2, see how quick he can get to level 3. Made the wave equilibrium pretty hard to deal with overall.
He's constantly pushing in. This is not where they want the lane to be at. Tiny still CSing nicely, but you can see that Bach is on top of CS, and they are going to keep pulling with Boots of Speed, with Windlace. Should be enough. Should be enough move speed to drag them away. Silencer level 1 can't really stop you from pulling.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Top lane Shiro. Only 5-1, but they did get that first blood. Looking for this Shadow Realm strike on a Shiro. Toronto Tokyo just trying to put in some harassment there. And you do have Y right behind him.
Why does
tethered up.
Dark Willow look like Templar Assassin? Am I tripping?
Spacesuit?
Yeah.
I think with the spacesuit and the emblem under, it kind of gives that look. My question
Combination
is...
of Templar Assassin and Sniper. That's spacesuit for Sniper.
Yeah, and they gave it to the Dark Willow as well, which was a cool set. My question is, the IO is supposed to be wearing the Mayan cosmetic, and it's glitched somehow, and he's just a...
Oh, he has Trail behind him. Trail of the Burning Doom.
No, I don't think he
Playing very aggressive in the top lane, Toronto Tokyo.
Shiro is low. They've got the Bramble Maze. They'll get the kill into Shiro, and Y just unable to really do anything about that. I mean, you're supposed to have the sustain. He tried to use that stick. He's going for the early mech, but unable to keep Shiro alive, who isn't exactly CSing that well. He got that first blood that was helping him out, but overall, it's not exactly been the easiest lane for him.
Playing into core Night Stalker, who did go for double bracer, can be a bit difficult. Having Io with you, it's all about the sustain, but even though they got the first blood, this is not a lane where they're going to be getting multiple kills at. So Aurora, using this opportunity, trying to put as much pressure as they can during the nighttime, which is going to last for another 55 seconds.
Maybe they'll be able to do something afterwards. And like you said, we're not really going to see Razor move off the mid lane. It's more farming oriented, but
Has been killed.
I'm trying to see if maybe Monkey King wants to make the move too, right? Oh, how is he skilled so far? So far, it's the same. Nothing in the tree dance at all. Trample used, but some damage from Panto. Planet, he's level 3. Has 2 levels in the time dilation, which he'll use on Panto. But nothing really doing there, as Panto's also 2 and 1. So he's got 1 level in the Glaives, 2 levels in that Arcane Curse. As they'll continue to pull the wave of Bach now. Blood Grenade coming through. Kiyotaka making the rotation.
He's fine. Has Ring of Regen, even with the Blood Grenade.
Nothing
and
to
Arcane
say.
Curse.
Ooh. If this plasma field hits, this could be a kill here on a Panto, but Nightfall's coming over. And now Kiyotaka, he'll end up taking a level in that tree dance. He wants to come through. They want to get this kill and Nothing to Say. The Bramble Maze and the Shadow Realm Strike. They get the kill and Nothing to Say. So many heroes here for the side of Aurora. 4 heroes rotate over. No IO, no gyro. They'll just sit top, continuing to farm.
Slow game, as we expected. Now it's going to be daytime, so not much going to be happening in the top lane. Toronto Tokyo will try to get as much XP as possible.
The lane should go a lot easier now that it's daytime for the gyrocopter, and he's sitting to top of the net worth on the gyro. Life is good there, but if you look at Nothing to Say, he's a little bit further behind, and Bach not really getting a lot of farm. He did get level 2 quickly, but I mean that was kind of it. Kiyotaka with the early Primal Spring, he wants to come over. He's got this amplified damage, but he needs to be very careful. He gets that Jingu, but not really healing off of it.
That's the problem with the recent changes. Global lifesteal rules, 40% creep penalty. So one of the reasons why we are not seeing as many monkeys from the mid lane, like you want to use that balance, especially from the safe lane, like because you have creeps, you use the Boundless Strike, the turnaround potential from monkey is always going to be good, but not anymore. At least not how good it was.
Right. Kiyotaka not getting a kill with that TP up towards top. Mira and Panto, they've also come over to the mid lane. This is left Nothing to Say. He's level 7. He's got himself the treads. Is he gonna make a move or kind of just continue to farm? It seems to just be the slow build right now for Tidebound in terms of just farming in all of these lanes. Primal should be pretty safe with that Ring of Health. But again, Kiyotaka going towards the top lane, and they're going to try and make a move here on a Shiro. Primal Spring with that tree dance. They get on top of Shiro, but here comes Planet. Time dilation.
He's getting healed up.
Yeah, the heal is quite nice, but now they're no longer tethered. Needs to get around this Bramble and try to make a move back in, but the tether not going to connect with this Boundless Strike. And they were able to kill off Y. Not really what they came here for. They wanted to shut down Shiro again, but they'll take the kill and be happy with whatever they can get so far.
Yeah, good timing on Toronto Tokyo getting that level 6. A lot of the times you will see Night Stalker kind of suffering if he's not getting that early level 6, because this is the big timing for him. They wanted to get a big kill out of it, but instead they got IO, which is still fine. So for another minute and 15 seconds, it's going to be daytime, and then he's going to have nighttime again. Right now, Team Tidebound, they want to make use of that, knowing that it is the daytime. Toronto Tokyo also having a pretty good read. Look where he's standing. He's standing on top of the hill.
And he'll get away. So it doesn't matter that he's all the way back there. Time walk, time dilation, not going to matter. You're not going to be able to make that move. And that first move over from Nothing to Say comes away empty-handed.
They don't get the kill, but they will get the tower out of it.
Yeah, getting that tower at least opens up the map a little bit more for Shiro and this IO. Probably stops them from getting ganked as hard. Both these heroes, though, just level 5 for the moment, while Tiny is sitting level 7. He's had some solo time with Panto making a rotation. And they get that tower, but so is Nightfall and Panto. They're going to get that tower down bottom. So yeah, you open up space, but you are behind in experience at the moment.
Panto is a bit low level. He's level 4, about to crack level 5, 10 minutes into the game. We would love to have that global silence, so Night Stalker can run in, get the kill. And I'm looking at the itemization, what he has queued up on Toronto Tokyo. This is pretty cool. Double Bracer, Power Treads, going into Blade Mail. A lot of uncontrollable damage against Gyrocopter, against Razor when he tries to link you, Primal Beast as well.
Yeah, good blade mail game. Overall. Link Dacha. Just gonna get linked for a moment. Dark Willow even thinking about TPing over, even though they're right to the top of that lane.
Radiant's middle tower.
Typical builds here for Shiro. Falcon Blade into the Crystallis.
Shiro's still level 5.
Yeah, so is Innocence, but they both hit level 6 at the same time. Nightfall has come through the Twin Gate, and the heal is going to be enough. I mean, there's so much damage here. There's no way. All 5 heroes from Aurora have shown up, and they are going to get both kills. Nothing that Tidebound can do with nobody making a rotation over, but 5 heroes show up to the fight for Aurora.
This is what we talked about. They want to be using the advantage that they do have, knowing that Faceless Void as a support doesn't really do much, neither does Io, so they want to use that, bring in the numbers, have that damage during nighttime, and they will also take another tower. Tiny, again, on top of the net worth, and I like what I see. Nightfall this time around, I think he also understood what went wrong in the previous game, so he wants to go for Shadow Blade immediately after.
Pulverized Planet here, time dilation, static link, the TP attempt, but they've got the onslaught. Nightfall gonna die, and it will be Tabak.
It was half a Nightfall. He was missing a BKB to successfully TP out. Did finish off his Echo Saber, so not much of a value has been lost for him.
Radiant's bottom tower.
An interesting build as well from Primal Beast. He did have Ring of Health as his first item, wanted to have that sustain. I assume that he wants to pick to use that for either Crimson or Heaven's Halberd. I wouldn't mind seeing any of those, knowing that you're playing into Monkey and Tiny. Maybe overall, for the gameplay, for the whole team, it would be better if he gets the Crimson Guard.
Also, by the way, I'm looking at Gyro's build. He's
missing an item, huh?
No, he had Dragonlance queued up for a second.
Middle tower has fallen.
Dragonlance is fine. It allows you to disassemble it, get component out for Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah,
And then you
have
can
Chop
turn
Shop.
the other component into S and Y if necessary. But this time around, I also wouldn't mind seeing him commit to it, to get Hurricane Pike. You're playing against 3 melee cores, which want to get on top of you. So if he wants to deviate from the build slightly more, I'd definitely be fine with that.
And to style for Razor first. You know, it always takes me a split second to just remember Chop Shop. I'm thinking about these items. I mean, we talked about it yesterday in kind of a big deal where he picked up the butterfly and then Chop Shopped it into a Swift Link. And that ended up being a pretty big deal for him, baiting in an MKB. Let's see. 14 minutes about to hit. Shrine's going to be taken there by the Primal Beast. And they're looking to make a move over mid. Planet's going to be the one who's chased, but they do have nothing to say here. Balance Strike, Time Zone drop down. TP's coming out from Buck as well as the Gyrocopter. They've got the global used. They get the kill in a Y. They'll take out this IO, but do they want to go forward? Onslaught. Some damage onto Toronto Tokyo, but you got to be careful. He's got that blade mail in the trample. They go to the pulverize, but they drop down Panto. They'll get the kill there. Plasma Field not going to get anything more, but do they want to go back in? Balance Strike, Primal Spring, nothing to say. Backing away, they've got themselves the Bramble Maze. That splits up the team. They get the kill and nothing to say. They'll take the Razor.
You can see that they're lacking damage. They don't have enough to punch back. Razor goes in. He's thinking about sitting in the middle of a Wukong's command, but the rest of the team is ready to back him up, so he needs to run away. And then Primal Beast, he's coming in slightly later, also fighting into multiple instances of silences. It does feel like Tidebound, they need another set of items. They need this Manta Style to be ready for the Dispel. They need Primal Beast to get to his Crimson Guard, which he's very close to, 800 gold away. And Gyrocopter, he is the most farm hero in the game, but definitely doesn't feel like it.
Yeah, you know, just got that Ags, or not just got that Ags, just got that Chrysalis and just got the Blade of Alacrity. So he's still working on that Ags, and he's still a little bit behind on it, and he's trying to follow the build like you guys should follow the channel. Exclamation point F to follow all the Fissure broadcast channels on all socials. You can get yourself some behind the scenes action and follow us in all the future tournaments. Meanwhile, Tormentor being taken by Aurora is something that has definitely changed since last game. All Tormentors and
Panto?
okay.
Oh my god, they did it. This is basically budget BetBoom Team. Some of the players are still the same. And Tormentor, big arch nemesis of the team. Who got it in the end? It was Panto who got it.
Did he die first? No. But he did die, so earned.
Intelligence will be stolen. Right now, he does have 4 brain drain. Now it's going to go up to 3 intelligence steal.
Gosh.
Primal Beast, he can't lose the intelligence. This hero, not very smart.
Why'd you say it like that?
I don't know. He's like, look at him. He's has 500 mana pool. And he also needs to use a lot of items and abilities. Crimson Guard is 75 mana.
I walk, I smash. I pound my feet on ground. They're gonna find themselves Mira. Onslaught and an easy kill. Now let's strike on 2, but nothing doing. 7-4, 1,000 net worth lead. I mean, that's basically the difference in the shard that they just got from Tormentor. Win probability 60% for Taiban. Interesting.
I do favor their lineup going into mid and late game, especially when they get their items online. When they get to their BKBs, Bach, he just finished off Crimson, Manta Style on Razor, Gyrocopter about to finish off his Aghanim Scepter, so they're going to be fight ready. I'm not sure if I like this Mage Slayer on Monkey King. In terms of magic damage output, there isn't really that much, or there's some, but I don't know if it's going to be enough.
Innocence again pops the mech, but they go to the global silence. There's nothing he can do. He's dead very quickly. Kiyotaka coming over looking for the balance strike, but never throws it. Yule's up into the air looking to throw a terrorize. Not that great for Mira. Onslaught call down. That's going to deter them from going in. They'll get the kill, but Nightfall's coming over. Bach's going to be slowed up thanks to Panto. Can't be losing that intelligence.
Tokyo, he's out of position.
Got the time zone. They go to the pulverize. The blade mail is going to help enough. The Wukong's command with the balance strike comes through on a couple of these heroes. They go to the onslaught, but they still haven't killed Toronto Tokyo. Now they kill Panto. Down goes 2. That's 3 arrows down to the side of Aurora. Nobody dead just yet, but finally they finish off. Nothing to say. The look at Planet. He's unable to time walk, and Shiro goes back in with the help of Bach. They'll find Kiyotaka, the onslaught, all the way over to Nightfall. Oh, that crossed over Kiyotaka and Nightfall, and Nightfall is going to need to find a way to run. He is in some trouble. Get some help from Mira. The Bramble Maze will keep them out of harm's way, and he'll start to back off.
Razor did a lot of work, and once they get to the second way of dispelling things, we said that it's going to be pretty straightforward when it comes down to Razor's itemization, Manta Style, BKB, so he can run in, stand his ground. And you can see when they're coming back into the fight with Io, because Io died, the fight was lasting for such a long time. He managed to come back, tethers Gyrocopter, suddenly the fight is over. There's a big difference in terms of levels. Tiny is level 15 right now, Gyrocopter is only 12. This is what happens when you have Io with you all the time. Little XP stealer. Look at him. Like, I'm helping. Yeah, but you're also not helping.
Yeah, go help somebody else. Let me get some solo experience. It's like your little brother who always wants to play video games with you.
And then you unplug his controller.
Yeah, I was the little brother, so I do know how that feels.
You didn't know at the time.
No, I had no clue. I'm like, why is the split screen only 2? There's 3 of us.
And when did you realize that? 17, 18?
21.
How old were you?
Probably.
21. Pretty early.
It's just, it wasn't fair. We were playing GoldenEye, and I'm like, why isn't Oddjob showing up on the screen? I just want to play some GoldenEye multiplayer. By the time we got to Perfect Dark, I was there.
Nintendo 64, GoldenEye. I couldn't believe the technology that we had, that we could split the screen.
Wukong's balance
Dacha
strike.
going for the solo kill.
Steals a Lotus, though, before he dies. Wukong's committed for that, but...
Definitely worth it.
I'm interested to see if Tidebound are going to try and go for Erosh. They've got the Sentry. They see Nightfall coming over, but Avalanche not going to matter. Now they link for a second, and the link is broken.
10 damage stolen from Tiny. Oh, no.
How will he live? How will he ever live? Oh, well, Midas action from Night Stalker.
You would definitely not guess whose items these were if we removed the spells. Double Bracer, Agi Power Treads, Blade Mail, Hand of Midas. I guess the reason why he went for Power Treads is he knew that he was going to be getting Blade Mail, so we'll be getting that extra armor that Night Stalker does need.
Yeah. And then the Blade Mail makes just a lot of sense here, although it didn't feel that
It did good amount of work.
Yeah, I mean, when you have an IO coming back into the fight like the way they did, like you talked about when we did that fight recap,
Yeah.
it just...
Still died, but a lot of damage was reflected onto Razor.
Top lane, Shiro with the call down, but the Bedlam on top of him with the Cursed Crown. That's going to be a stun. They have Bach coming over. Shiro turning this one over, and they will get the kill with the Pulverize.
Yotaka still thinking about going in.
Onslaught down the tree. Balance strike hits on two. They go to the Wukong. They got some help. Uh-oh, Shiro, he's dead. They'll look for Bach. They don't get the kill in Innocence, but now Nothing to Say is here. He doesn't want to walk into the circle of the Wukong's command. But they do get Shiro. Just for Mira. That worked out well.
Yotaka is a freaking maniac, man. I love watching this dude play. A lot of the times it looks like, oh, he's gonna feed, but this time around, rest of the team was ready to back him up. It looked like it could have been a disaster, but with Shard, he can get himself out of trouble, and he can also set things up.
Under attack.
Set up the Wukong's command. Definitely needed those BKBs that we talked about on Tidebound. This game has been pretty even. I think if we look at the graph, we haven't had more than 1K.
Radiant are scared.
1K
Yeah,
net
it's
worth.
been pretty tight the entire time. I mean, it did look like he was going to feed, right? He gets onslaughted out of the tree, but he's like, all right, I'll bait them all in. They'll think they got me. And then we turn it.
Double BKB timing for Tidebound. It is time to go. Try to make something happen. Maybe even get a fight near Roche Pit and turn that into Roche. Tiny, Shadowblade. Let's see if they have any detection.
They do.
They do.
They've got the dust. The Avalanche on a 3. Not sure it's going to matter. Pulverize knocking him down. Nightfall going to be killed off. And Nightfall in the last game was 1-0-0 for a while, but now he's 1-2-5. So not the best game from this Tiny overall. But like I was saying a couple minutes ago, are they going to go for Roche the way they did in game number 1 with the gyro? And they will. So back at it. Ooh, looking for the Terrorize and the Wukongs.
Where's the follow-up?
Nothing to Say.
There's the region rune. Who's gonna pick it up?
Leave this circle, and they might leave it for Nothing to Say because he's gonna want to pick that up as he's sitting very low. They get the kill on Amira. They'll take out this Dark Willow. Looking for Panto for a moment. Time dilation just forces him back, and they go back on into Roche. Nothing to Say did pick up that regen rune, so despite getting very low, he's back up to full.
And this is going to be Roche. A little surprised that they decided to take that fight, knowing that there is no Tiny. Tiny is a big amount of your damage, because he does have Shadowblade, Revenant's Roach, Echo Saber, Shard. And again, it's going to be Shiro picking up the first Aegis. There's going to be third BKB coming out. Bach about to finish off his. In terms of damage that goes through BKB, they have the right clicks. All 3 cores heavy on physical. But Crimson Guard is doing a lot of work. Really like the itemization from Bach in the previous game and also in this one.
Endless strike. Oh, mech, not going to be enough. And Shiro forced to BKB. Where is the help? Planet comes in, time zone. Call down Nightfall. He's getting ripped apart, but gonna right click back and he should be able to get the Aegis. Unfortunately, that means he's dead. Bramble Maze is down. Shiro alive for the second time. Mira and Toronto Tokyo. They're gonna be hit with that time dilation. Panto focused by nothing to say, but Kiyotaka is in here.
He's BKB just getting delivered.
Uh-oh. Bach pulverized on the edge of the circle. The onslaught, the damage. Kiyotaka with the balance strike. Shiro's dead. Ooh, so close. The static link. Kiyotaka with a TP attempt, but the damage is in. Nothing to say against the kill, and Mira on the run. Yule's up into the air, and he will end up eventually. He's stick close for the Bedlam, but the onslaught will get the kill.
This is the shortest onslaught I've seen. Daytime, also it turned into daytime because we're talking about 25 to 30. So that's going to be daytime. He had the ulti on, but had to fall back immediately afterwards. Didn't even bother using his BKB, knowing that the fight is going to be over. Y is dying every single fight before it even starts. So he needs to have either buyback available to come to the fight and tether up his gyro, or he needs to have a Ghost Scepter. I'd see that he's going for Solar Crest, which is a great value item. You're playing against 3 physical damaging cores, but I think throwing in a casual Ghost Scepter could be pretty big.
EKB. That's like one of the first relocates. I was just about to say how it feels like we haven't seen relocate really at all.
It was probably Nightfall who called this one. Bro, just TP out. And that's exactly what he did. I also want to see if there's going to be AC on maybe Tidebound. Not sure who can buy that one. Maybe Razor can as his next item. But I see Satanic. Because most of the damage, again, is physical. Nothing they say is going to scale. This is Razor, who can also be tethered to Io, we're talking about, level 18. And look how it's done. Killing Tormentor without losing a single hero.
And you want nothing to say to get to, oh gosh, level 18, and then you say, hey, Io, you've been stealing my experience a little bit too long. Go bother nothing to say so I can get some solo experience here on my gyrocopter. Little bro, go bother your middle brother. Get out of here. Try. Oh. 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 Oh, Mira.
You okay?
I thought he had it. I thought he had pulled off getting that shrine with the 4-staff Yule's Curse Crown.
Almost.
It was.
But Planet is like, nope. I still want to get something done. I want to have, like, he didn't even put a single point in time lock. I think one value point is fine, and then going for stats. He wants to survive as much as he can. If you look at his neutral item, he did go for Essence Ring. Spirit Vessel is the big one. He's playing against Monkey King Tiny, especially against Monkey. It's a pretty valuable item. He can jump to a tree. He can't lifesteal as much as he would want to. And Tiny, like, if you use that on Tiny, who's full HP, you come into the fight, it could be pretty big. Not the items that we usually see on Faceless Void. Most of the time it's drums, it's Atos, or it's some Yule Scepter. And he's going for a Yule Scepter next. Wants to buy a little bit more time when they jump him. Wants to have a Dispel mechanic for himself.
Is that, yeah, that's Solar Crest's finish. And there's that smoke. Almost on Janyasha for Primal, by the way.
He's scaling.
Yeah.
That's why Dota Plus said 60%. 15 minutes before, knowing how good of a scaling lineup this is. Even Faceless Void eventually, if he starts building into some kind of damage items. Panto again, getting initiated on.
Yeah, Tumbler's toy not going to get him far enough away. And this is right by the tier 2 tower.
Nothing to say it's going to be a massive problem. Once he picks up that Satanic, triple Dispel mechanic, and also so tanky, so you can't really burst him. Coming into a fight knowing that Razor can't really die. Even if you land all your spells, he's still not going to die.
Time zone.
Oh, look at him go.
Oh
bam, 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 bam. Power of Time Zone. We saw Slow Ravage yesterday. when the game was about to end, but also the cast speeds.
That was crazy. Oh, man. Oh, Shiro Innocence. Terrorize, and they get Shiro, and they're going to get Innocence as well. I don't know if they were expecting that, but clearly they should have been, as they lose 2 heroes very easily. Nightfall getting involved.
Radiant are scanning.
I had not seen Pulverizing Time Zone up to that point, by the way.
This is the best spell. When it was first introduced, I said that this is the best theory crafted spell we've had in a really, really long time. Time Zone, the way it works, like the way it looks as well. And it seems like Aurora is also not expecting that Team Tidebound can take a fight with missing 2 heroes.
Avalanche Toss killing Planet. Panto's dead. They do not get Mira. And nothing to say, even with the extra 100, is going to back away. It looked like maybe Mira was going to die, but able to get out of that one. It still looks like they want to fight. They have no Faceless Void. I know I'm looking at nothing to say on my screen right now, but the icons with the Void and the Razor kind of look a little similar.
Kind of look the same? Yeah.
The Hammerhead Shark going on. Uh-oh. They found Kiyotaka relocating. Pulverize. Maybe not in fast forward time this time, but more than enough to slam him down, and nothing to say to get that kill. Kiyotaka gone for 60 seconds. Kiyotaka is
he
very
has
far
some
behind
really weird deaths. Yeah, he's also very far behind. Just finished off his BKB. Another big item about to be finished on Toronto, Tokyo. AC completed.
Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo.
Radiant's top tower.
He's been trying to make some big plays here, and now with his next item, maybe he can tell his team, hey, did you see that?
Want to see me do it again?
Yeah. I like your little callback there. The SpongeBob reference. So even though you've never seen that episode.
You have to link me the episode. I'll watch it, I'll swear.
All right, I got you. After this game, we'll have a break.
Middle tower is under attack.
You think it's a 2-0?
I know. I just, it's a short episode.
How long are the episodes? 20 minutes?
15. Yeah,
Okay.
15, 20. Pushing bottom and pressuring this tier 2 tower. And Shiro,
Tower is under
he's got this butterfly. He's got the Revenant's Approach, but they have shown how quickly they can kill him. Needs to be very careful and maybe even think about going
bottom tower.
for that Roche again, but it looks like the teams are going to fight here for said Roche that might be backing a little bit. They go to the Avalanche Toss. Balance Strike, nothing to say. Oh, he gets the BKB and the tether. He's back to full health with the Satanic. They're going to turn this around. They've got the damage. They'll take out Panto at Nightfall, but the right clicks from Kiyotaka fighting back on Shiro, not going to be enough. They will take out 3, look for Toronto, Tokyo, as he's able to fly over the pit. But Shiro moving forward. He's got that homing missile. Doesn't really want to hit into the blade mail, but 4 heroes dead. Nobody gone on the side of Tidebound. Unfortunately for them, Roche not back up for a little bit, but a 4-for-0 is a very big victory.
They used everything. It was a risky move. I said with the itemization, they can't kill him. They were very, very close to killing him. He gets Satanic off, pops a BKB, and then Io comes with a heal. He goes back to full HP, and suddenly this game feels like it's not gonna end, but we're definitely getting there. Having no buybacks on 3 cores, that means 30 seconds. Everybody's gonna go back to full HP. Io's gonna make sure to take care of that, and also he did buy Vlad, so that's extra bit of sustain, extra bit of a heal for all of his cores.
This is going to be quite a bit here for Tidebound. Are they going to stick around for the tier 3 tower? No. All right.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
They'll back away. Don't want to commit all too much to this. Refresher coming through for the Razor now.
That's massive. This is pretty big. Having double BKB, double Satanic, you're definitely not gonna die. Shiro also about to finish off his Satanic. Needs another 800 gold. This is gonna be another super tanky core. And speaking of super tanky, Bach, he's going for heart, not the usual itemization. He's actually one of the few ones that still wants to buy the item. He's gonna have like 4.5k HP.
Radiant are scanning.
Is
So
it?
the whole idea is if we don't get bursted,
Yeah.
we win the fight.
So I have a question about heart because you say it's not an item that a lot of heroes pick up. What is it about that item that makes it so situational these days? Because I feel like heart used to be, and this is years
Yeah,
ago.
it got
it
nerfed
was
like 4 times in a row.
Yeah.
That's why.
just constantly nerfed.
Yep. Love the
Used to
word
be a great-
constantly.
Constantly. It's because I say it like I say coffee. Or the way you think I say coffee.
Gas the game, Beak Up. They cut him down one more time.
Kiyotaka going to use that shard with the Boundless Strike to jump out of harm's way. They're going to go after Innocence. They've got Shiro, though, with the BKB. Toronto, Tokyo, they go to the Terrorize. They've got the Avalanche, but the damage is not going to be there just yet. They go and find the Global Silence, but still, Innocence alive. Wukong's command of the back lines, but Y is just going to make it out. One more right click. They'll take out Y, but they've lost 3 already. Kiyotaka got the kill, but he loses Nightfall and Mira behind him. And this is Toronto, Tokyo, and Kiyotaka unable to do anything. Well, the side of Team Tidebound only losing the IO go for Roach.
That's the only hero that can kill right now. Faceless Void also feels pretty difficult to kill. If you can't burst him, if he gets the Yule Scepter, he's gonna live.
Aegis picked up for Shiro. Another Aegis. This is when Tidebound have just been controlling all the objectives since the first Tormentor. That was the only time, and that Tormentor didn't exactly go perfectly for Aurora. He lost 2 heroes.
I'm looking at the HP. 6.5. Over 3 cores on Aurora have more than 11,000 HP. And we're not talking about effective HP. This is just their numbers. So you have to go through all that tankiness, all the heal. It feels like an impossible game for Aurora. I'm not seeing that big item. Monkey King, he wants to buy his own Monkey King bar, seeing that the butterflies are online.
The thing is, you can just do it again, right? If he buys that MKB, you chop shop the butterfly and then get the Swift
Yep.
Link.
Exactly what you can do.
And then you're like, oh, good job.
And then monkeys can sell MKB for the full price because it's
And
his
they get
own
Aeon
King
disc.
bar. He's the only guy who can do it. Him and Gyrocopter.
Yeah.
Radiant's top
Is that the... Let me read the innate. Oh.
It's not the innate, it's tied to his name.
So now you've got name passives as well.
has fallen. Radiant's top tower is under
Well,
attack.
we'll go up
Hail Mary play.
onto the high ground again, and they're going to try and wrap around. Time walk in, time walk out. Nightfall follows him, though. Gets the kill on the planet. They go to the Global Silence with the BKB, but they've already got the static link to Wukong's command coming up from Kiyotaka. They've got the stun and nothing to save, but the
Has
damage coming in
Overseal,
from
not using
Shiro. They get the kill on a Nightfall. They'll look at Kiyotaka. If they get this kill, that might just be it. I mean, they lose nothing to say. That's a 10-time streak going their way. They do have buybacks, so it's not over just yet, but it's another fight that doesn't exactly go favorably. Planet, he bought back. This is a bit of an issue if he dies again, but they've got the mech coming up from Innocence. They'll buy back on both Nightfall and Kiyotaka. They've got the Yules up into the air on Toronto, Tokyo, who pops the BKB. Onslaught into the face of
Daytime.
Kiyotaka. Bach in some trouble. The Boundless Strike into the other side is Kiyotaka. Lotus Orb. Toronto, Tokyo reflects that homing missile. That'll go all the way back to Shiro, but they're on the high ground. In Aurora, if they want to go, they've got to chase. They use these buybacks, but you're still fighting into an Aegis. Bach on the front line. Will spring down. Kiyotaka with the Boundless Strike goes to the other side, finds Y. Blink, Avalanche, toss, but still alive. Y! Oh, finally falls, but Kiyotaka's dead. He used buyback. They're going to buy back on Y. He's going to relocate in. Toronto Tokyo's been caught. He's got buyback, so does Mira. Mira uses theirs, but Panto on the run with the homing missile coming over. This silencer's going to be in a lot of trouble. The time lock, time dilation, and the homing missile not even needed. That'll actually change its attention over to Mira, I believe.
One more buyback available on Night Stalker. Kiyotaka already used his. It seems like they want to close it out.
Yeah.
Bach, dive that fountain.
Oh, boy.
I think he's actually fine. He's way too
terrorized out of the base. That might
5,000 HP.
Yeah, 5,000 HP, and the heart, it'll kick in, and he'll get that all back. Mega Creep secured for the side of Team Tidebound. The Dino Heart. If only there was an Invoker in the game, they could use that Meteor to take him out. Mira linked up and killed off very easily. So is Panto. Nothing to say with a double kill. Just one hero alive. Toronto Tokyo has buyback. Nightfall, where are you going? All right. Well, he walked away from the base and GG is called. It's a 2-0 for Tidebound as they beat Aurora and send them down into danger territory at 1-2.
All they had to do is survive long enough until they get to their second round of items. Aurora, again, they did not put enough pressure with the hero that they did have with Tiny, with Night Stalker, and with the Monkey King. The game was pretty even for a good 30 minutes, maybe 25, but then Tidebound was like, okay, we have our BKBs. We're gonna smoke up into triangle, get a pick off. They found the perfect target, killed Tiny, turned that into Roche, which Aurora apparently thought that they can take that fight. They lost even more heroes, and this is where the game kind of went in favor of Tidebound.
Yeah, Tidebound doing a very good job there. Like you said, all they had to do was wait and scale, and things went really well for them. I like their draft. I thought that Aurora, again, I mean, they're just making, and it's not their fault, but they are making Tiny feel not as strong of a hero as, I mean, this guy's getting picked. That's his 24th pick in 3 days.
What's his win rate?
Not including the other series where Tiny lost his game as well. So that's another game. He's now 11-14 overall.
Maybe forcing the hero a bit too much. The one that stands out the most is definitely Bach. Didn't die a single time. Really love the itemization from him. Picking up that Crimson Guard, getting level 2. Tried to go for the mid gank immediately. Didn't happen. So he goes back to lane, continues to farm up, and doesn't die a single time in a 40-minute game, which is pretty impressive.
Yeah, really well done there by Bach. Showing some really good prowess here on this Primal Beast. A hero that not a lot of people are utilizing at the moment, and they end up taking advantage of it. Innocence, he had a tough game, but 09 and 23, he did his job. He survived. He did everything that he needed to do, which was fine. And, did well, ends up surviving, and ultimately Team Tidebound, they take the 2-0, and they really clean up quite well. So that was a great showing overall from Tidebound, right?
Yeah, definitely great. I'm looking at the healing numbers. 24,000 coming out from Io. Didn't deal much damage. 3,000 damage coming out from him, but also we can see some of the flaws in Aurora Gaming's playstyle, the way that they've been playing their drafts as well. But Tidebound, as you said, they can look either hot or cold. Day 1, they looked unstoppable. Day 2, Liquid shut them down. Day 3, they're managing to bounce back. Wondering what's going to happen tomorrow.
And they're going to have potential opponents being figured out as the day goes on. But Tidebound take the 2-0. We're going to take an extended break between this series and the next. The next series is Boom Esports against Perry Vision. We'll be back with that later, and we'll see you guys then.
They don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now.
I can control the switch. I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe.
Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now.
I can control the switch. I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision in it clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. They said gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need
money. Yeah, yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hell.
going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. All of that stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up.
take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make-believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Don't try to stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back here to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. We're back with some more Dota action. I'm B-Cop, joined here by Lacoste, ready to bring you the second series, Paravision against Boom Esports. Both of these teams at 1-1. We saw an original 1-1 series with Tidebound against Aurora, and it was Tidebound who took that series 2-0 over Aurora. And then earlier today as well, one dub eliminated M80. They beat them 2-0. A little bit of a surprise there, but we've got Paravision against Boom, and let's take a look at this Paravision roster. No One, DM, 9 Class, Satanic, and Ducalis. Solid squad.
Yeah, good squad, even though they didn't start too hot in this one because they lost to Nightpulse. I think Nightpulse is slightly, maybe even heavily underrated as a team, considering the performances that they did have. They also kind of stomped them, especially in the second game. It was a 25-minute game, and also coming into the next series, they played against One Move, which is not the strongest of the teams that we have in the tournament. Maybe they got a little surprised by the first series that they played against Nightpulse, but overall, one of the better teams out there. We didn't get the chance to see them at Wallachia, but good squad and always fun to watch.
Yeah, this squad, you know, since taking first place at ESL 1 Bangkok, they got third place at Fissure Playground, then they were 5th, 6th at Blast, and 3rd at Dream League. You know, I feel like not making it out of this Swiss stage for Paravision would be a pretty huge disappointment for them. Whereas now we take a look at the Boom Esports roster of Armel, Jackie Jabs, Jean-Well, and Tims. This team looked good day 1. And day 2, Team Spirit kind of dismantling them. It was a long game 1, 63, just about 64 minutes, but game 2 on a little bit of the quicker side at 32 minutes. It was a solid series there, and we got the coin flip for you. It was won by Paravision. They'll take first pick while Boom Esports will take Radiant. Okay.
Boom, they had a great series against BetBoom. Lost the laning stage, I believe, in the second game pretty heavily. Managed to come back with the Bounty Hunter. Also, the lane shenanigans that they did, playing Mars from the safe lane, carry Bristleback from the off lane. Then coming into the second series against Team Spirit, you said it was a longer game that they played. They were playing a 63-minute game. It was pretty even. It's just that got outscaled with Dragonite and Clanks on side of Spirit. And then coming into the second game, it was a bit of a kind of mess, I would say, most of the time. They lost the tower, their offlane tower, relatively early on. They picked that profit to counter the Storm Spirit. It did look good for first couple of minutes. First Exorcism with the Soul Collector, basically having double the amount of ghosts because you're collecting all the kills on the map, which looked okay. But again, it's that profit. This hero just doesn't feel as good right now.
It's definitely a hero that we don't see as much of, and I feel like for those reasons in particular that it starts off okay and then really kind of falls off pretty hard. Has the Death Prophet been picked up outside of that one game? No. So that was the only game that we've seen it in this tournament so far, which we'll see if they go back to it. I'm wondering if we see Boom Esports maybe come back with anything that they've used already up to this point. I mean, they're one of those teams, again, that likes that Tiny, but Tiny not, to me, looking that strong. And you said it at the end of the last series, is a hero that's kind of feeling a little bit forced at this point.
It definitely does. I also want to see how mid matchup is going to work, because it's going to be Armel against Laurel. Armel has really impressed me so far in the tournament. He was playing Puck. He was playing Slardar mid, first game against BetBoom Team. Then was playing Lashrak. Even though they lost that game, he had a pretty overall amazing game. I think he dealt the most damage in that game. And then Dead Prophet, when he was playing against Laurel, he was the one who kind of won the matchup against the Storm Spirit. So now he's going to be playing against No One, and want to see what he's going to be able to do in that one, because No One is also one of the strongest laners out there.
Yeah, he's been definitely on a big resurgence tour ever since ESL1 Bangkok and being on this Paravision squad. So it's interesting to see how he'll continue to progress here with the way that he's been playing. But this is a big series. You know, we said it in the last series, Tidebound, they find their way one series away from qualifying for playoffs, but losing this series puts you in a very precarious spot where you're one series away from getting eliminated as well. 1-1 is, you know, it's not do or die at this moment, but it's once you're at 2 losses, it feels just like there's so much pressure.
It definitely is, because if you lose that one series afterwards, you're gonna lose, like, you're out, and that's not where you want to be, especially for Paravision. But been really impressed by Boom Esports. I think John Will had great performances. Armel definitely the shining star of the team. Tim's is an old school player. He loves to play his position for Mirana. He played it 2 times so far. I believe he won 1 game and lost the other, but I think it's time to maybe stay away from the hero and pick something different. I want to see some more impact rather than arrowing the range creep in the lane for the first few minutes.
Yeah, we'll see if you go back to the Mirana. We'll see if Jean-Will gets his hands on the Ancient Apparition that he liked in that first day that led them to that victory, because he was very important, and I feel like he was very strong going into those games with those heroes. They really did kind of beat up on BetBoom, especially in that second game. It felt like the Ice Blast, it felt like his Ancient Apparition was really on point, and it might be something to think about in terms of wanting to take that away in the draft. Especially we're seeing a lot of Ancient Apparition not only picked but banned, so it makes sense to think if it's going to be first phase banned by the side of Paravision.
And if we look some of the similar things that these two teams are doing, they're losing with Tiny.
Yeah.
And Paravision did win 1 game with Tiny when they were playing against One Move, but they're also a team that still loves to play Monkey King. They love to play Monkey King from the mid lane. It was also answered twice against the Ember Spirit, because this is something that One Move did in both of the games that they lost. And, you know, No One, he loves to play the hero.
Yeah. Well, what else have they been playing so far? Taking a look at their previous games, you've got Paravision also liking their Ancient Apparition. They've gone to Storm. Venomancer is one of those Paravision specific heroes that you need to be careful for, that you might want to, might have to fill a ban of something that you might end up having. Like if you put Venomancer there and you end up having to give up, say, Dazzle or Jakiro or Ancient Apparition, you got to really figure out what you're willing to go up against if you're going to let them have that Venomancer or take it away, right?
He might be the guy that invented the jungle Venomancer. At least he was the guy that was spamming it the most. But definitely a ban material when you play against the team. It also needs to have a specific offlaner. We've seen, who was it? It was the Hawks team that did use it quite well during Dream League Season 25 when they were playing jungle Venomancer, offlane Night Stalker, because you need to see the lane, I think, a lot of the time, so you can pick Venomancer. If it's a weaker lane, then you can just say, see you guys later, I'm going to be jungling from the start. Sometimes you need to help him out with the first wave where you creep cut it and then maybe help him. Like, we've also seen some position 5 Venomancers.
Yeah.
Also jungling, like getting level 2, level 3, and then going to jungle, leaving their carry alone. But jungle Venomancer is a very specific thing to do. It's not like, oh, we can just straight up pick it and say whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, it definitely needs the right combination. But I would say you're probably picking it first or second, knowing what you're kind of going for. We've seen a lot of safe lane first picks today. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the trend kind of continue as they ban out the Tinker as well as the Night Stalker. And what will be this final ban? You still have Jakiro available. You still have Venomancer available. Trying to think about if there's anything that...
Tiny.
Yeah, Tiny. I honestly, at this point, I feel like you just kind of let Tiny through, right? Like, it's been shown to be very beatable. Even with a lot of farm. Like, even top of the net worth, this hero has been proven to be very beatable. I wouldn't be shocked if they let it through.
There's Magnus, so I think they are looking for a Magnus opener, deciding what they want to ban against it.
Dire team pick. Radiant team pick.
Yeah, they go Magnus. Yeah.
So yeah, it was mostly okay. There's still some heroes available, like Tiny, but we also want to have overwhelming team fight, and we don't want to get counter initiated on once we jump into it. So removing Tide, picking Magnus for themselves. Boom Esports, let's see what they open up with. I'm fine with some Jakiro trade, but maybe they value Tiny higher, even though they've been losing with the hero. Hero has had so far less than 50% win rate. I think most of the games that we've seen, maybe we've seen all the games and they lost all of them. But yeah, it's going to be Jakiro. I think Jakiro is a good response to Magnus. It gives you that counter initiation, gives you good laning, good amount of team fight as well, great scaling. You're never going to be lacking damage with this hero. And also, there's so many combinations that you can get with Jakiro. So this also leaves Tiny in the pool. There's a possibility that Paravision also says, you know what, we're going to leave this Tiny in the pool. If you don't want to have it, we'll take it ourselves. And then you have two big displacement abilities with the Skewer and the Tossback, which makes your life so much easier if we're talking about the execution, getting the ganks going, sieging the high ground. Even with 15, 20k gold disadvantage, you can still make a comeback into the game with these heroes.
Right. And truthfully, I just think you ignore the Tiny. I don't know. When it's the two of us casting and it's Tiny, we're like the kiss of death for this hero. I think that maybe we'll see something a little bit different. They ban out that Faceless Void. And I mean, the Veno still available. We'll see if it's even going to be picked up at this point. I'm interested to see, you know, you've got Magnus, who in this tournament alone is 5-2, so has a pretty nice win rate with a small sample size at the moment. And the Magnus, let's see who's been winning with it. Tundra's 2-1 with it. Liquid's 2-0 with it. Even Wildcard got a win with it, and those are your 5 wins there between those 3 teams. And Muerta ban, we've talked about how good this hero feels. You get that early Rod of Atos, you go to the Ag Scepter afterwards, have that dead shot that can be very brutal in pickoffs, or even to really try and counter fights out. You start to initiate, a good dead shot flies through, hits, you know, an important initiator, hits a couple heroes with that Ags, and all of a sudden you're in a lot of trouble.
One of the strongest overall laners from position 4. Will take Phantom Assassin for themselves. Now it is a question: do they want to get that Tiny?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna throw it out there. Bloodseeker. I know this hero has not been picked, but I believe that this hero is very playable right now.
Has it been banned?
I have to double check.
I mean, I've got the screen.
He
up.
was banned, yeah, 2 times, picked 0 times. I think mostly when you were playing against, if you had some Pango, maybe a combination of Pango plus Phantom Assassin.
Take away the Enigma by picking it up and knowing that they've gone to the Phantom Assassin. They know that there's not going to be a Gyrocopter to deal with Enigma's Eidolons.
Yeah, I'm fine with Tusk or Tiny. If they want to mask this Tiny to not show where he's going, I'm fine with that. But I also think that there's a massive possibility, because this is DM Enigma. They're not playing it from different roles. No position 4/5 shenanigans. They see Phantom Assassin. They want to steal away some of the farm from her. And these are the 2 best position 4s to be paired up with Enigma. There's also Marcy, but Marcy had abysmal win rate at the previous Wallachia. It was sitting at 13%, and she was picked quite a lot.
Last game that DM played the Enigma was in that series yesterday, where they ended up playing up against one move. He went 2-3-23 in that game. And a really easy time. It says he lost the lane, but 2-3-23 seems pretty good at the end of the day. That was paired up with Satanic on the Lifestealer, And they had a 4-position Tiny.
What does Jabs want to play in this one? I might be fine with some... If they want to go with something like Doom or Mars, I'm fine with that. There's some really big spells to steal. Rubik on paper sounds good. Rubik in a real game, professional e-game environment, almost never feels good. This hero doesn't provide you with much in the lane. The reason why I like Doom is you can stop Enigma's Black Hole. Always gonna have something like to stop the healing coming out from Pugna, because that's what they want to have. And Satanic is pretty farm heavy oriented carry. Instead, they will go with Abba, a hero that doesn't die. And if you're caught inside of the RP, you can pop your ulti and that shield somebody else. A good way of disengaging. They're lacking a little bit of control. I guess the control is going to come out from the mid lane. Because Rubik and Jakiro's fine. Don't get me wrong. Jakiro's one of the best heroes right now. But I'm still doubting Rubik.
Got the Abba Rubik. This is the first Pugna pick of the tournament. And the one Rubik singular pick from this tournament so far was played by Night Pulse. It was played with Doom, Ember, Terrorblade, Warlock. Bit of a different lineup for it, of course. A little bit surprising, I would say, that maybe... I mean, they go Rubik, easy stuff to steal. They already have the Jakiro. I guess you can't really go Silencer. If you want Silencer, Jakiro is your 2 supports. It's not exactly amazing, but it's always makes things pretty difficult for Enigma, but kind of Rubik kind of fills that as well. If he can not only steal it, but stop it. And then Abaddon's going to be quite tanky. Not a hero that you really want to black hole or anything like that. Anyway, I'm interested to see if this is going to be the other support pick, but it ends up being the Ember Spirit.
It is potentially a support pick for them. He plays it from position 4.
I was going to say, because you've already got DM locked in on the Enigma, which means Magnus is either your 1 or your 2, but this could definitely be your support. Pretty mobile support. We used to see like Zincu do this. He loves playing spirits in the 4 position. I like Ember 4. Searing Chains is pretty strong as a support early on. And I feel like you can kind of scale pretty well, right?
Yeah, you keep them in place if this is something they want to go for. But seeing the ban, removing Monkey King, this to me says we want to play Ember Spirit from the mid lane. And they're going to be removing that Tiny that we talked about. The other ban probably should be Tusk. I think this is... Because 9 Class has a very specific hero pool. I think this is his best hero overall. This guy just never misses. Like, if we're talking about Snowball saves, Ice Shards blocks, the way he lanes with Enigma. So probably, I talked about the big 3 position 4s. Tiny, Muerta, and Tusk. I think whatever they leave in the pool, it's going to get picked up. But they're removing Slark as well. This is the interesting one.
Yeah, the Ember was played by 9 Class, I believe, in the first game of that Night Pulse series.
10 seconds remaining.
And
they could still do it. They could still pick a different carry. This Magnus can go to 2 different roles, 3 different roles.
Right.
Maybe. If you think about Magnus going some position 4, if necessary, Ember mid, Pugna 5, and then pick the carry last. But I think Magnus still wants to be core, considering how good this hero is. And yeah, this is definitely Ember mid.
Okay.
Radiant team picked.
So Ember mid. Medusa picked up. Okay. Does that change anything than what you just said?
Does change Magnus going position 4, I believe. So quite a lot of Tifa. Maybe they think we have enough. Eventually, Magnus is gonna be able to get a Blink Dagger because he's laning with Enigma. There's always gonna be a kill threat. And now they need to find a hero. Maybe it's just Pango time. If they want to be thinking about getting a hero from the mid lane that can build into Diffusal.
That's, as it was the first Pugna pick, it's the first Medusa pick as well of the tournament. When was the last time Satanic played Medusa. Let's take a look. This is, I don't know. I don't know if I was really expecting Medusa at all.
I would prefer to have this combination between Pugna and Medusa in the previous patches, where life drain, when you're full HP, it would provide you with mana. It doesn't work that way anymore. Unfortunately, you can't provide heroes with mana, so that's a big nerf if we're talking about the combination between two of those.
Right.
And in the end, it's gonna be Armel picking up Puck for himself. Pretty good Puck game. Not a diffusal blade carrier. They want to be able to lock onto a target and kill it. We talked about them not having too much of control. Puck definitely provides with a lot.
I kind of like Boom's lineup, to be honest. I don't know if I really like the Medusa. The last time they played the Medusa was 2 months ago. I think that's what, pre-patch? It was... Where was this at? It was at Blast Slam 2. So that was the last time they played it. They did win. They were playing up against Talon with it. So it was another SEA team that they beat with Medusa. But it definitely makes me a little bit worried. I don't know if I really like this hero at the moment. But it's because I really haven't seen much of it. Obviously, the first pick here. How do you feel about this Medusa?
Damage on them is pretty slow. Phantom Assassin, sure, gonna be dealing damage, but Medusa builds into... Because I think Phantom Assassin is gonna have some troubles itemizing against what he's playing into. Because you're playing against Black Hole, you're playing against RP, so BKB is not gonna be that big of a value. You're playing into Stone Gaze, so he might actually completely skip it in this game and might go for like SNY, and you have to have Nullifier against Pugna. That's why they counterpicked it. You also need to start thinking about Medusa's itemization, which is going to be Manta style into Butterfly, so you need to fit in MKB. So I want to see how he's going to be addressing the multiple issues that they do have, especially if he is going to be shut down. We saw Phantom Assassins getting shut down early, especially if you can rotate, if you can take her tower early on, and you definitely can with this Enigma. So I think this game is going to be a slightly slow entry, and then we're going to be seeing a lot of team fights. Because Magnus, Enigma, if you can get the skewer back, you could definitely grab a kill. But then again, mid lane, I don't think there's going to be much rotation, and gotta be careful. Rubik, played by Tims. This is one of his classics.
Let's see. Let's take a look at the facets here. Mephitic Shroud and Methodical, Frugal Filch, Jostling Rift, Icebreaker, Venomous Volley, Splitting Image, and Double Impact, Internal Empowerment, and Siphoning Word.
Yeah, so he did go for Eternal Empowerment. Usually on a support Magnus, you go for the other one, but I guess he also wants to be able to get some farm for himself. He's going to be stacking, getting farmed that way, because lane for Enigma is probably going to be close to his tower most of the time.
And should be... Ooh. Pause. Gonna be a quick pause. Restart. A little bit of input lag. How long is this restart about to take? I think F1 has made me think that pit stops are quick. So I think it's gonna be game off. Gotta wait. Okay, now the play button's activated again. You press play. Press confirm on your settings. So I get a thing ready to come back.
What's the average duration of pit stop?
A couple seconds.
Back in the days when I was watching, it was like 5 to 7 seconds. These guys probably got better over time.
You said 5 to 7 seconds?
Yeah, I think it was before. That's what I remember, at least.
I mean, it's pretty quick because all you're hearing is just, you know, they get in, they pit, and then, you know, tires off, and then tires back on.
It has to be one of more stressful jobs.
Then you're good.
You have to perform in those 5 seconds.
Yeah. In those 2 seconds. You're losing time if you're 5 seconds. You don't really want to be getting 5 seconds, then you're behind. But it takes a lot more than just 5 seconds here to fall behind in a game. Bounty runes were 2 apiece, if you don't remember pre-pause. Interested to see how a lot of these lanes go. The off-lane Abaddon with the Mephitic Shroud. Really strong, and you can play pretty aggressively with that.
Such a hype lane. You have Mephitic Shroud of Photic Shield against Medusa's Mana Shield. Basically 2 heroes that can't die.
It'll be all about getting the supports.
I wanted to see Medusa cannot be slowed. That facet, it's a bit of a meme, but maybe it needs a little bit of a buff. I think we're getting there. 1 or 2 more buffs, and eventually it's going to become a facet on Medusa.
Well, one to choose. That's certainly a possibility. This bottom lane, Jackie with Joel on the Jakiro and Phantom Assassin. It could do work, and they're going to try and go in on a 9 class immediately with the dual breath, blood grenade, skewer away. Have some help there from DM, who hits that level 2, has that Malefice. If we were going to play aggressive.
His courier died. So Enigma needs to give him some extra bit of regeneration.
Top lane, though.
Radiant's courier.
Satanic on this Medusa. I feel like Satanic, this is one of the heroes that he got a name on himself for. Not a hero we're seeing that much, though, and why is that? Why is Medusa just not a hero at the moment?
I don't think his name comes from the hero. I think it comes from an item. But he definitely did make name for himself playing these illusion-based carries. Phantom Assassin, Phantom Lancer, Terrorblade, probably his biggest one. Morphling.
We'll see if he can hold true on his prowess with this hero. If he'll buy a Satanic. I doubt it.
No, I think this game, Manta style, Butterfly, and then start thinking about picking up some Silver Edge so that you have break mechanic.
Right. Yeah, just wanting to be able to break through that Phantom Assassin, get the MKB. You'll have control, and the control is not an issue. Searing Chains, RP, Black Hole if you could pull it off. You just got to find the right opening. The problem is there's a lot here to kind of help out, especially if you get the Aphotic Shield or some Miscoils out. I'm interested to see what Abaddon's going to build from the off lane. Got jabs in this old Alliance set for the Abaddon.
That's the name I haven't heard in a while.
Bottom lane. I mean, things are pretty quiet, pretty even. Things not really going the way that maybe Boom would have liked. They wanted to get that early first blood if they were able to do so with the blood grenade and the dual breath, and they've actually gone 1-1-1. Armel moving over to get himself that 4-minute water rune. There was some aggression over bottom, but Jackie takes a bit of damage. Doesn't want to commit heavily onto that. And then a TP over from Ducalis back over towards top. Just to feed over some mana back to Satanic, who not exactly working with a lot of mana at the moment. Only 200, but he still has a mango to his name if need be.
We said it's going to be a slow start to the game, seeing the heroes. You can kind of expect it. They try to make a move on Phantom Assassin, but not the easiest hero to kill. Can easily blink away with the skewer. General has been doing a good job keeping himself in a nice position so that he can't get skewered by Magnus. You see that Enigma. He has a good amount of denies. 7 denies, but still Jackie is not really affected by that too much. 28 CS on him. Really love that he picked up Orb of Light as his first item to have extra bit of physical damage, because Eidolons didn't have much armor. They have a lot of magic resist though. No one.
It's some trouble. Armel, we've talked about how he's felt like the strongest player in this squad so far, and with the Waiting Rift, he's got the silence, but under the tier 2 tower, a TP over from 9 class will deter Armel from sticking around. Armel avoiding the shockwave, but again, Satanic not working with a lot of mana. He needs to be a bit careful about how much he wants to commit in.
Needs to get his mana back. Does have one mango to work with. Just enough to use the Mystic Snake.
9 class coming from behind. Let's see if he can make anything of this. If they could get first blood spotted there by Tims. I mean, that's the easier of the 2 kills to get. Jean-Will making the rotation through the Twin Gate. So you've got 6 heroes having a party here in the top lane, but
just kidding.
Nobody looking to dance
go
together.
Back through the Twin Gates. 9 class still looking.
He still is, but is it jabs you want to go for? Shockwave, skewer, and a lot of blood grenades thrown. They've got the control, but do they have the damage? They will with the Mystic Snake. Satanic getting first blood. It's a tough kill to get, but at the end of the day, they do find it. They do get it. Working with that Gorgon's Grasp to get that little bit of extra
best ability
lockdown
in the game. This is basically Ghoul Frenzy from a couple of patches ago. Nothing beats Gorgon's Grasp.
Body blocks from
Nice
9
body
class. The telekinesis, he's got the aphotic shield, and now Sleight of Fist. No one's in the vicinity. Oh, I don't know if they were expecting this, but I thought maybe Tims had gotten out for free, and now 9 class. There's a Dream Coil. Armel makes a rotation. Both mids showing up into the top lane, and both getting a kill for their team.
All right, I need to speak to 9 class. Something that he said in an interview, get facets that wins you the lane. So he goes for internal empowerment, doesn't put a point in empower until 7 minutes.
Did the facet win the lane?
He didn't even have it.
So no?
Definitely
Okay.
not. It was the skill that won the lane. They will try to make a move in the bottom lane. Jackie is alone.
Yeah, Jackie alone, and DM, he doesn't have the black hole. Ooh, Skewer going the other direction, but it doesn't quite matter. Jackie's still dead to DM. Good move there. 9 class without... really, the facet making the big deal. Getting another kill and opening up that lane for DM. Look at no one. They've got the silence with the Waning Rift, Sleight of Fist, and a Remnant away. Not pulling a Kiyotaka and not having a Remnant ready to go. But
Don't have
survives.
to do him dirty like that. He had a pretty rough series.
So I'm sorry, Kiyotaka. I didn't mean it. Apologize.
Bringing in numbers. Party Vision.
They want to get Jackie
be
again.
able to get him again, and let's see if they're going to be successful in doing so.
All right.
Heroes on the high ground.
Decrept, but Dual Breath behind them. 9 class looking to help out. He's level 5. A lot of these heroes level 5 on the cusp of being at their ults. Borrowed time pop by Jabs, but now that's run out. Can't flip over the timer with the sands. It's already at the bottom, and he's run out of the time that he's borrowed. So he's going to be run down here by no one. And 2 heroes are going to die, but Armel's still looking to turn around. He does now have Black Hole, but he's silenced with the Waning Rift. Jackie goes in. Sleight of Fist once again. But Jackie's surviving, and Tim's still looking to give some help. It's kind of a long, slow fight, but the skewer across doesn't quite touch Armel, but the shockwave hits. They get the kill to the puck. Nice ice path. They'll take out no one. Ducalis with the life drain on to Jackie. Medusa's coming through the Twin Gate. Tims is low. 9 class also sitting without a lot of health, but the shockwave grabs Tims. Satanic coming through, and Jean-Will has got his arms down. Maybe he can snipe out 9 class if he gets a little bit too close, but Dual Breath, Ice Path comes through. Satanic, Gorgon's Grasp. Jackie,
Grasp.
uh-oh, thinking about the RP, but they don't even need it. He actually doesn't have the mana for it anymore. They don't use the black hole, and they're gonna look for more. They still want to get this Jakiro, and they don't quite have the damage initially, but Satanic's gonna follow him through the Twin Gate. Ice Path ready to go, reactivated, and Satanic's not gonna be able to keep up.
What the hell is this? It's been a full 2-minute fight going on from 8 to 10 minutes. They're bringing in numbers. Fight recap doesn't do anything because it was way too long, but I think in the end, it's pretty even. It's been 3K before they even initiated into that fight. Problem is, Jackie got killed one more time. So his battle timing is definitely going to be delayed. And now you have this Medusa, who's pretty high level. Split shot is maxed out.
One of the things I really like about Satanic, even on a hero like Medusa, where he doesn't have many items, he's willing to get involved. Not immediately,
He had to.
but
Everybody was there. It's like 9 heroes fighting for 2 minutes. I better join as well.
Armel. Uzuri Orb over to the other side, but no one really being a pain in the ass with this Slick Fist. Not the greatest of ice paths, and they're going to get this tower. They'll need 1 or 2 more Nether Blasts. Need to be careful. RP still available. They didn't use it bottom. There was no need to. He didn't even have the mana afterwards. After he used
They also
that
didn't
last
use the
shockwave.
black hole.
Nope.
They got the tower, which does open up the map. And they also killed the mid tower. So map is getting smaller for Boom Esports. I also see that Jabs is going for Radiance as his first item. This is very greedy. I don't know if they're going to be able to stabilize. There's a possibility that Paravision, with the draft that they have a bunch of tower damage coming up from Eidolons, Pugna. They have drums. DM is building into pipe. Once he finishes that pipe, and if your Abaddon doesn't have Radiance online, this is going to be a massive timing for them.
Could be a bit tough not having that, but Skewer with the shockwave. Tim's telekinesis stops no one, but they're still gonna lose this Rubik. It's with the sleight of fist coming out from no one. And Ember putting in the hurt. 9 class. He's been involved in all 9 kills so far.
More like 9 kills.
TP attempts.
He's been pretty active. Yeah, he hasn't been stacking much. That means that his Blink Dagger is not going to come online maybe as fast as you would want to. Still going to be a good timing on a position 4 considering the amount of kills that he was involved into. And no one, he's in.
Jackie's got nowhere to go. He's going to have to try. Oh!
He read that so well.
Yep. That was pretty. That was sick. I love that.
Classic no one.
Yeah.
This Radiance better come online right now. I don't know how he needs to get the money, but it is pretty difficult. Both of your supports are also level 5.
Yeah.
We would definitely love to have... Like, Rubik is just a bait pick. It can't be the most godly spells you can steal in the game. Still, this hero doesn't really provide you with much. And the bottom tower down to 50% HP.
I feel like we were talking about this a while ago, where it's
I
like,
shit on Rubik every single time I see the hero.
Every opportunity you get, you really hate this hero. It's that Marana. You really hate Tim's hero pool.
You know how I know? These are some Fog's favorite heroes. I have to lane with them.
9 class thinking about the
off
RP,
lane,
but he's
really
still
not loving
alive.
those. I experienced it way too many times.
Oh, RP used. Damn well dead. Nothing more coming from it. Well, hopefully Fog's still watching, so he knows. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you just let him know how you feel anyway.
He's always watching. No, he knows. He knows how I feel about Rubik for the last couple of years.
It is.
I know, we're
pretty
cooked.
much a bait.
Yeah, we're cooked. If I see that hero and Abaddon, how's he doing? 2.4k gold saved up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's a massive problem. They're gonna hit super strong timing on Paravision. Medusa, she has Manta Style ready. Jackie did die 3 times, so no Battle Fury yet. Needs another 500 gold.
Yeah, that's kind of rough, but what isn't rough is following the channel. It's very easy. When you pay your respects with F, you can !F and follow us on all Fissure official socials. Get behind the scenes action and follow us for all the events to come in the future. Meanwhile, they're trying to go for our mail. They're going to get that courier at least. Armel chased by DM while over mid.
Look where 9
about
class
going
is.
for the Jakira.
He's waiting.
Oh, 9 class is ready. He's got the skewer. He doesn't have RP though, and Armel with the TP attempt and is away. All right. Well, space created. Satanic unbothered. He's got that Manta. He's going into the Butterfly. He's already got 2.3k gold ready to go. And at that moment, Jackie just now has Battle Fury.
And this opens up Tormentor for Paravision. Definitely not going to get contested. They have nothing whatsoever to be able to fight right now. A lot of gold saved up. Battle Fury, as you said, finished. And I talked about the itemization during the draft, but we'll say it one more time. Medusa, especially if she's staying ahead, causes way too many issues for Phantom Assassin to itemize. You're building into Butterfly. You're not going to be able to get the hits in. Good thing is there's going to be Witchblade and Puck, so you have that True Strike on your first hit. But carry-to-carry matchup, it can get pretty difficult, and you're also going to be playing into Pugna, so you need a nullifier eventually to be able to lock on the target. And again, BKB Piercing Tool, 3 of those. So it makes it very, very difficult for him to jump in and take the fight.
Get the kill
He is
on
going for a BKB.
No one, though.
Yeah, good kill, good kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, PA going for the BKB pretty early. Let's see. It's Radiance queued up for the Ember, by the way. They have that RP, and that was 9 class with the Blink Dagger. Black Hole committed, so some big ults used, but they do get the kill into Armel. I would say the most important target for them to get based on the play history so far in this tournament from Boom.
Armel, not impressed. Tanking 2 big ultis. It's like, okay, we'll have to do something about it. I see Gorgon Grasp is at ready. And he's gonna get it. What a spell. Such a shitty spell, you don't want to put more than 1 point in it.
I'm a little scared. If they kill Jabs again, or if they get him one or two more times, Ember might have his Radiance before, but I say that, and he's now swapped it out, so he's no longer getting that Radiance.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
He thought about it, but he'll commit to buying out on that Sange. Scary thing is, Satanic just 1,000 gold away from the Butterfly. Life going to be made very difficult for the side of Boom. They're already down 11,000 net worth. Things are very difficult. Lacoste, is this just a game where you hope that Armel can open up enough space for Phantom Assassin? And even with Phantom Assassin,
No, it's not an easy game for PA by any means. He's way too behind, even though like he's keeping up with the second most farm hero in the game. I don't think it's enough, and I also don't know if I like this BKB too much, because you're playing into these BKB piercing tools, 3 of those, and you're gonna have a hard time. We've seen him dying in the same spot twice.
Yeah, I mean, he's been dying quite a bit. Jackie, this has been kind of the trend for Boom, right? Armel opens up the space. He makes a lot of things happen, trying to hold on long enough for Jackie to have a chance to win you those games. But as seen in the previous series, even with the space that Armel was making, it's not enough. And Jackie was on that tiny once before. That was kind of the case where you had the Leshrac for Armel. It just doesn't feel like what they're offering is enough for Jackie to come back.
Definitely doesn't. Puck has also been shut down. And speaking of carry-to-carry matchup, Satanic Butterfly, 18 minutes.
Gosh.
I'm not saying that he has 2 of those items at 18 minutes. He has Manta Style, though, which is a very costly item.
Ice Path Macro Fire, the Ags Macro Light, but the Ags Macro Light won't matter as no one gets an easy kill. Waning Rift on to DM, but he'll pop those drums and he's away from his team. The rest of his team is down bottom.
High ground.
Yeah.
Oh! Let's see
right.
if he's going to be able to catch him.
Yeah.
RP, he's just going to use it. Okay.
Just drops down the RP, gets the kill, takes Tim's out of the equation.
It's like, okay, you want to defend? Radiance at least has been finished on jabs, but that's definitely not enough.
Doesn't feel like it. Doesn't feel like it at all, honestly. They're just not able to protect that well, and a skewer back, borrowed time. He's out of position.
Buyback from Tim's.
Hey, it's forcing the buyback. The Gorgon's Grasp. It locks down the Abaddon. The borrowed time's going to run out. They've got the Decrepify, so no one can't get hit. They'll commit the Black Hole. It's on to the Abaddon, and Jabs is just dead. He doesn't have buyback. There's nothing for them to do.
Rubik has the Black Hole, but I don't even know what needs to happen for them to actually win a fight. It needs to be like 3-man, standing on top of each other, Phantom Assassin jumping in, cleaving them to death, getting some big crits. But yeah, this game looks pretty damn cooked. 15,000, 20 minutes into the game, and we could get the funny number, 4 kills on side of Boom Esports. Roshan going back to his pit, to the bottom lane.
Yeah, I was about to say, he should toss somebody out of there when he enters it, but he'll toss no one out. I like that change.
It's so funny.
Now he's kind of in this weird locked position. He's like on the edge of the pit, not swinging at anything. He's like bugged.
No one doesn't want to go back in.
I'm done with this. I've been thrown away twice. I get it. I'm unneeded. All right, well, easy Aegis for Satanic. Roche didn't even fight back. I thought they made this guy stronger.
He was tossing people out. It was funny to watch, but they should be going for the high ground and try to push it one more time. Basically, they have one more fight. And Jackie, how's he doing? He does have enough money to buy a BKB after he finishes off this camp.
Huh. That's all I got. Huh. It's a 15,000 net worth lead. It is so tough here for Boom, but they're gonna try. They've got this last ditch effort smoke. They'll try to wrap around, but no one wise to it. Sleight of Fist breaks up the smoke. Armel and the rest of the team having to already back away from a move they wanted to make. Nine Class thinking about the RP, but they've got the root on the jabs, and this illusion cleared up by Jackie for a second.
Satanic is the turret. He's standing still, killing towers.
Doesn't have to move.
Ducalis ready to back him up. Glimmer Cape, Decrepify, whatever it's necessary. You still have one last fight, and they know. They know what kind of a fight is potentially coming. Or you're gonna immediately use the old chat. They read that so well.
I mean, they read the last one too, right? They tried to come around the bottom. Sleight of Fist, got it. Tried to come around the top. Sleight of Fist, sought it out. Easy peasy. Still 3 minutes left of this Aegis too, and all they got to do now is just push top.
Rubik's Black Hole is about to expire.
Well, at least he stole it. Points for that. Satanic with the Orchid. And this is a look at the difference in farm. And he's not quite at 1K per minute, but he is up there.
Ready to close it out. Also going for Orchid, so we'll have more mana, and we'll have potentially even Bloodthorn available against Phantom Assassin.
Ooh, Armel just able to jump away. Jackie thinking about going in. 9 Class looks for a move. Jab's going forward with this Radiance Blade Mail, but they don't really care. They're gonna walk him down. He'll borrow some time, but the Searing Chains keeps him in place. Dream Coil used. Midnight Pulse down. Armel gonna be drained of his life. RP comes through. That's gonna be used, and they'll just call GG. They know the fight's over. Armel, Tims, and Jackie all die, and it ends up 21-4. Very, very easy put together game for Paravision over Boom. I mean, it's a little anticlimactic, but they overwhelmed Boom so much.
They gave them Enigma, they gave them Magnus, they gave them pretty much their best heroes, and they also gave them Ember Spirit on top of that. Medusa plus Pugna, they also won the lane. These are not the heroes that you're going to be seeing, but yeah, only getting 4 kills on side of Boom. I want to see something more. Like, I don't think they read the situation really well in terms of the timings as well. Jabs, he kept farming. They also picked Rubik, which is a big... like, once you pick this hero in professional esports environment, it's gonna like your chances of winning the game, they're definitely gonna go down.
That the sound of you making a crashing sound?
Yeah.
All right, fair enough. I like your sound effects. 4-0-5 for Satanic. He came over bottom, had a good fight. I mean, his GPM's almost at 800. Really just outfarming everything that was in the map. Ducalis never dies. He's 3-0-13. 9 class. He was involved in the first 10 kills altogether. He was 1-1-9. I believe he even went 1-1-10 at some point. So the first 11 kills, you know, it's not a lot of damage from him. It's not the longest game, but he was very much involved. The RPs were on point. They only had to use about 2 black holes for it really to shut down. But in just 24 minutes, there's 5 deaths for a Jackie. He gets a Battle Fury, and that's about it. Like, he never really got started in the game. There was nothing for him to do. And Tim's 0-6-3. Like you said, Rubik just feels very weak at the moment.
It does. And for the next game, I want to see some adjustments. I want to see them being able to punch back. Even though there's been a big fight that happened for like 2-3 minutes in the bottom part of the map, but they still kind of lost that fight because they lost some tower damage. Then the map opened up. They killed the mid tower afterwards with Pugna. Pugna has been, I would say, a bit silent. He did the job blasting the towers, blasting the barracks, sitting behind his Medusa. Unfortunately, the combo doesn't work anymore because you're not getting the mana from life drain. You're getting more heal, but still, they made this work even without this being a thing. This team is so good. So I was a little surprised with how they started the tournament, but you can definitely see that it was a mistake and coming back super strong, playing against Boom Esports that did cause some upsets, but they also are showing that when they start losing, they are just getting dismantled. This might be the most one-sided series that is, or at least game that we've seen so far in the tournament.
Yeah, it's this and the Liquid over Tidebound game 2. Two very one-sided games, but it is 1-0 for Paravision over Boom. I mean, they've done a good job on Paravision so far. But we're going to go to a interview with Jean-Well. We're going to go to a break. So we'll see you guys in just a moment.
In general, I would just say mechanical. But for sure, a lot more to improve overall. Especially when you watch Europe teams. Oh, did I? I didn't know. I think it's my most memorable moment for that year is qualifying for Singapore Major. Because it's my first major that time. That time, I was just super excited. Because since it's my first major, I don't think about anything. I'm just excited to play with the whole world, actually. I would say Boom Esports is one of the best because main part of me is the boss itself. He's cool and he's just like a brother to us. No pressure at all. Avulus, huh? I don't remember much thing, but overall, that tournament for us is... I'm not sure if we're fully prepared, and like, I just don't think we're not on the best shape, to be honest. Lack of time and some internal issues that we have to fix together, and it takes time. It's still teams. I mean, I like playing with teams. We live in the same hometown, same province. We get together sometimes, and to be honest, before I joined Boom, I don't really wanna play in a team yet. But since Tims is there and he asked me to play with him, and I just give it a go. He didn't know that he's a captain. The way he played, the way he discussed our talk about things in Dota, but I just think like he doesn't like to be captain, but he's doing the captain role. Time. I guess you lose a lot of time away from your family and like your time for yourself, like friends or like enjoying the life. When you're enjoying it, but not on the same way as the others, right? Favorite hero that I can play in this meta, huh? Interesting. Wait. What's in there actually? Earth Spirit. I like playing Earth Spirit. Yeah, I think Earth Spirit is one of my best hero. And it's just not a post 5 thing. Tried before, but maybe it won't work on team. What hero is there? Hero that can... Maybe Ayo. I can eat a lot so he can just heal me. He can make me thin again. Something like that. So good actually. I just wanna say thank you to all our fans and to all guys out there supporting us. This season is gonna be new, and hopefully you guys keep supporting us. We'll do our best for Southeast Asia. Thank you.
ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line 'em up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy, he just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep, cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep, cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know.
Hello and welcome back, everybody, to FISSURE Universe Episode 4. That's 4 for you. And we got ourselves a quick series so far. It's 1-0 Paravision in about a 24-minute game. We also have ourselves, well, the FISSURE follow. You got a !F in the chat. You can follow us on all platforms. Follow the FISSURE Universe and official channels to get yourself the behind-the-scenes action and further updates of the future events that you're going to see here on the FISSURE channel. There's a lot. There's gonna be a lot. Just telling you now, you should be ready and you should be following. Anyway, we're gonna follow up game 1 with game number 2, because that's the way it goes. 1, then 2, then 3. And we've got ourselves the coin toss, which was Boom Esports. Nice toss there, Lacoste. First pick for Boom and Radiant for Paravision. Lacoste, how are you starting to like the Radiant first pick, second pick triumphs here?
It depends on the strategy that you're playing. I think right now, considering how we moved Roshan and everything, it is pretty similar. I think maybe, this is just my opinion, I think could be slightly dire favorite because of that 15-minute Tormentor timing. Since you're not going to be losing in 95% of the time your off-lane tower, and you're going to be killing enemy safe lane tower pre-15 minutes, so it does allow you to TP rotate. You have something to like buy back, come to the fight as well. That's my take on it, but also depends like which heroes you're playing, etc. Choosing the side. Some heroes are better on Dire, some better on Radiant. And the last time these two teams met was during the Dream League Season 25, Group Stage 1. Something similar happened. Paravision, they beat them in 23 minutes. Previous game, they beat them in, 24-25. But the second game was won by Boom Esports. Let's see if they can replicate that.
Well, right now they ban the Venomancer, the Nature's Prophet, and they're the ones who have first pick. If they don't ban the Magnus, are they looking to take it themselves?
That's what I would want to see. Magnus, one of the stronger, like he is contested 100% of the time. I believe the hero just gives you everything. Just double check that real quick.
Too easy.
Magnus and Dazzle are the only two heroes with 100% contest rate, so either banned or picked. Let's see how they approach it.
10 seconds remaining.
So far, we've only seen Dazzle banned on our screen,
5
the two of
seconds
us.
remaining.
But
Team back.
Magnus, and then immediately into the Enigma without having picked the Phantom Assassin, though. I would have to say Paravision's next ban has to be Gyro, right?
Paravision needs to remove Gyro, and I think Boom needs to start thinking about maybe removing Phantom Assassin themselves.
5 seconds
Enigma,
remaining.
if this is going to be carry Magnus,
Dire
then
team back.
you're dealing well with the Eidolons because you're all about that physical damage.
Right.
It's eternal empowerment. You get any kind of a slow, you get on top of them, you're going to be getting extra bit of a gold. But they wanted to have Enigma still, no matter what. They wanted to have overwhelming team fight. You know, if Magnus goes in, lands 2-3 man RP, Enigma could easily counter that with one black hole.
He didn't really quite rely on the black hole in the previous game as much. Obviously had that RP, which was available for 9 class. But now swiped here by Boom. And I gotta assume, and I just gotta say, this feels like it has to be Gyro. Otherwise, you're really putting DM in a tough spot.
There's a way around it. You can legit jungle Enigma and get a position 4, but the safer thing is to ban Gyro. And they're gonna do it.
So ban the Gyro. And you said you wanted to see Phantom Assassin. It's another satanic classic. I'm not going to say it again that that's how he made his name, because you'll just say, I'm pretty sure he made his name from an item.
Yeah. I think there's also a possibility that they pick Silencer themselves here on this pick to not give it away to Boom Esports, and then you can have like double counter initiation when Mag goes in.
Yeah, I mean, I like the Silencer. We've seen a lot of Silencer be very effective, although last series it didn't feel so strong, and this gives Phantom Assassin vibes, the Warlock, right? This is a combo that you see a lot. It makes me feel like they're also maybe even looking at forcing Boom to pick Phantom Assassin. Like, hey, if you don't want us to play it.
I think they should take Silencer themselves so that the counter initiation inside of Paravision is not going to be as effective, and maybe even steal PA. I think you might need to start thinking about breaking the combos.
What?
Okay. You can see different thinking how certain teams, like if you see this exact scenario, I think a lot of the teams would lean on having at least Phantom Assassin. For now, it's going to be Techies. Techies and Magnus. It is back.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is... I don't want that.
They don't want the game to end in 25 minutes.
I wanted it to end in 15
high
minutes.
Ground. Oh God. Not again.
I heard you really love this hero. I've heard.
They swapped. I gotta talk to Tim's. I have Tim's on Facebook. I have to message him. My man is just playing old school heroes. Nothing says this is a good Mirana game. I would there's still Jakiro available in the pool. This hero is 10 times better than Mirana. Maybe they're thinking about Moonlight Shadow, the value that they're getting from it. Because, well, jokes aside, when they were playing with Mirana, they were getting a lot of kills, a lot of pickoffs. It's basically 2-minute smoke, better version of smoke that allows you to go for, when you don't have smokes, to make any kind of move, go for the pickoffs.
Huh. Man, Mirana Techies. Not... I mean, the Mirana's fine. Like, I expect that from Tim's. The Techies...
I'm fine with this Mirana if they're gonna close out with Ember on 18. And then Protector Ember with 2 bans. Some Huskar, some Monkey King.
Yeah.
Yes.
And there's the PA. So... I guess you have... Techies? Then maybe I buy a halberd? I have... For disarming this PA?
You have Taser for that. You don't have to.
Yeah, well, I said Techies. I said Techies end. There was an end.
You need to buy more utility.
You think I'm relying on Techies to do the work, the job? No. Never.
I want to see...
He's mining the base.
I want to see those position 4s that I mentioned in the previous game. Tusk, Marcy,
Oh, they stole the Ember.
maybe even Tiny. But
That's rude. That's pretty rude.
now I don't
So
like
now-
Mirana again. Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to say, so now you dislike Mirana again. But you pick Huskar here, right?
10 seconds remaining.
No, because they can flex this Ember Spirit to position 4, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, that's true. And then you're screwed, yeah. And then you throw Ancient Apparition mid, right?
Now you get Sniper, and you peep them because they have no gap closures. They do now with the Dragon Knight.
Could be a safe lane DK. Did Jackie play it last time? For them? Yeah, right?
Let's see how Paravision reads it. I'm thinking Dragon Knight mid,
10 seconds.
offlane Magnus, and a last pick carry. Unless they want to run this Magnus as a carry, which is a bit... It can be very good against Enigma, but it also can be... If you're going in and not landing your spells, the way you itemize is you're going to be buying like Silver Edge, Echo Saber, Blink Dagger, Silver Edge, these type of items. So you have Break Mechanic for Phantom Assassin. Also want to see who's going to be playing position 5 in this one. I know that Tim's, he loves his Mirana. And they also found a hero that Mirana can play with. So without Ember Spirit, they found Dragon Knight. So Dragon Tail into Arrow combination. Pretty old school.
This is clearly 4 Magnus, 3 Techies.
Where are we getting this ideas from, Benjamin? What's going on?
The far reaches of my brain.
I need you to focus. Let's.
I am focused, but I'm, thinking of other possibilities. You've heard of the multiverse, and this is potentially a game in which Techies does go differently in the multiverse. At one time. And Abaddon banned pretty late. And the Tide, that kind of leans towards not offlane mag, at least what they're thinking. They do ban the Huskar still. Thinking, I mean, Ember could go for, like you said.
If they're looking at Dragon Knight against Ember, it can get pretty rough. You're gonna get out CS heavily by Dragon Knight. You're playing a melee hero. He has good attack animation, base attack time.
5 seconds remaining.
And Doom. This is something that I wanted to see in the previous game. It didn't happen. Good anti-carry, good against Enigma. The Magnus is going to be carried. They have 3 very beefy frontliners. They do have Doom, Dragon Knight, and Magnus. So,
Is it
didn't
gonna
really...
be
Yeah, go ahead.
Magnus safe lane? For sure. Because isn't Armel more the
Remaining.
mag player on this team?
You could definitely play Magnus from the mid, Dragon Knight in the safe lane. Yeah, it's doable.
What do you pick here if you're Paravision? Because you have options, right? You could just move the Ember. But now you put the Beastmaster mid, and you do move the Ember 4, and you put... Because I was going to say, Beastmaster gets picked, but you've already got the Enigma for DM. We've seen Beastmaster now in every core role. Because we saw Pure on it. No one's now on it mid. I feel like the last time I saw mid Beastmaster was like the Axis spam from Eternal Envy.
Oh, it happened yesterday or day before.
Yeah,
BZM,
but this is how I
BZM
like my
played it.
energy. Yeah. This is how I enjoy thinking of older references, like SpongeBob.
This was back in the days. Beastmaster mid, no cooldown on axes, just keep spamming it. That was fun. And that was in a game for really long. We haven't patched that, and people still allowed it to happen. And then like, what's the reason why we lost? Beastmaster. So they wanted to have slightly more like Beastmaster from the mid lane. You're still gonna be buying the off lane carry items. Not talking about Helm. It's going to be Aghanim Scepter, Blink Dagger, BKB Shivas, these type of items where you're going to become annoying, I would say, slightly earlier because you're going to be getting those extra levels. But a lot of team fight. Jackie is going to be playing Magnus after all. Tim's, of course, on his Siggy Marana. And Ducalis, Warlock plus Phantom Assassin. Not sure if they were the one that invented this Warlock plus Phantom Assassin, because during Fissure Playground in Belgrade, they were the ones picking it quite often.
Yeah, they played it a lot, and they ended up taking third in that tournament. And they played really well, third or fourth, and it was just a solid combo that I think everybody picked up on, and we're gonna see Satanic on it with the Warlock of Ducalis. But the really big standout is truthfully just the techies. Like, I guess Shockwave with a sticky bomb and a blast off is enough to get a kill. I mean, it definitely could be enough to get a kill, especially if you skewer them under tower. But I'm a little worried about this techies. I'll be honest.
Techies has been buffed. Like, cast point on his minefield sign has been increased, and it also causes all of the mines in 500 radius to deal extra 15% damage.
Huh.
It scales really well. Like, the levels that you're getting, your minefield sign is getting stronger.
Okay. Took the Spleen's Secret Sauce, by the way, as the facet. The increased blast off damage and self damage. So max HP is bonus damage, 15%. Guess we'll see if this techies can be it. Will it be lit or not? That's the question. And
The battle begins.
as for the bounty runes, it does look as though it'll be 3 for Paravision. What's the build here for mid Beastmaster? How did BZM play it the other day?
Same item build. Rush Aghanim Scepter. There's no other way to really build Beastmaster. Other than offlane, of course, where you go for a helm.
Right. Keeping it pretty much the same, just from the middle lane. Up against the DK, how's that lane go?
Haven't seen this one. Like, it's been a while since I saw Beastmaster mid in a while. Except for that BZM performance. But you're going to be having those boars. And let's see which facet he chose with Dragon. I think he did go for Corrosive Dragon, so the minus armor. See that the boars are taking quite a lot of damage.
They are, and Armel trying to maybe get a bit of an extra CS going after one of the boars.
It's
Just
going
needs
to
to be a
annoying
little bit careful, though.
at the early levels. Fighting into 2 boars. Up until you start getting more points in your Worm's Wrath.
Satanic pulling this creep wave all the way up and around, while Tim's does the same. And Satanic will try to get this back to even, keep it away from the tower, make sure that he can keep the creep equilibrium in a decent spot. That does push in a little bit. And Satanic going to try and deal with grabbing all these creeps as the double wave comes into the tower. Tim's, though, Ducalis is trying to get a solo kill here by the tier 2 tower. And this is kind of insane.
Level 1 Warlock. Tim's know he's fine. Has protection from the tower, extra bit of regen. Eats the tango. While Satanic is getting a complete free farm. This is the interesting one. This is Ember Spirit position 4. He already did play it. So instead of going for the double fist facet, he did go for chain gang. Makes more sense playing it from the support role.
Yeah, definitely a lot more sense. Have that extra bit of control. It was a little bit of a steal pick with the Marana having already been picked up by Boom and Satanic. Just a nice all chat XD. Not sure what for, but why not?
Tim's arrow is not on cooldown, so I'm not sure what happened there. Thought there was an attempt to kill him.
I guess not. Tim's also almost level 3 already. Satanic is at level 3. Shadow Word jabs now on the run. Well, Satanic, Fatal Bonds on both heroes. This might push the lane out a little bit. Stifling Dagger to push them back so he can grab that range creep, and then pulling the creep wave off to the side will continue to help Satanic make sure that he's able to get every CS as well. Not awful so far for the start for Paravision for Satanic. Everything seemingly going to according to plan, but the Doom a little bit behind. You still have DM on this Enigma. We've talked about DM on the Enigma, how good he is with this hero. Obviously,
once they hit level 3, I could see them try to go and try to make a move. 9 class has Blood Grenade, 2 points in Sleight of Fist. Try to put a little bit more pressure into that lane. And speaking of putting the pressure, no one has been putting quite a lot of pressure onto Dragon Knight, keeping them low in terms of CS. It's pretty even.
Yeah, the CS is even. No one just using these boars to be very annoying. We'll grab the Water Rune, and Armel just continuing to just take shot after shot after shot from these boars. That is so frustrating to have to deal with. Constantly at half health. Blast off comes through. Blood Grenade looking for the first blood, but Janwell, he's okay with the skewer across from Jackie. Actually gets saved with that. Had a lot of charges on that wand to heal up with, so even with the blast off, not in too much trouble. In 9 class, he's only got that stick, only has 3 charges on it, and he's going to eat that sticky bomb.
And immediately bringing items to the lane. He needs extra bit of mana to cast his spells. He did commit heavily with the Blood Grenade, but Jackie is pretty low, and they're running out of regeneration. So is Januel. He's bringing something on the courier, Tangos, and the healing salve. They're playing the lanes better. Way too much harassment from Paravision. Stronger lanes. Warlock, VA, you're not winning this against this lane. There's just no way. It needs to be something very specific, and Mirana position 4, definitely not it.
It's trying to be. It was high level early, but hasn't gotten a lot of experience since. Satanic not working with a lot of mana at the moment, but he does have a Lotus and 3 charges on that stick. Armel, he's in some trouble, but the TP from Janwell, he's got that sticky bomb and the blast off. No one. Now with the Blood Grenade thrown for Janwell, he's getting pretty low, but the Sleight of Fist, 9 class is here, Searing Chains, and
oh, he gave it to no one.
Blood.
The boar got him.
Yeah, I think a reactive taser might have stopped him too, but the boar ended up getting it and getting that first blood, and already a 2,000 net worth lead here for Paravision. And you can move off this lane. DM's pretty fine. He's already got the early drums. You can start to move around his 9 class. You help get that first blood. You know how quickly that a Beastmaster can help, take towers, especially with a little bit of help. This is a problem for Boom. They're not really getting much out of their lanes.
No, and I'm wondering who's going to be the playmaker again. Dragon Knight? I think Carmel needs to be the one trying to make something happen. He does have Invis Rune, so maybe they could set things up, but Satanic, pretty difficult kill to get. And they also might try to force something here. They see Mirana. Tims will need to use the last leap charge.
That's rough, but Elder Dragon form and Dragon Tail arrow. Satanic, he's got a jump, so he's fine. Jab's only level 4. Doesn't really care about Jab's coming over. And he's going to get healed up pretty heavily. Carmel comes back with not a lot of mana, and this Elder Dragon form is going to run out soon enough. Jab's taking some damage here. Tim's also pretty low. There's only been 1 kill in this game, so there's only 1 charge on that Black Grimoire. And like I said, Beastmaster takes towers pretty quickly here at the 7-minute mark, where 1 shrine apiece. But that tower goes down mid, and Armel, that's a rough spot to be in. He's got to look for a place to farm now that's going to be safe if he can. Primal Roar is available. You've got 9 class moving around. I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to go maybe towards top and get a kill in the Magnus.
Has Primal Roar available, and this could result in getting the tower kill. Enigma is level 6 with drums. Black Hole available. 3 points in Eidolons. Even Ducalis is making a move.
Yeah, Satanic doesn't really have to fear for his life all too much in this bottom lane.
As long as Doom is level 5, he's fine with that.
Tim's eating a lot of damage, even committing to it, but now the Techies is coming over, looking for the Infernal Blade, but
He's not in
wisely,
range.
Satanic is also hiding behind his own creeps, but the arrow, oy, almost walked back into it. Meanwhile, Armel, they didn't even need to use Primal Roar to get that kill.
Under attack.
And looking at the top lane, 9 class, he's pushing the tower with Eidolons. Oh, they're gonna get another tower. Another slow type of a draft from Boom. Jabs, level 5.
Ooh, Skewer and the Fatal Bonds, but the jump over towards no one who still has that roar because they didn't need to use it, so he'll use it now. They get this roar out onto the Doom. Jabs level 5, no Doom available. Fatal Bonds, the damage is there. No one ends up getting the kill. The Sleight of Fist, but now trying to go through the Twin Gate as well. I'll give up on that, and they just get that one killer up. 4,000 net worth with a 3-0 lead.
And Satanic, a lot of harassment on him. Goes
Not a
back
lot
to
of
full
results.
HP, getting healing cells, getting tangos. The itemization that he did go for, knowing that he's going to get harassed quite a lot, picking up Casual Bracer is what actually keeps him alive. Having Raindrop, having Magic Stick, no one. He's playing in way too deep.
Yeah. Going for this Beastmaster. They drop down some vision, and now they want to fight this. But I don't know if I really think that this is the go-to move. They will get a kill on Jam. Well, it's DM who gets credit for that kill on the Techies. Meanwhile, Ducalis used the Black Grimoire, and he wasn't level 6, but now he's going to hit level 6. I
DM
thought
did
he still
use
had it
Solo
in the-
Black Hole to get a kill on Techies. In the meantime, going for the same item build, and they're also keeping
Radiant are scared.
the tower alive in the bottom lane. They killed mid, they killed top pre-10 minutes. Things are looking good for them. Both supports
Dire's middle tower
are
is under attack.
gonna be level 6, 9 class, getting some extra bit of a farm in the top lane.
Yeah, just some solo farm for him. Why not, right? They're all moving around. DM can take the jungle. Doesn't need to be in the lane. He's actually farming in the enemy's jungle at the moment while you've got no one farming your triangle. 9 class now level 6.
Middle tower is under attack.
He's looking for Yule's Scepter. And their Moonlight Shadow, they're going to try and come over, but DM, he doesn't have Black Hole, he does have that drums, and he's going to start to back away. Moonlight Shadow, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, getting some lockdown, blast off arrow, and some mines down. They go to the RP even.
Don't think
And
they
they will
needed that
kill
RP, but
DM.
wanted to make sure that they're grabbing the kill. DM is worth a lot of gold. No one. He wants to try to go and maybe get a wraparound, get something. Primal Roar is ready.
Yeah, he'll find the Techies, and Genwo will die here to no one. 9 class even coming over, but not finding the Mirana who TP'd back. We'll say it's not extending the lead that they had, because they had a 3,000 net worth lead pretty early on. It's been kind of stable, which is good for Boom. Obviously, you're getting a lot of farm on the Magnus with Empower. Doom not getting nearly as much as maybe you'd like. But also, you've got Armel who's starting to pick up the paces with his farm there too, as he and the Magnus are about to pass DM.
Managed to
they're
stabilize the
doing well.
game.
Yep. This isn't as heartbreaking as the first few minutes would have suggested it could have been. This could have been way worse. DM doesn't know he's standing on a ward. I would say the
Very
assumption...
aggressive farming. They
Yeah.
got punished when Beastmaster did that. And speaking of Beastmaster, just one component away from Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah, not a bad timing on that. This is normally around that time. We saw very quick Ags at 11 minutes, but that was, of course, on a very, very, very good game. They do smoke up. They're going to go bottom again, but there are 4 heroes already here, and Beastmaster could TP into the tier 1 tower and be there very quickly.
Ducalis is in a good spot.
He had to break the smoke. Ooh, just, okay, throwing the chaotic offering. Didn't even wait for Boom to come over. Dragon Tail and the blast off, they get the kill to Ducalis, and this is going to end up being the Golem dead very fast. Maybe should have waited.
I thought he was going to wait for them to get the first initial jump and then rock into Black Hole, but because you do not want to commit. You don't want to jump in. Who's going to be jumping into the tier 1 tower with 3-4 heroes around them?
Yeah, that's unexpected. And, well, Moonlight Shadow, after using the smoke to come bottom, they're able to get another kill. And all of a sudden, it feels like Boom's kind of picking up the pace. They didn't have a lead. They aren't the ones that exactly have these crazy active heroes that I thought Paravision had, with Enigma and Beastmaster, who can be pretty aggressive, and Ember too. But they, you know, with Elder Dragon form and RP, Moonlight Shadow, I guess you could be just as aggressive.
Definitely could. A little bit of a misplay from Paravision, but does allow Boom Esports to get tower in the bottom lane. It's going to be Armel who picks it up. A little bit of extra gold. It seems like they're not done. They're picking out the bottom part of the map.
They'll find Satanic. Blast off, a lot of damage. Doom used. Satanic's dead. Feels like Paravision getting a little bit... I don't think lazy is the right word. I'm just trying... Or maybe just loose. Too loose. Like, they're not... They had Satanic down in the bottom lane for 15 minutes without really feeling any fear. And even with those kills that came bottom, with the kill onto, you know, even with the kill onto 9 class, the kill onto Ducalis, they still just left Satanic down there, and Doom was available, and they knew that.
They did, and managed to get 2, maybe even 3k gold in the last couple of minutes.
This was a 4k lead that's now even. And mine's taken out by those Eidolons. I think that, you know, clears it up, makes it more available, but gotta wait. Is anybody gonna die here? Ducalis? No, he's fine. He's fine.
Ember would definitely love to pick up Shard for free. Position 4 Ember, because if enemy hero dies near Ember, you will get your charge replenished.
Right. Well,
and you also get extra bit of damage around your remnants, which is always nice. Combine that with the called Chain Gang. That deals quite a lot of damage.
And we'll see if he gets it on the following Tormentor. And like the following Tormentor, you can follow the channel, follow the official Fissure channels on all socials. You can catch all the behind the scenes action for all Fissure events coming up and future events, plenty of which have already been announced. We'll see if Paravision can find anybody, but again, maybe a little bit too lackadaisical.
Nice read. They used Moonlight Shadow, and they also popped the scan, which did connect for a second, and immediately they're going to go through the Twin Gates and play the bottom part of the map. Maybe even catch Satanic one more time. Jabs does have Doom available.
Are you surprised that Satanic's still farming down here, considering the moves?
It is a risky move. Rest of the team is going to go into Roche Pit and try to take it, so he might be the one paying the price.
Yeah, this should be an insta-doom. But they gotta get close enough. Ooh, Satanic. Infernal Blade. There's the Doom. Shockwave. Holding off on RP. Ooh.
Oh! He had to use it, though. He had to pop it.
So now, Doom wasted. RP wasted. And Satanic gets a kill instead.
And you lost Roche while all this is happening.
What?
It's shorter than you think. You gotta get closer.
You gotta be hugging. Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains onto Armel. The follow-up Primal Roar. He's got those drums. He is a slomming down the slopes, and they will get Armel as well. Oh no. Oh, gosh.
This is where the game breaks. If they get a kill on Satanic, they get out. They should be pretty happy about it, delaying his item. So, but right now, he's on a different side of the map. You know that he's going to be fine playing with no... You can't kill him with no Doom.
Oh. That is rough. That is rough. And they've come back from 4K down before. But I don't know if you're going to get another opportunity like the one you just had. Gotta be closer on that. On that RP.
Scan did connect for a second. Satanic immediately using the voice line in the old chat. Moves from the top part of the map. Rest of the team is going to take a tower for free, knowing that there is no RP, there is no Doom. No one Blink Dagger available on him. They're going to be controlling the most part of the map right now.
Let's see how they use this Aegis. Still have 3 minutes on it. They'll have a blast off, but they should be able to follow this up. Searing Chains, Primal Roar, the rest of the team's behind them. Arrow connects, it's on to no one. But there's the Chaotic Offering being dropped from Ducalis. They've got the Midnight Pulse on the ground. They go to the RP.
No.
This one doesn't miss, but he's missing a lot of HP when he does that, so he'll end up dead. And the Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, they'll go for more. They want it all. They get well, they don't get Tim's. Just an Eidolon for the arrows. Troubles of flying through the map.
Maybe someone said
dealing with Armel is not great.
in the comms, you need to hit 3-man RP. And he took it literally. He lands that 3-man RP, but there's no follow-up. And now, you're still fighting into Aegis. There's no black hole for 25 seconds. Satanic is here with a BKB.
Yeah. Do you stop? You don't have to stop. You feel so strong. You don't. When they all respawn, you could back off. But that being said, you probably don't have to.
All right, how many drums do they have in this game?
I would hope just one, but I
have
see
3.
one on Warlock, and they have it on Warlock.
Enigma and Drums of Slum. It's way too much. There's just way too much attack speed. They can pop that, use the other one, and it seems like they're still not done. They have Blink Roar available, so whoever shows in the lane could be a victim.
The fans are percussion, and they'll try to... Are they going to continue to push here? No, they're backing off. They've already sent Satanic back.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Although they sent Satanic back to push bottom, they're actually trying to swipe this 21-minute shrine. Nobody's TP'd back for it yet, but they're going to steal the other one, so they don't really care if theirs gets stolen. There's no reason to go back all the way on the map, I would assume. And nobody's coming over, but they're going to give it to Jackie, who will steal it. Okay. No one was nearby. Tim's being a mobile ward, and no one going to see that this is stolen, so unfortunately for him, he's not going to be able to get that shrine. Bottom lane's pushing in. He's got the Eidolons pushing the creeps in.
Somebody will have to address it. There is also a catapult.
You'd think at some point they're going to try and make a move here. Question is on who. Okay. Easy dodge. Easy out. And then Beastmaster, he's back with the team after just being up towards top and ready to go. They're ready to make the move. They're just waiting for somebody to show, and it is going to be this Magnus, the Primal Roar, the right click damage coming in from Satanic. They'll even go to the Black Hole.
Dropped
to
everything.
commit onto that kill.
Black Hole and the Rock.
Yeah, Chaotic off. I mean, that was maybe a little bit of an overcommit.
One too many.
Yeah, you could have used Roar and Black Hole, or Rock and Black Hole, or Rock and Roar. But they're Rock and Roaring right now, and they're up 11,000 net worth, 10-5, 22 minutes into the game.
That sounds like a good band name, Rock and Roar.
Yeah. You know what? It would probably be some cover band in, like, the Midwest. Not, like, too famous, but, like, they play, like, small.
Yeah, they play in their own garage
after
after work. They work 9 to 5.
Yeah.
And they do it
You
on
know,
Tuesday nights.
One's a plumber, one's a lawyer. Thanks for showing up. We're rock and roar. Clap in the chat. Let's go. Yeah, they stream on Twitch as well. Out of their garage. Good band. Catch them on Spotify. Thanks being built for Ember.
He's going pretty crazy build. Like I think in this type of a game, you can build pretty much anything, how far ahead they are, and it's still gonna feel good. Probably gonna wait for next Roche, Satanic. Bringing in SNY, fully completed. Gotta make him super tanky. Status resistance, of course, great against Dragonite, great against Doom.
Scan. Connecting. They're gonna try and make a move. Uh-oh. They've run into the line of Eidolons. Blink over. They were looking for Satanic. They're not gonna get it. Blast off right on top of DM though. Fatal Bonds, not well placed. 9 class is dead. Janwell gets 2. Jab's in trouble with the BKBB popped after this Doom used.
No one's dying.
3 heroes are going to be dead. RP committed. And now DM's gone. He bought back. He's dead so quickly. Satanic jumps away, trying to survive, but Armel's with him. The arrow doesn't land. Satanic still surviving the skewer, the jump. They're still looking for the Phantom Assassin. But he was able to get a creep wave. They've got the harpoon. They'll lock on to this Ember, and they'll get a kill. 2 buybacks. 2 kills. All right,
we got a game.
And then they also killed the Beastmaster.
Double buyback. So Enigma died, and Ember Spirit also died afterwards. So a bit of a, how did you call it? You didn't say sloppy, slow?
But
yeah. It's definitely not the type of execution that you want. I think it comes down to them overlapping their abilities to get a kill on Magnus. So not having Black Hole, not having Rock. If they had one of those abilities, they would definitely love to take the fight. And Roshan may respawn in 15 seconds. But showing signs of life. They just got extra 15% on that win probability. And they got, I think, good 7,000-8,000 gold from it.
Yeah, they just did some CPR to their life in this series. A little bit surprising from Paravision there, but really good execution from Boom overall. Kind of shocking, honestly, with how well that went. But everything up, Black Hole, Roar, Chaotic Offering, Roche is in that top pit. But Satanic, he's going to need his name item. If he had maybe the Satanic there, obviously you're asking for another item more. But he definitely survives, I would say. They didn't have the damage that quick on him.
I was thinking about getting the Lincoln Sphere. Playing against Doom, playing against Dragonite.
They were moving over towards Torm. They're looking for anything. They all bail. This is going to be Torm again for Paravision. You said you wanted it on the Ember. Can you get it?
Never mind.
He will not. DM will get it.
I think at this point, Ember is not providing you with much damage. So overall, feels better on Enigma. Not the greatest, because you're playing against Magnus. He clears those Eidolons pretty instantly with the double hit. Has Brigand's Blade available. Level 18 right now on Magnus. Going into Blink Dagger next so he can set things up. And he also did found Serrated Shiv. So we'll have True Strike, which is going to be nice. A little bit of a bait action happening in the mid lane. They didn't commit too heavily.
Bit of a commitment, though, to an illusion. With the blast off and everything. So the fist searing chains, no one coming over. Leap away from Tim's, but the Roar pushing techies onto the high ground. Kind of a forced Roar. And they were looking for the RP. They feint that for a second. Doom used with the BKB coming out from this Beastmaster. They're going to jump in and look for more. But how far are they willing to go in? They've got Satanic off to the side. The Chaotic Offering is going to be used onto 2. Again, these ults not really doing anything from either side. You had Roar that didn't get much. Chaotic Offering didn't really do anything. And now a lot of cooldowns.
A very sloppy execution from both teams. But at least Paravision can get something out of it. That Doom, like, they need to commit. Dragonite needs to go on the target. Problem was he had a BKB, but a bit premature Doom. That's most likely going to be the target. And now Satanic, he's going to have pretty much free entry to the fight. Doesn't need to care about him getting doomed. And look at what he's building. It's like, I need more DiMaggio. Revenant's Brooch is the item. Playing against Dragonite, he also does have Shard. So we'll be able to break him. And also, against all that armor that he has, we'll be able to deal some magic damage as Chris.
You see for DK next. Ducalis, Glimmer Cape. He's trying to survive a little bit longer. A little bit eager on the chaotic offerings today.
The first one is what messed up everything. The way it started is like, guys, go in. And drops the rock into 4 of them, but nobody on the team wanted to actually get that jump.
They said, you don't make that call. Blink, Dragon Tail, easy kill in a 9 class. We'll slow down the push progression coming out from the side of Paravision for the high ground at least, with 40 seconds no Ember, but 4 minutes left in the Aegis. So taking away 10% of what's left. How is Paravision looking to make a move with this Aegis? Because they've got a very, very farmed Phantom Assassin. And if I want to say, you get this a little bit later where Magnus has MKB, Doom has Doom. Your game kind of gets much more difficult for Phantom Assassin.
Both teams have overwhelming team fights, so they're kind of fine. It's going to be more about execution. Haven't really been impressed by the execution of both of the teams, to be fair, and how they've been using ultis, overlapping some of them, and then Paravision keeping in, getting team wiped, 2 buybacks, 2 diebacks. Right now, they're going to be searching for something. Maybe somebody shows in the mid lane, but there's also a bunch of mines in the base.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, I didn't realize how many mines are here.
Anything.
Base looking like my pubs against techies at the moment.
Both towers heavily protected. There's like 10 mines on each side.
Don't want to dive too deep. Although it doesn't even need to get a dive too deep, right? I guess the plan, truthfully, you set up these patches of mines, blink RP onto a multiple hero stack, and you just skewer them back into the mines, and you probably get a couple of kills for sure. It's not the easiest high ground take anymore.
Definitely not.
Now that time has been given. And there's still 2 minutes on this Aegis, but again, you're letting more mines be set up. If I'm Paravision, I'm a little bit more scared. You might have to throw some boars up there. Try to blow up some mines. Get some Eidolons, too. And that's the way you got to take the high ground, right? You have to sacrifice those boars and Eidolons.
You can drop a golem. He clears the mines.
Yeah. The cooldown on that's pretty painful. Just to commit that.
Moonlight
So
Shadow.
I guess you could.
Let's see if they're going to find something. The rocks have not been connecting most of the time. There was no follow-up. Not on the same page. Courier is scouting things out. Moonlight Shadow, but they're still smoked, so not going to see them.
Does it have an item on it? It does. It has the Reaver. It has the Reaver. Oh, God. Oof. They could have just taken out a Reaver, but arrows don't work like that.
Back in my days, you lost the item, it's gone. Dies on the courier, they pick it up, they destroy it.
How long ago was this?
ZSMJ, I don't know if you remember this name, Medusa.
From Hyper Gory Team. Are you kidding me? I love ZSMJ.
Farms Divine Rapier, loses Divine Rapier, farms another Divine Rapier, wins the game. What a giga chat.
Yeah, there's been some interesting Divine Rapier plays back in the day, especially with Chinese teams. I remember watching, I almost Was it Monet? He picked up... It might have been Monet who picked up Divine Rapier as Weaver. The second he purchased it at the secret shop, Double Ravage killed, called GG. I'm not certain.
Was the on
that was Monet?
Because maybe Kaka was the one
Honestly,
who called GG. I remember
now
one
that
time,
I think about it,
Kaka calls GG mid Ravage. They're actually in the air. GGs are dropping.
it was top lane. I was casting that game with you. I remember exactly where it was. It's right by the tier 3 tower.
Tier 2, tier 3 tower. Yeah.
Yeah. That little gap right
radiant,
there.
Yeah.
Yeah. As he's going up from the tentacle, GG. They didn't even lose the fight yet. Nobody had died. He just knew it was over.
He sees what's gonna happen.
Gosh.
Not remember what he was playing. Probably some shaman.
He was playing Lion.
Or Lion, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Abyssal next for Phantom Assassin. Jackie still farming. Surprised. I mean, that Aegis really didn't turn into much.
Oh, respecting techies, and he's planting more mines.
It just gets worse, Lacoste. It doesn't get better. It really doesn't get better. And there's a little taste. Oh. Ooh. Yeah. You might want to... Uh-oh. Ooh. Gosh.
You get hit by 3 mines, you have negative magic resistance. So every spell that you take, it's basically going to be pure damage plus some extra.
It's rough. It's not fun. I think they've given him enough time. You're only up 10,000. I know that number is big, but just doesn't feel like enough.
Damus, he's in a good spot to break the smoke.
No insta-slight. There it is. Ooh. With the leap. And the remnant. The dragon tail baited. Oh, gosh. Oh, RP. A little early. Chaotic offering coming in. Satanica with the BKB. He's going to try and chase a look over now at Jabs and the rest. Jabs are Mel. Tim's on the run. Satanic. He's chasing. He's got the Lincolns on him just to protect from Doom. And these heroes are just too speedy. They lose 9 class and they get nothing out of it. The BKBs are down on both the Beastmaster as well as this Phantom Assassin.
They can't kill anybody.
No, they can't get their hands on anyone. I understand they want this. Oh, hold on. Doom, no one. Caught. Oh, even pulled back. That's rough. He is in trouble, and he is going to die here. Armel getting that kill. They were ready for it, and they also get their hands on a gem.
They're definitely back into this game. After that fight that happened with multiple kills, multiple buybacks, Vision, pretty sloppy execution. And now DM needs to be careful. He does have Lincoln Sphere, though. Will block
9 class.
Harpoon from going in.
The 9 class is out of control. I mean, he's got that axe, but goddamn.
Doesn't feel
really
like he's
trying
dealing
for it.
much damage. I have to check his damage numbers, but a lot of the times you will see him go in and not being able to do much.
And die. Oh, he Shadow Word, right clicks. Now he's got the break with the Fan of Knives. They're doing some decent damage. They go to the black hole. It catches Tims. Armel is dead. Tims will die. 2 dead on the side of Boom. Finally, something going their way, and they immediately get that gem back, too.
Phantom Assassin damage,
bad.
she definitely has it. You have Mindbreaker, you have extra bit of a silence, you have break on top of that, you have crit, you have magical crit, and you have a lot of sustain. Using the opportunity, seeing that Doom has been used, and they still want to go for the high ground.
There is
30 seconds
RP.
without Doom.
You could just do this. Yeah. Oh, BKB. Now the RP. With the Midnight Pulse, all you gotta do is skewer back in. Oh no, the skewer's early, but Satanic dives anyway. Primal Roar, they'll catch this Techies, they'll kill off the Magnus. That's a big issue for Boom. They've lost Jabs, and all of a sudden, everybody needing to buy back here for the side of Boom, as they do not have this Magnus.
Man, Magnus, he goes in and he commits. RP But again, the rest of the team not ready to deal the damage, so they commit with 4 buybacks afterwards, and now Power Vision, I mean, I'm not going to say that they're in full control of this game because we've seen them throwing the lead that they had early on. Magnus, 500 damage coming out from him. Impressive numbers.
He tried to time the BKB right. He really did.
And another Roche is available. Jeez. Roshan's banner refresher, so you can have that on your Enigma or you can have that on your Beastmaster.
Okay. Another Aegis. If you're gonna be diving that high ground, you might wanna have it on Satanic. Bucalis slamming his staff to the ground, but not gonna commit to throwing that chaotic offering, obviously. Now they've got another Aegis on Satanic. Ooh.
The Hand of Midas.
Who,
like, this game, yeah, he's like, this game might be very long, and everybody is building into a Lincoln Sphere.
So, he's just trying to get the gold for Lincolns. Okay. He's got a Lincolns. Beastmaster's building a Lincolns. There's a Lincolns on Enigma. Just
Warlock
don't buy
talents
an
are
Aeon
insane.
disc on Satanic.
If he gets to level 20 on Warlock, that's pretty massive. You go in, use your rock, suddenly you die, you drop another one.
Oh, not the 40 upheaval damage? You sound disappointed, and I know you've said nothing, but the sound of nothing makes me
the
know.
nose sound. It was the...
I didn't hear that initially. The sound of disappointment, honestly. And I'd even suggest such a thing.
I'm not even mad. I'm just disappointed.
This is why it's upsetting that I can't see you right now, because I know the face you're making as well.
Yeah. It is the face. Ob Sentry down. It's going to provide them with a good amount of vision if they want to get that first initial jump, maybe skewer back.
They're kind of searching. This remnant on the high ground, though, from the Ember is kind of a pain in the ass. They're getting the immolation, so when you've got that remnant on the high ground, it's stopping them from blinking and looking for that initiation if those heroes were there. Yeah. Almost level 25 for Phantom Assassin. That -1 attacks to trigger. What was it again?
Say it. Coup de grace.
Coup de grace.
Yeah.
Coup de grace. Yeah. You're going to make me think that it's actually Coup de grace at some point. I'm really going to forget.
It is.
Coup de
Google
grace.
it. Yeah, Google it. Definitely pronounced that way. About to crack 25, as you said. After camp, he's going to have it. I think they're still giving them a lot of respect. Maybe they want to farm those Lincolns, and there is Lincolns right now on no one. One on Enigma. The call is getting close to it. Still needs a good amount of gold to finish that one off.
They're just out farming them on the map. They're not letting Boom kind of come down the steps at all. They're in a really, really tough spot. Magnus trying to get his hands on a BKB, has that MKB, but wasn't able to survive when he had thrown that RP onto the Phantom Assassin. And even if you get the RP now and you skewer them back into the mines, it's not all too worth it if it's just the Aegis. Unless you have the follow-up, for sure. But life's going to be difficult. And they have some decent wards down the steps looking for the vision to get this jump. They smoke up, and the idea is probably to go through where the tower isn't standing on that tier 3 or mid, bottom.
No one. Pre-tipping Jackie.
Kind of rude. Got Remnant in. 9 class, still committing. They go to the Primal Roar. Jackie! Jackie, RP misses. Oh, Jabs and Jackie are dead. Satanic with the mega kill. They're going to go after Armel. They should be able to rip up the DK, and they should get Johnwell as well. That is 3 heroes dead. Black Hole committed. Armel ends up gone. GG is called. Paravision take the 2-0 over Boom Esports.
No one tips him
the
before the
pre-tap.
fight, jumps in, BKB, roars one, refreshes, roars the other guy, and both of them die. This is supposed to be a very quick game in theory for Paravision. It was supposed to be another 25-minute game, but they threw the game pretty hard, allowed them to make a comeback, but also execution from Boom just wasn't there. Like, we haven't seen RPs being connected, rest of the team not ready to back them up. We haven't seen Magnus going in, Tech is with a blast off, or just Dragonite goes and deals some damage, stuns another guy for another couple of seconds. It never really happened. Paravision, super strong in the lanes. This is something that Boom needs to definitely work on. And now they're sitting at 1 and 2, not where they want to be. I also don't want them to pick these heroes. I don't want to see Rubik's. I don't want to see Maranas coming out from position 4. I want to see something that's going to be much more impactful. And Paravision, maybe it got into their heads how far ahead they were at the start, but a bit of a sloppy execution from them.
Yeah, they played a little loose. I would say it allowed Boom to kind of come back into the game, find these kills that maybe, with Satanic continuing to farm over bottom that he probably shouldn't have gotten his hands on from Jabs. And getting a couple of dooms off, he played in farmed in very aggressive spaces in which he didn't need to be at. And I think that was due to the fact that they felt very far ahead early on. But Paravision, at the end of the day, I mean, they showed the experience. They showed the ability that with these normal heroes, they're able to finish off the game. And Techies didn't exactly offer too much. There were a couple of times where Blast Off felt all right, but that and the Marana, I mean, that support duo is just not going to win you games, in my opinion.
Definitely not. And yeah, Paravision, they are getting there, sitting at 2 and 1 right now. So they need another dub to be able to secure themselves playoffs, which is where a lot of the people would assume they're going to be. For Boom, they had good win against BetBoom, but also BetBoom doesn't look the strongest right now. They're dropping games here and there. They also lost the team spirit. They had one long game, but overall, Boom, they're going to need something new. They're going to need to sharpen things up coming for tomorrow, because this might be the last day for them.
Yeah, they need to really figure it out. Right now, in terms of who they're going to be facing at 1 and 2, one dub is at 1 and 2 right now. Aurora's at 1 and 2, not an easy team by any means. Like, the challenges get harder the further you get into the Swiss stage. There's no easy rounds really at all, in my opinion. I know a lot of these have been kind of some brutal beatdowns in some of these games, but the later into this playoffs you get, it's not easy. You want to be out of here 3-0. You want to be out here 3-1, but the later it gets, the rougher it is. And it's worrisome for Boom, because they had that great start against BetBoom, and now they're one series away from losing it all. And that's a rough spot to be in. And I just don't know where exactly their head is. So eventually we'll see tomorrow who ends up coming out of that 1-2 bracket and who comes out of the 2-1. But we still have 2 series underway. We got Falcons and Talon coming up next, Night Pulse and BetBoom to follow that afterwards. We'll be back with those series after a extended break, if I look at my clock, and we'll see you guys then.
is money. Yeah, yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little Woody just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. big hill. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
we going up. Don't try to stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't try to stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set up shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins.
gotta get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line 'em up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. As a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. As a winner in the mirror, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only at stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only at stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
They don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Don't tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got the ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that fire in me. Hey, I got that fire in me. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins. Yeah, I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, I'm about to heat up. Hey, I'm about to heat up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us.
Yeah, they don't know what it take to get this money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. Ain't me telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle repeat after me, they never catch me, they run out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. Things like gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really body, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
And we are back with the FISSURE Universe episode 4 here with Harry and Lizard, and we are gonna be continuing here with our games today. And Liz, we've got some interesting ones. You and me have been blessed to crown the first round of teams that are going to be going into the playoffs after just 3 days of competition. And we've got Spirit, we've got GG, and later on we are gonna be having Tundra and Liquid also fighting for the spots. Any favorites for the day? I mean, for both of the series, do you have a team that you're kind of certain will go through?
I'm not certain. Like, I'm not certain in series number 1 or series 2. I feel like we are blessed, like you said, with some really good Dota. I hope we'll do it justice. In series number 1, Gaimin Spirit, they have matched recently against one another, right? Like Team Spirit did take the W. At the same time, yesterday Gaimin looked kind of incredible. Like they took Falcons with ease, and Team Spirit that we just saw on the screen, they might have a harder time beating these guys in the FISSURE Universe tournament.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a different one. What is the date where they when they played? It was March 9th. Yeah. Sure. So 10-15 days ago. Yeah, a lot can change in that time frame, especially because Malady really hasn't been with the team all that long. So we can expect them to be growing super fast, especially from what they showed us yesterday. Though, how would you compare Falcons and Spirit, versus Gladiators? Do you think that Spirit are a tougher matchup for GG, or would you rank them kind of the same?
I would say that Spirit might be in a better form at the moment. I also think that Spirit have recognized and started to adapt to the patch a bit differently, or at least they have been trying to find their own ideas and their own brand for this patch. Meanwhile, Falcons were still kind of stuck in playing what they're comfortable with and what has been working for them in the past. But I have to say that that's comparing Team Spirit and Falcons, but comparing Team Spirit and Gaimin Gladiators, I'm most impressed by Gaimin and their drafts recently, because they haven't really been playing anything that is super extraordinary. Like they haven't been playing these drafts that we haven't seen, or heroes that we aren't seeing in the pubs, but they made these niche picks work in the last series, at least. Like versus Falcons, they made that Venomancer in the jungle work like I haven't seen done before. Like a lot of teams have experimented with the Veno jungle, and a lot of teams have either failed or it kind of works barely, but that was a stomp, and I'd love to see something similar again.
And I like that Gaimin Gladiators are having this big jump in form. I mean, let's hold that thought. Maybe it hasn't happened, but if you just yet to that extent. But if you remember, just before GG became the strongest team in the world back in the day, they weren't really, they were good, but they weren't like top 5 teams in the world. And then suddenly something clicked and they started beating everybody. Yep. Right? So you never know. Maybe this is that moment for them again in terms of coin toss. Gaimin Gladiators first pick, Team Spirit Radiant. This is kind of the standard. Yesterday we saw a lot of teams actually prioritizing the second pick, but first pick for one team and Radiant for the other has, I think, been a staple for years actually.
It's interesting. In the previous series, Team Spirit have won twice when they had the second pick and they lost the first pick game. Of course, the drafting order changes, and that changes a lot of things, including what your bans are and what you open up the draft with. So it was a bit harder. Keep in mind that Team Spirit, twice that they won, they went for Sand King against Gaimin. And yesterday, Gaimin, they did have a little bit of a problem with the Sand King pick, but they did win in the end. So they already have some practice for that hero. Maybe they don't have to ban it. Laurel Sand King is on a different level, but I feel like they don't have to ban it really.
Yeah, I still am not 100% convinced about the Sand King. I saw that it's definitely viable, it can be played, but there are so many heroes that feel very strong right now. The meta definitely hasn't cleared out just yet, so that we have a clear view of something that is stronger and heroes that will be prioritized for weeks and months to come. In terms of bans right now, there's really no surprises, and I think we won't be getting any surprises in the first bans at all in our series. In this series, the next one doesn't matter. Maybe in the second game, after a team has pulled out something weird, but definitely not here.
Yeah. Gaimin usually Abaddon Mag, Dazzle, Night Stalker, these are the heroes that they frequent with the first bans. Right now, they banned out the Darkseer and the Dazzle. Magabba, of course, banned out on the other side. Prophet and
Night
Tinker
Stalker in
as
the
well.
pool.
Night Stalker still in the pool, and Night Stalker is one of those that Gaimin, even when they have first pick, they don't go for. And I feel like that's something they gave away yesterday in the series that they played, which is also something that Team Spirit are very well aware of. And that's why they didn't ban it. It's still in the pool. And it's still not picked. So they are more willing to go with a TB that's a flex for Gaimin than to pick a Night Stalker early on.
So now when you know that Terrorblade is a flexible pick, do you target it? How do you actually target it? Do you just try to go a lot of magic damage, then he's just going to be put on the offlane to play as offlaner and get the pipe? So what's the play? How is your read to actually deal with this hero? That is quite a good read, actually.
Yeah, this is a hero that most teams right now are experimenting with against the TP. I think the moment you pick ET, Terrorblade offlane becomes pretty damn bad. Even Terrorblade safe lane isn't amazing. Later on, of course, a lot of AoE damage, minus armor from the ET is amazing against you. But the laning stage itself, when you're playing TB into Elder Titan, even when you pop meta, if he has level 2 spirit, he can run you down. So you have to really think about what your position 4 is if you want to make this lane work. So a position 4 is... like it has to be something that works well against ET if you want an offlane Terrorblade here.
And what is it? Do you go something like a Phoenix? Do you get something that's going to harass him, annoy him like a Muerta maybe? Are those options?
Muerta. I think Muerta is the one that's best because it's in the meta and it's also good. You basically, you don't really harass him that much, but what you do to him is once he gets his spirits and his damage starts running at you with bonus movement speed, you just use that shot and he runs even faster in the opposite direction. So he wastes all of his spirit timing running away. I think that's probably the best hero right currently in the meta. But
dude, look at Miposhka, Mr. Fantastic, man. That's some
very
flexibility. You're like, what the hell?
Yeah. I have seen him before in similar flex, whatever. I don't know what he's doing here, just flexing, preparing for the game. Do you think it benefits?
I don't know, man. I have a friend who usually, did that exercise. You hold the bar and you're trying to pull your arms back. At some point, he
popped the shoulder.
Popped the shoulder and had to have a little bit of a surgery. So I'm not the biggest fan of that position.
Yeah. Another hero that maybe would have been okay versus ET is this Coddle that they just banned out. We have seen yesterday just how much Coddle can do. Of course, Blinding Light into ET, definitely an annoying spell. Plus, you're really fast on Coddle, so hard to keep you controlled, hard to run you down. Let's see what they go for next.
Well, let's see if maybe they can get Muerta for themselves. No, they go Jakiro. Is this showing us this might be a collapse Elder Titan? Is that now a possibility?
I feel like it's always a possibility, but never highly likely. Elder Titan as a core is my one true love. You know, it's like even when I'm playing a 5 or a 4 ET, I just love to have that scaling possibility. However, ET right now isn't as great as a core. I feel like ever since Momentum got changed and nerfed, he became a bit weaker. And I don't believe he was changed, right? Like with the recent, bonus speed got decreased as well from his astral spirit. So overall, I feel like the hero is right now in a better place as a support.
I don't know. I see this as AA and I'm thinking I'd like to play an offlane ET to just smack him in the face, 3-shot him, and have a free kill every single time.
True. A plus TB. Running them down would definitely be fun. Don't threaten me with something I love. Don't do it.
If I'm GG, man, I'm picking a Muerta right now. I feel like it's good if it is a position 5 Elder Titan, but also imagine an ET plus a Muerta lane. That would be death for pretty much anybody. So I think I'd like them to pick it up right now.
Definitely not a bad idea for gaming, even if they don't care about team spirit, maybe picking it up. I think that Muerta is good. Some sort of a save for TB as well would be decent. But okay, here we go. We get the Banana Mancer.
Okay, interesting. So, what's your response to this? Do you just try to crush the lanes as much as possible? Maybe get something like I'm still just thinking if it's an ET offlane, like get a Weaver or something to complement it.
So Veno is in the jungle. The way I'm looking at this right now, I know that a lot of teams will have different approaches, but the way I'm looking at this, offlaner is gonna suck. Like whoever is playing offlane, he's going to be left alone, right? Veno will help him get that first wave, and then he'll just go away. First, you need to protect the first wave with multiple heroes. I've been brainstorming this a little bit. Go to the first wave on top lane with like 4 heroes, and then use twin gates to go to the offlane. After that, I feel like you need to get some carry that's really good against solo offlaners. So your Tide Hunter, that is probably the most popular solo hero, isn't able to just chill there and do whatever. They go with a Tiny. I don't mind it. I never liked heroes that needed Blink Daggers as their main initiating tool versus a Venomancer lineup. Veno, AA, there's always something hitting you. There's always some dot preventing you from initiating well. And if you remember yesterday, exactly what was happening in those tiny games.
Yeah, that is true. It is very annoying to play versus that. I do like the synergy with the ET, right? Because Tiny is a really nice mixture of physical and magical damage from the core position. And then you just burst people down. I mean, if I look at this AA, it's food. Even the Terrorblade is food throughout the game, not only early on. For the Tiny, so that can be fine, but if you can never get the jump, it's a problem. And yesterday we saw the Bounty Hunter versus the Veno didn't really look all that hot with how things are right now here, Lizard. It does look like an ET core.
It looks like an ET core indeed. Yeah, absolutely. However, once again, I'm not sure what the point of the bounty is. If the point of the bounty is to chase the Venomancer, then the ET is left alone, right? And if ET is left alone versus TB and AA, he's not going to have a good time. Absolutely, bad time is guaranteed for the ET. So let's wait and see. Maybe they have a better read. Maybe the bounty will just be laning. I feel like bounty and ET aren't that bad versus AATB. Like just a shuriken toss spam can bring TB very low. But right now this lineup from Gaimin is looking damn scary to me.
I still would have preferred a Weaver, not gonna lie, to a Bounty Hunter. I can understand how this lineup of Team Spirit can snowball, but if it does not, it can fall flat on its face quite easily. And Gaimin Gladiators, I thought the Tide Hunter was gonna be their approach, but they wanted to counter the Tiny in the mid lane, so they got the Ember. And considering they had 2 options like Ember plus the Pango, Spirit could have banned out both of them. So I guess this is the safer choice.
There's an option, by the way, for Team Spirit to put the Tiny on the safe lane and last pick something into Ember, hence the OD ban from Gaimin. And I feel like it really wouldn't be a bad carry-to-carry matchup for Team Spirit. Overall, you can hunt heroes down with bounty. Let's see what they go for. I'm actually interested because if Tiny is the carry, it also solves your initiating issues. You can get some Spirit on the mid lane to jump the Apparition or Veno. You can maybe even get something like a Sand King. Actually, you can't get the Sand King. Maybe something like it is possible because the hero is banned. Monkey isn't great here, of course. Pretty bad versus both AA and Veno. Huskar is not a possibility for Team Spirit because of AA as well. But yeah, if I'm looking at it, maybe a Storm if you want to go for something different, and Tiny is on the safe lane. Lara Storm
I think that's
looks
gonna
okay.
get banned out, right? There's if I have an AA and a Veno and an Ember Spirit in the mid lane, I'm not playing versus a Storm. Just there's no way.
And the TB on top of all of that.
Yeah.
You know what's a cool hero that Lara usually hated and would always trash talk whenever it was in the meta from the mid lane that would actually look decent for me on their side is Zeus. I know it's not popular. I know it's kind of outside of the box thinking, but into TB, AA, Veno, and the Storm gets out. Yeah.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to Team Spirits. Turn.
Nope. It is gonna be a Centaur putting the Terrorblade in the safe lane. So Spirit, what's it gonna be? Is it the carry Tiny? I mean, they could get something like a Dragonite in the mid lane. That's just the safe approach. But I maybe want a little bit of mixture of physical and magical damage. If you are picking a mid laner here, just get something that does damage.
I'm just not sure how they're gonna roll it. Will it be Tiny mid or Tiny safe? Lifestealer, of course, not that amazing into TB as a matchup. Not that terrible into Scent with Shakiro, of course. Could zone him perhaps the moment you get even Orb of Frost. You have to... Now they go for the Monkey in the end. So I was talking...
carry Monkey?
It's mid versus Ember. So why I said, okay, Monkey is an option, but I don't like it because... Why is it an option? It's an option because it's really good into Ember. Like, you can dominate that lane most of the time. It doesn't have to happen, but most of the time you enjoy that playing that lane. However, ever since this hero came out, Venomancer was one of the worst heroes to play against. And then Ancient Apparition on top of that, if you're hit with the Ice Blast, you can't heal, right? So it's all about who gets the info, who gets jumped first. And Team Spirit, what I like about their draft is they are getting a lot of info from their heroes. You have Bounty Hunter scouting, and you have Elder Titan with Astral Spirit as well, setting things up. So it's kind of weird. I like both drafts, but they're completely different in how they want to play the game.
I have to say I'd rather play the GG draft because even though Team Spirit directly counters some of the GG heroes, I still think it's not an easy draft to execute because you have to run forward. And there's a Stampede to run away. There's an Ember Spirit who can run away. There's a Veno that is going to be covering a lot. And AA is also somewhat of a vision hero as well. So because of that, I think Gaimin Gladiators have the tools to deal with everything that Team Spirit will throw at them. And I'm not sure how much they're going to suffer in lanes, right? Because Larl, you look at him, there's one weakness to this guy, and it's the laning stage, which is weird for an Eastern European mid laner, but that's when he sometimes drops the ball. And then you have Quinn, who almost impeccable in the laning stage. We have seen Ember Spirits do well, and I'm thinking the Veno rotations to the mid lane are going to be something that decides how it's going to go. So I think it's slightly easier for GG to play this game.
Yeah, it could be. I'm not sold. Like, I loved your presentation. I can see your way of thinking. I think it all comes down to...
But I didn't sell you anything, so screw that. I didn't get no money.
No, I mean, it all comes down to like what kind of Dota you feel comfortable with playing. Because this what GG have got is very sneaky. Like, they have these A's, Venomancers. They want to bait you in and then just slow you, overpower you from distance. Meanwhile, Team Spirit, they just want to blow you up, get one pick off after another. They want to play the map with Bounty Hunter, Monkey, Tiny. You know, there's just so much kill potential. Nice smoke breaking, by the way, here by Rue. And they didn't pop the dust immediately, so he will not be caught.
30 seconds.
He should be fine. Even if they do see him, you are not going to be skilling up Gale. I mean, he already went for the Plague Wards. And Spirit did bring a lot of heroes towards the bottom lane. Let's see if they're going to be using them to defend Miposhka. Get out of there. Reflection slowing him down, but Avalanche from afar. Is that enough to save his life? Yep, just enough.
It's enough to save his life, but I remember what I wanted to see. I wanted to see them defend this first wave on the bottom lane, and it seems like they will not be doing that. It seems like it's actually Gaimin that brought even more heroes here, just in case if that happens, you know, just in case if someone tries defending. This is next level on the next level.
Yeah, Spirits are like, we know that you're going to bring a billion heroes, so we are just going to be not going to be there at all. Ace is actually getting some of the CS here, even though the Plague Wards are the ones doing most of the work. No, he got all of them. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's really cool. This is like the best approach to this Veno gameplay that I have seen. But I do see that there is a way of countering it. It's just that Team Spirit did not do it this time around, at least.
I'm also looking at their level 1 other than the Elder Titan. I guess Jakiro can be fine, but Monkey King, Bounty, that isn't gonna go well. And you're fighting into like 7 Plague Wards, so who knows if he would have come out on top there. But yeah, I would like to see those level 1 fights, definitely. They did send Miposhka to the top lane. Okay, this is interesting. So we're gonna have a 1 versus 1 in the bottom.
Yeah, it would have to be an ET in that first fight, by the way, if you wanted to death. So basically, they'll have 1v1 bottom. Meanwhile, Ru will try his best to slow down Tofu. I'm not sure just how much he can do as a bounty hunter.
Well, he's gonna try to do as much as he can. We'll see if that's gonna be enough. He is reaching some experience, but really not that big of a deal.
The moment there is level 2 on Veno, he needs to be careful not to get galed. If that gale connects on Ru, he probably will have to TP out. So has to be careful with that. But overall, he is slowing down the Venomancer very nicely. And this move of Miposhka on top lane, why I like this so much is because Tiny can actually solo against the Centaur, while ET wasn't able to solo versus 2. And this is a very nice read from Team Spirit. They prepared for this. They prepared exactly for this scenario, it's obvious.
Tofu is being slowed down, definitely. He's still level 1, not something as we've seen from him previously. And I guess this is the idea with the bounty, just follow him. Don't even try to attack, don't even try to get a CS. Just follow him and get the experience, and that's about it. And I like this approach more, even though you're not getting any gold. The bounty hunter, as long as he gets track in a normal time, that's fine for him, it seems.
Yeah, he's just sharing XP and that's it. I mean, it's a nice adaptation to the old bounty hunter who would actually try to get some last hits as well. He's also blocking camps. Yeah, probably the most interesting thing happening on the map right now. Ace and Rodan will be just sharing the last hits on the bot lane.
The Labs will get level 3 soon, though, so we are going to have some interesting things happening on the map, because I assume there's going to be some diving on the top lane.
Absolutely. The moment you get level 2 Spirit, that's your go time. But they might bring Venom by that time. We'll see. This Venomancer is not having a great time.
Meanwhile, mid lane, the Ember is doing well. This is what I talked about. But the time will come when the Ember is no longer going to have a good time. And at that point, I would have expected the Veno to rotate. But with him not having all that much experience, he isn't really that much of a threat, is he?
Absolutely not. Ru manages to snatch a creep as well from the Veno. The first one that got snatched. And Tofu, they might go on him here.
And they're thinking about it. Miposhka in the vicinity. He's level 3 on Miposhka, and Tofu is in so much trouble. This Veno in the jungle, not in this game, not versus Team Spirit. When it comes to tactics, these guys really know what's up. Did everything right to set up this first blood.
This is some, like, real homework, you know, paying off. You can see that they came into the series very well prepared to all the Veno shenanigans. And so far, at least, they're not working. But if you give Tofu just a little bit of breathing space, Like, he will get those levels, and he already has the farm. He just needs the levels.
Still, very nicely done. And it's weird how just the approach needs to change. We already saw a bounty hunter versus the Tofu Veno just drop the ball completely and get destroyed. And Ru is just showing us how it's done, how it needs to be done, and how you need to approach it. Beautiful.
It's yeah. I would say it's still a bit dangerous, but let's see what's going on top lane. Ru is here, but Miposhka left, so I don't know if they can kill him, but maybe they can take down Ace.
Yeah, he doesn't have his level 6. Has the healing Lotus. Tanky hero, but still very low in terms of armor, so these right clicks really do hurt. Ace will get himself into the tower, so armor is no longer going to be an issue, and he does survive.
Yeah, it's a carry tiny, right? Insurmountable, no toss. They might still get him, though.
Well,
yeah, they get him.
Dropping low. Dying Quinn also in a lot of trouble, and Team Spirit, they've opened up this map. This is exactly how they needed the lanes to go to be able to execute what their lineup is made to do, and that is to just run at the enemy. So now, I think they've already put themselves in a very, very good position. However, Malady will die, but Collapse will follow suit immediately afterwards. He did get connected on with a cold feet, so going for that solo kill,
Tofu,
not as worthy as he thought it was going to be. Tofu in the mid lane, as you mentioned, is going to be in a lot of trouble. The Ember is going to be in the vicinity, but the Boundless strike just in time. Laurel gets his Jingoos, and the Boundless is enough for the kill.
So far, all 3 cores of Team Spirit on top. It's not like a huge lead, but it's a comfortable one. Elder Titan as well getting a solo kill top means that he gets a nice chunk of XP. Of course, same can be said for TB, who got the solo kill afterwards.
So, talk to me how... Okay, just have to wait a second here. Ace, they might just try to force out his Stampede. I think that's the idea behind this move. Tiny, getting closer. Hits are gonna be going in. Ace doesn't really need to use it. So if you look at the GG lineup now, when their initial plan has been broken, is this a huge problem for them? Can they still play this game nicely?
It's not ideal, but I think it's still playable for them. I think the worst part from everything that has happened is Ru getting a lot of experience, because the sooner the bounty gets level 6, the harder it is for you to get favorable fights. But as you can see, Tofu was left alone, and he's already level 5.
It's insane how fast this hero farms, but we're now going to be seeing a top of the net worth Veno that we saw last time when GG played it. So at least we get ourselves a relatively normal farm distribution here between the heroes.
Yeah, it's not that crazy Veno that was the highest level in the game at some point. Mid lane, they might go on Ember. They're setting things up.
They're gonna try Boundless Strike, and extra Ice Path is not going to be enough. It was close. Quinn not sweating at all.
Yeah, I think maybe there's an Orchid needed on Bounty or an Atos, something like that. And then the kills on Ember become a lot easier. I'm not sure. I'm a big fan of both. Maybe Orchid a bit more than the Atos, but it looks like Ru is queuing up the Atos right now.
It seems he wants drums first. I can understand it. If there's a lot of magical damage on GG, and you might just die if you go Orchid.
It's boosts of bearing, right? As well, like you're playing into Veno.
Collapse. He's in a little bit of trouble. Instantly going for a TP. Very nice recognition that he might be able to get out with it, but the damage is a bit too much. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Quinn, the second that they start attacking him, he needs to go back to the Remnant. That is just how scared he has to play right now. Well,
he has one more though, right?
Somebody needs to use it, and Lal does look like he's ready to jump forward. A little bit too low on HP, so we'll chill for now. Ru, however, will not.
I feel like this is really helping them, the fact that they have a mid laner that's not easy to kill. Team Spirit, they just don't have the control needed to take down Quinn. And the fact that he's not dying is kind of opening the map for Ace and for the Terrorblade. just the fact that they're rotating on him. However, Ace,
He does have the Stampede. Let's see if he's going to be able to get it off. Goes for the Stampede. Laurel still going forward. Connects with the Boundless Strike. And Ace might actually be in trouble with the Blood Grenade. A couple more hits. They will be able to run him down. Jingo Stacks are there. One more hit from Laurel. Will be able to seal the deal. Tofu comes over. Level 7 on Deveno. He's still super high in the experience department, but still not able to save his buddy.
yeah, it's such a hard kill to make on that Centaur, and they still do it. If someone TP'd a little bit earlier, I'm sure that it fails. The kill that is. But unfortunately, no luck for Ace. No help for Ace, I should say.
Laps. Going for an Aghanim Scepter. Do you agree with this build? Would you like
lane?
something else? Oh, we have action on the bottom, mid lane as well. Quinn. This time around, he did have a Remnant ready to get himself out of harm's way, so will be able to survive.
Oh, this is 100%. I mean, almost every game for me is an Axe game on ET. Like, if you're playing a core ET, you're brushing the Axe. I know some people like to go for a Mask of Madness or something like that, Echo Saber, but it's just a waste of time. 9 out of 10 times. And in this game, you just need to get this Magic Immunity. You need to get Aghanims online as soon as possible.
People underestimate just how strong that can be. 2 seconds for every hero that it passes through. Rue, ready to break the smoke, and the dust will be used, but he already knows that he needs to get himself away. That was a beautiful placement on the ward in the enemy triangle.
He's going back,
Doesn't
though.
even get clipped. Okay, they're still gonna go for him a little bit too long. He stood there. It's one of those situations. I outplayed them. They're gonna go back. Nope. GG. This time around, we're relentless.
Yeah, they had multiple dusts, right? On multiple heroes. There's an Ice Blast flying through the mid lane towards top.
Also, they probably want to defend. The Terrorblade is there. The Ice Blast will connect. There's the Ember Spirit now going in. Collapse needs to get away. The chains connect, and he's most definitely dead. This is why he's attacking him. Scepter, Stampede being used. Monkey King in a good position to use the Wukong's command. Terrorblade has to be careful. Metamorphosis has a Sunder. Watson is aware that something bad might happen. Rue will get a track onto Malady. The bottom lane. It's a lot of damage done into him with the Tiny coming in. It will most definitely land the kill. Ace trying to get a bit of a return kill with Quinn being in the vicinity, having the dust. They're going to try to finish it off and will be getting it off. Also, Radan now will be in a little bit of trouble and the TPs are coming in. They need to get here and protect their carry and will be doing exactly that. Laurel, he didn't use the Wukong's Manta, but here in the bottom lane, it will be giving him so much. Now Collapse, he does have the damage from the Astral Spirit, getting pain into Ace, and here comes Miposhka flying from the toss of his laning by the Ace in a lot of trouble. One more hit from Collapse will seal the deal. Now with the Boundless Strike, they want Quinn dead. He's going to be going to the left with his Remnants with the AA Blast completely off the mark. He does have one more Remnant to work with, but no longer is it there. It's still going to be enough for him to live.
Still a pretty cool rebuffal by Team Spirit, like managing to save the Tiny. That dive kind of looked good, but it's Tiny. It's insurmountable. Any other hero dies there, but he bought more than enough time for them to counterplay. They lose the Watson kill that they were preparing for on top, but they get something extra on bot lane. So still a nice fight for Team Spirit. One of the kills, the initial one, of course, was with a track.
That's a nice thing to have. Track kills finally will be coming into play. Not only for the gold, but also for division. Okay, so you play Bounty probably from time to time. Do you even check how much gold the enemy heroes have when you track them?
Very rarely, almost. I play a lot of Bounty. I have to say never. I just don't check. Maybe, you know, if I was playing in competitive setting, I would. You know, back in the day when they added it, when I was playing competitively, maybe you can check for BKB being soon or something like that on a core. But right now, I'm chilling, man. I don't check the mini map, yet alone to check someone's gold.
Do you cover your minimap when streaming?
No, I don't.
Yeah, but Yeah, and you shouldn't. But also, what everybody should do is type !F in the chat. You just get a link. It is going to be the one to all of our socials here at Fissure, for YouTube, for Twitch, of course, Instagram, TikTok, to be able to get all of the info that and all of the little videos that we're dishing out. Yeah, we are going to be seeing a good fight. That's why we're here for the FISSURE Universe episode 4. Boundless Strike, they got the big kill. A Blast will be connecting onto the monkey inside of the Ukos man. Harley standing his ground. He knows that he's dead, but maybe they can deny him. Miposhka not going for the attack. If you shatter your opponent, I'm not sure if he does get denied with collapse. Running in Tofu, 2 hits are needed. It's going to be more than enough. Ace, very low, but they won't be able to run him down.
That's Aghanims on collapse. Even though they lost their carry, still a pretty decent fight. It's a 5-kill streak that went away from Larl, though. They might still fight here.
Still cooking. The Ember is coming back. Radon going forward. Bounty in a bit of a bad position to help his team. He's getting some cracks off a bit too late. Now Miposhka will be ran down as well. He will be, keeping them away a little bit longer. Sleight of Fist off the mark with that. The chains miss as well, but it won't change anything. Miposhka will still die. This is gonna last a little bit longer. Rue reveals himself. Dust does connect. He's gonna be going onto the side. Bounty Hunter, never an easy hero to catch, but for Quinn, he knows exactly where he's at. The A Blast is coming. Not even needed. Watson will seal the deal with the right clicks, and he's on a mega kill streak. GG, looking strong.
Now it's basically a wipe besides collapse, I guess. Everyone else died, so a fight that started kind of poorly for Gaimin, they turned it all around because Radon and the boys, they stuck around. Every mid player should look at Quinn and how he's playing versus Bounty and learn a thing or two. This man always has a dust on him, and he's always the one sniping that Bounty Hunter. It's so simple for Quinn to pop the dust and find the bounty whenever he shows himself, even for a millisecond. When I say simple, I don't mean easy, but he's doing it well.
Smoke from Spirit. They want to continue with the space, looking towards Ace. They can kill him. Would be a nice stampede. Hard spell to go through, but they do have a lot of stuns. Echo Stomp will be connecting. The follow-up stun, it is enough for a kill. He even used the stampede, so that's a 2-in-1 track kill as well.
Yeah, they committed a lot for that kill. I'm not sure if they can convert that into anything. It's minute 17, and no one has attempted a Tormentor, by the way, just yet.
We look at it. We've got some actually good shards in this game, especially AA. For me, AA shard is just insanely powerful. But if you look at GG without the Metamorphosis, you don't want to go for it. And also, there's the tier 1 of Team Spirit on the bottom lane, so isn't the easiest.
Yeah, a lot of good shards though, like you said. I like them on a lot of different heroes here.
Yeah, pretty much everyone is every one of the support shards is good in this game. The Brigand Blades for Spirit that is going to be increasing their damage output quite a lot. This Gaimin going to be rallying around the top lane, getting themselves a tower. That is the first tower for GG. They were 18 minutes in ahead with a Terrorblade, and still only now will be claiming their first tier 1.
Yeah, there was just a lot of fighting on their side of the map, exactly where Team Spirit wanted the fights to happen. Not necessarily too many fights on the Radiant side. Bounty Hunter, of course, one of the main reasons why all of this is possible. Break. How many smokes did he break? How much vision is he giving in general? Rue is playing a really good game.
Playing an amazing one. It all started with the idea what he needed to do at the start, but that's Venomancer. Even though they've shut him down at the start, he's still almost doubling any of the other supports. So Tofu, he is now getting to that point where he's very hard to kill. Even the Ghost Scepter will be delivered to him. So good luck taking this guy down.
It's silly. Ghost Scepter, Essence Ring, Mech, and Pavis. Definitely a hard hero to take down.
With positioning almost impossible. Rue, he understands just how important this mid lane tower is for his team to be able to get those extra kills. And they did place a ward behind it, but just doesn't seem possible to break it just yet. The positioning isn't right. How do you feel about this Shadow Blade on Radan? Is that the way to go in the game, or maybe he could have told his bounty to buy a shard?
I think this Shadow Blade has multiple uses, and it's a core build on, I believe, almost any tiny one.
Dire's bottom tower is under
So
attack.
it's just a really good item, that a core build for a position 1 tiny, I would say, at the moment.
Monkey King is jumping over vision. This is quite dangerous for him. The bounty is in the vicinity to protect him. What Larl can do, it will be GG, who claimed the mid lane tower. Watson has a metamorphosis BBA blast off the mark shard. Larl does have it, allows him to escape.
That's really cool from him. He wasn't waiting to use another tree dance, instead just moves off the tree.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Now they're hunting Ace.
With the TP from the Monkey King, this should be a kill that they can get. Wukong's Command, Boundless Strike inside of the Wukong's Command. Those Monkey Warriors will be doing a ton of damage. He has the blink, but the tree toss ending his life. Another track kill in the books. This should open up a possibility for the Tormentor. So let's see if they will go through the Twin Gate to get it.
It looks like they are doing exactly that. They had one ward that did scout TB earlier, but he's too far now, so should be a Tormy. By the way, do you have the same feeling that like Gaimin are having a very slow game in a way? Like they're 3k ahead, but not necessarily making a ton of moves.
Yeah, I think they understand that if there's not a lot of kills in this game, that it benefits them in the long run. So they're going by that. Their Ember was also slowed down quite a lot in terms of farm.
The bounty effect, right? Like bounty hunter effect. You could take fights, but if they go poorly, it's just like the risk is pretty high.
Yep, and if you ignore the bounty hunter, if you don't fight, the enemies at like 35 minutes into the game are going to have a useless hero. But if you fight and he gets a couple of track kills, you are going to be dealing with the position 4 with just an insane amount of items. I mean, he doesn't even have his drums yet. It's insane just how poor the bounty is.
I think there is an item on. He's not this poor. I think there is an item on the courier. I think.
Like
Tofu?
Shard maybe? Tofu. Maybe going on to Larl, uses all of his spells. He's quite tanky. So not a hero that you want to go for Essence String. But of course, when Collapse goes to finish him off, 2 hits are all that he needs. This Elder Titan isn't playing around. They're going to be finding another one. And that's 2 supports of GG that are not going to be part of the equation any longer.
He's got 4.7k net worth on Brew. I think he has a full Atos in the courier. Or maybe
it's a 4-staff. It's a 4-staff.
4-staff, yeah. There is something. It's like one of these 2,500 items, basically, that he has.
You can see our production is amazing. You can see on the right side of the screen that there's a bounty.
What's that in the courier? Yeah. Cool.
Atos is on the AA though, so that's gonna be an easier way to pop the cold feet. Makes a difference. I kind of would have liked to see that Ghost Scepter because he's kind of being annihilated by the right clicks of the opponents. Collapse, they want him. Blink, Hoof Stomp, and Watson with his Metamorphosis will destroy him in a second. He doesn't even get his Astral Spirit back.
That's so much damage. Every time they jump a target, I feel like, is with this meta, and that's why he's... What's his score even at this point? He is 6-0-2 on the TB, having a really good game.
First pick TB, mind you. That is the first pick TB coming out from Gaimin Gladiators. And Watson, I mean, it is his best hero. That is something that he has been playing for a long time. People know him for his TB, even from his bait days. So it is not a surprise that he's having another godly performance on it.
Absolutely. Just... Every time they get this kill, it's with the meta, and then they have to fall back and play very passively. I think that's also one of the reasons why not a lot of objectives have been taken by Gaimin so far. But that might change now that they're finally getting some extra farm on all their heroes.
Larl, he's going to be going for Manta. I like that. Solid amount of things to remove. Veno, Ember, AA. You You do want to have the Manta. If used properly, sometimes you can even dodge the Hoof Stomp. A little bit harder though, but possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much I love the Manta. I'm looking at some other items as well. Like Collapse went for Mask of Madness. It's really good on ET. It's like one of the core items for a core ET. But in this game, it's a bit scary to get. Can they get Ember here? So hard.
He's very, very tanky on the Ember Spirit. Went for a defensible DA Blast flying in. Stampede being used. That is not going to be allowed. Uses the Hoof Stomp to secure the kill rather for the and for the stun. Rodan and Invis once again. They're thinking about re-engaging the Monkey King coming from the left as well. Gladiators, are they gonna get caught with their pants down? Ace now, he understands that they want him dead. They're gonna be finding the Venom first. That is a lot of damage, but they leave Ace. He's gonna be getting a double Hoof Stomp, so now the turnaround will be there. But Collapse just goes in with the Shard, wants to finish off the Venom. Doesn't get to kill him. Rodan loses his life as well, and Watson standing his ground with a Hurricane Pack. He doesn't want to fight Collapse. 1 versus 1, he has his friends. And it will be another 2 kills for GG. Spirit going a bit too hard there.
These Ghost Scepters are owning them. Ghost Scepter and the Pike. What that usually means to me is that they need a nullifier. They need a nullifier on someone on
ET?
On Team Spirit. I mean, it's not really the worst nullifier carrier for sure. Could be an option. We'll see.
Thinking about a Brooch, I definitely wouldn't want to see a Brooch now. That nullifier is a necessity.
Brooch is also really good. Oh? Watson? Watson? Did he just use... It was just Demon Steel, right? And then he moved in.
Melody will survive, but Watson definitely underestimating just how much damage can be done to him. Macropyre, I don't think we've seen many of them used in this game, but it is one of those spells that the TB definitely hates.
Absolutely. Killing him and his illusions. That last fight, it was really good for TB because everyone was in front, right? And he could just pike the Collapse ET away and that's it. This fight, when he's up front, even 2 heroes are enough to take him down.
Now they want the mid lane tower. They might just be able to get it. Tofu needs to be very careful. He did drop a sentry. Let's see if that sentry will be saving his life with the toss back. Maybe not, but the cold feet onto the Tiny. Rodan needs to be careful. Tofu healing himself. He doesn't have the Dual Scepter any longer. All of his defensive items, not enough for him to survive.
If Terrorblade is alive, this play is not possible. Because you get punished, right? Like, you have enough damage to take down the Tiny, but without TB, he just goes in. Even through the sentry, he's in vision. He still goes in with Shadow Walk, with, Shadow Blade. And tosses that Venom back.
What about scaling in this game here, Lizard? I mean, I'm looking at GG. I only see kind of 1 core. And then I look at Spirit. A lot of these heroes can turn into very, very strong late gamers.
They are definitely late gamers on Team Spirit. ET, the more the game goes, the cooler this hero becomes when it comes to damage. Same goes, of course, for Monkey, for the Tiny. On the other side, it's not that terrible as well, I have to say, though. Just because Veno is farming really well, he's kind of joining the team in that way. And also you have Instant Apparition, who, no matter how farmed you are, makes you killable. But I definitely like Spirit's chances going into super late game more.
Yeah, I mean, Elder Titan versus a Terrorblade, he doesn't have any bonus armor. All of your armor is gone. You might just get like 2-3 shotted if you're not careful. To have a BKB, the Gaimin are going to be leading the charge with this smoke. Invis Rune on the Ember Spirit. Versus the Bounty Hunter is not going to do much, but that damage reduction is always helpful.
Yeah, they didn't go for Shivas. They went for Shivas. They didn't go for AC on Gaimin. That's what I wanted to say. Maybe would have been as good of an option, but maybe someone else gets it.
Maybe Centaur gets it next. You never know. Spirits are in a smoke. They understand that the Roche is happening. Gladiators in a solid position, but they have to be careful because Spirits are coming from the side.
Huh?
But you get a couple of tracks. You delay this. You'll be coming back. Malady moving to the side. He doesn't want to get caught. Wants a nice Ice Blast. Not an easy Roche to take, especially versus an ET. But without the Tiny Spirits, are they just letting it go?
It looks that way because Rodan is showing. Yotor is showing down bottom. So,
Collapse, I think he's going to go into the pit. Is he? With an Echo Stomp? Yeah, Collapse goes in, wants to finish off the Roche. It is a little bit too strong. And Collapse, he gets the Roche, he gets the Aegis, and now he's gonna be getting your lives. Let's see, though, T-Spirits coming in. They need Rodan to join the fight, TPing onto the outpost. He will be here fairly soon, but Watson, he swabs the HP with Collapse. He's standing his ground, gets out of the pit. Watson, there is gonna be an Ice Path waiting for him, a double Ice Path. They bound the strike onto two of the Malady now without his care. Let's see what he can do. Well, with a nice move song from Ace, Rodan needs to get himself away. The Cold Feet might actually connect, and it won't. He gets out just in time. Buyback from the Bounty Hunter. He knows that his team needs help. Rodan is standing his ground. Quinn in a lot of trouble. 2 hits will take him out. It is going to be the tree toss that ends his life in the end. Spirit, they lost 3 heroes. They bought back 1. And Tofu barely, only barely survives here.
Was that the whole plan? Was that actually the idea? I can't believe this. It's too cool if it was. Show your Tiny down on bottom while Rush is falling so that your Elder Titan can kind of go in at the right time without them thinking, okay, there's no way these guys are fighting us truly. Tiny isn't there, right? And then he TPs and joins his teammates. A really cool play with the ET shard. Of course, we have seen it before, but it's hard to do it properly, and Collapse did exactly that.
For me, the coolest part there was his usage of the Earth Splitter, because the Earth Splitter moved the enemy heroes away from the Roche, and there was no chance that anybody was going to get the Aegis other than him.
Yep. They had to move back anyway, Echo Stomp, right? Because he's going in. I believe there's no... there is a BKB, actually, I'm wrong. There is a BKB on TB. He did use it, but... in any case, a really cool fight by Team Spirit.
They are. It seems that they're always going to be the best teams when it comes to understanding what you need to do around the Roche pit. Sometimes they let it go, they fight you after it, they shove out the waves. Here they did everything. They stole the Aegis, they shoved out the waves. I can't say that they won that fight. I still think it's kind of even, but the TB did die.
Yeah, with the TB dying, I think that's the difference maker.
Yeah, probably.
They got Ember as well, right? Like by the last bit of that fight. The buyback kind of hurts on Bounty, but it's not on a core.
Fine. Tiny level 23. I think the Terrorblade is starting to suffer versus the ET. I think that is public enemy number 1. Collapse needs to die. If Collapse is alive, the Terrorblade has no armor, and that is kind of the main defensive of this hero.
I wonder what the idea on ET. Okay, I get it. Reverend's Brooch. I was thinking like, but you're negating his armor anyway, right? So what's the... Because usually you get Remnant's Brooch to get some extra magic damage versus heroes that have a lot of armor, but you're negating their armor anyway with Natural Order. That's true, but you also get base resist reduction, so you deal even more damage. So I guess it's...
Yeah, some heroes have bonus armor, you know, like the Centaur plus 22, so you'd rather do magical damage to him. And, you know, 500 hit per hit for with magic damage, it's a bit too much.
Yeah, not bad at all, for sure.
Finally, they have a nullifier, though. There it is for the monkey. I think this is the big one that Spirit have been waiting for the entirety of the game. Those 4 staffs, the Ghost Scepters especially, have been a huge problem.
And now you can kind of set up the fight the way you want it around the Wukong's command. And Gaimin, they still have Stampede, of course, right? So you just have to use it in the right situation to get away from them.
The gem on GG, but Spirit are in a smoke right now, trying to find a fight. Are they gonna run into enemy heroes? 5 heroes of GG are already in position, ready to fight Quinn. Gonna be showing himself. Ice Path does not connect. He gets himself out just in time.
They are still smoked on GG. Can they initiate here on someone?
Arcane Rune Ember would want to, gonna be going. Oh, he dodges with a Manta Hoof Stop. Does not work on Larl. There will be an Ice Path keeping the Centaur in place. They do have the Wukong's command nullifier as well. Instantly with the Stampede, he gets himself away. He takes a lot of damage. Hoof Stomp will be connecting onto Malady. That could be a kill. If anybody gets close, we'll be able to finish him off. Ice Path from afar. Here comes Collapse. 2 hits are gonna be more than enough.
Yeah, this time around, he did not use his shard. He didn't go instantly there to finish off the AA, so it took a bit longer. In the end, they still get the kill. This is still a pretty good dodge by the Monkey King, and another smoke, unfortunately, for Gaimin that doesn't really bring them a lot, or I should say anything.
Their Terrorblade can't find an opening in a fight. He's thinking about the chain. Yeah, he thought about the Daedalus, and now he wants to go for a Butterfly, because the main issue for him is surviving in fights. Might not be the damage. He's way too afraid to go in. I'm not sure if the Butterfly fixes that problem, but if you do get to your like 7-8 slotted Terrorblade, he could carry this game.
I think the control is the main issue for them. The way you initiate and the way you control, because Centaur was never a good initiator. Like, this is a hero. I mean, he initiates well enough, but the problem is you can't count on Hoof Stomp to be the thing that catches heroes constantly, and especially heroes that have Manta, especially heroes that have BKBs, right? They'll press it. They'll, even if you're doing it out of smoke, they have enough time to react. And if you don't have this main initiating tool, they need a Hex or something. That's how I feel.
And he's level 25. That is
Watson?
a big deal. He does have 2 toss charges. Let's see. It's going to be enough to kill Watson. Does look like it. Up the BKB. Thunder will be there. Rue gets deleted immediately. Jordan, he has to pop the BKB just to get himself out.
The BKB TP out. Rue, you got Thunder. It's your fault. Insta TP out. Oh, mid lane.
No fool. Nullified. Cannot use anything, but doesn't even need to. As Quinn is keeping the Monkey King in place, trying not to allow him. No way, he does have the shard, will not allow him to go into the tree dance there. And there's the Hoof Stomp. Larl looks like a dead target as well. Collapse next on the menu. Ogre Seal Totem to run even further away. He's gonna have the Astral Spirit. Be pulling it back, only connecting onto 2 heroes. But Radahn going in and destroys them with just a couple of hits. Radahn. His Revenant's Brooch makes a huge difference, but now he doesn't have the BKB, so these supports are a problem for him. A Blast is gonna be coming back up just now, but a bit too late. Without it, they cannot punish him.
Welcome to the Elder Titan versus Terrorblade late game. That's basically what just happened there. Of course, like you said, Reverend's Brooch as well, helping out, but my god, Tiny plus ET, you do not want to be next to these heroes. And they go on you.
Oh boy, he has 700 damage. You reduce his armor to 0. That's 700 damage per hit. That's too much, right? Plus, he has an Echo Saver. Instantly removes like 1500 of your HP. That's a bummer if you're a Terrorblade.
And then you get hit once or twice by Collapse. In case you got hit by Earth Splitter, you're probably dying immediately because it halves your HP anyway. Yeah, it's a really good combo. These two at the moment are looking damn scary. Only 5k advantage though for Team Spirit and Gaimin. I still feel that if they set up these fights right, they can still perhaps take a team fight or 2 off of Team Spirit.
Trying the Terrorblade now, he's queuing up an AC. He is done with being one-shotted. So he needs some extra armor.
I was looking at Centaur and I was actually expecting Ace to buy it instead of Shiva's. I think, like, I didn't want to before talk about it, but of course in hindsight it's easy to say. AC versus ET feels like a must. And they're both queuing it up now. Never mind, it seems like Centaur will not, and instead he's going for the Carty.
That's a solid one.
Yeah.
Save the Terrorblade, pull him out, or maybe pull him in if need be. Make a difference.
No, it's really good. I feel like this is one of those games where Accent is kind of a must. They don't have any other saves.
He might need to buy a BKB though, because Ice Path, Wukong's Command, Echo Stomp, there's a lot of things that can stop him when he's jumping in to pull his buddy. Could be problematic.
Quinn, they are smoked.
Need to find Quinn. Attack, double toss. No way he's gonna live. He does open up the card days, but this is what I was talking about. You run into a stun and you just cannot save anybody. Now he does look his card. They're going to be losing Tofu as well. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Malady will be next on the menu. Ghost Scepter to get himself away, but the Boundless Strike from afar. Larl will not allow it.
Yeah, that 5k advantage now is becoming 9k, almost doubling. Roche, of course, is up and alive, so probably an easy objective to go for. Or maybe Watson?
I think there is a bug and that Serrated Shiv is doing damage with the Boundless Strike over the Ghost Scepter, even though it shouldn't, because it is physical. Because I'm seeing twice with the Boundless Strike he's doing damage to the weapon. And Double Toss Centaur in some trouble. He's gonna be using the cart and pulled in again. Rue is the one who gets the kill. The 3 toss would have killed him anyway, so there was no chance for the Centaur to survive there. You wanted to see a Hex? There is a Hex, but on the Elder Titan, I wouldn't want to be in the skin of the guy who has a beef with him.
Is it, by the way, is it because of the Primal Spring shard? I mean, Boundless Strike also applies Primal Spring. I'm not really sure about
yeah,
what it
you're
is.
right. You are right. That is the magic damage. You are right.
I was trying to figure it out because...
Does it apply even if you don't jump?
I'm not sure. I think it shouldn't then, right? I'm not even sure if it does apply. I'm just looking at it right now. Trying to...
The strike applies Primal Spring. Yeah, that's it. It just applies all the time. So that is the thing. It's not the Serrated Shiv. Thank you, Lizard. I saw you go quiet. I'm like, he's probably thinking what it should have been. But,
for once in his life, yeah, he's trying to think. Tofu?
You are the genius analyst. Tofu is dead. That wasn't a smart move to be there, but you have to try to get out on the map. So how are we looking in some 25s? Only Tiny and the Monkey do have them. Nobody else is getting closer to their level 25 talents.
Out of all of these 25s, I'm not even sure if I care about anything but the ET getting his. Like, he's the one that's going to get it sooner, I feel like, than anyone. Maybe Ember gets his, but the impact from this 100% cleave is probably higher than most other talents.
We haven't really clicked on the Elder Titan to see how much damage he actually has in these fights. So while the fight is going on, if you could check Lizard, I would be that would be highly appreciated.
I will. Most of the fights he doesn't get like 5 hero connection on Astral Spirit, but he's still hitting quite hard.
Yeah, 105 per hero. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, Glyph will get used. They do have the banner. The creeps are gonna be pulled away from it. Trodan doesn't care. He has so much armor and HP that he's not even feeling the attacks of this tower. More hits and we'll be getting it down. When he's trying to poke, Rodana is dropping low, still having that Aegis for another 3 minutes, maybe even wanting to give it away now. And exactly what's gonna happen.
They don't even take the range Draxes for now. They move out. I feel like it was kind of a cheap death considering just how long he has on the Aegis. But they might still strike back. They're not moving completely out of the area.
Bounty has the Lotus Force, just to run away. Greater Healing Lotus as well on both him and the Jakiro. Those are some huge heals that these two are going to have.
Yeah, they have some on the other side as well. Of course, Tofu, long time working with Guardian Greaves as E-Blade. Now you do see an AC as well on Terrorblade, of course. Plus 2k gold on top of that, so some extra armor to work with. And are they gonna smoke? Yeah, they're smoking out of their base.
Look at the positioning of the Bounty Hunter. Breaks it, drags the Ember Spirit instantly. It's very hard.
That he's been breaking all of their moves apart throughout the game.
Rudy MVP. Really, he's the one who set it all up for his team. See now, Radon wants to set up. They saw the double boundless strike into the trees, and they didn't know about
the ice
it.
path.
I would have gone for it. We'll be cutting them off. Miposhka doesn't want to allow them to leave just yet. Those tracks are going to be stacked up. So very nice vision for Spirit. Still decide not to go in.
Collapse.
About running onto the Terrorblade. There with the Mask of Madness is going to be pulled up into a cart, just being drove around. The boundless strike is there. Ice Path follow up as well. Will be popping the BKB. Standing his ground, fighting Watson. He needs the Thunder target. He needs it now. And he will be getting it, but it's not nearly enough. Inside of the Wukong's man with a level 25. Nothing that he can do. They did bring down the Tiny. Terrorblade has a buyback. Collapse will be taken out as well when he doesn't have his Astral Spirit, just not as strong. Nicely done by Ace there, keeping Watson alive that long.
Yeah, not a bad fight for Gaimin. They do lose the TB, of course, but only the range set of Raxes, and they're still in this game. 15k behind, but they have a buyback on TB, buyback on Scent if things go south, but there's no buyback on Tiny, so this push most likely will not happen from Team Spirit. What's really important for Gaimin after this fight is to take a little bit of control from Team Spirit on the map, because right now Team Spirit have been choking them inside of their own base for at least good 5 minutes.
A bit too long. But Quinn got his level 25. He also bought an Octarine core, so he can basically just spam Sleight of Fist forever, right? If there's Spirit and a couple of their creeps as well, he's gonna be getting 3 of those Sleight of Fists at least, maybe even the 4th one refreshes. Boy, Abyssal Blade on the Monkey. You get Boundless Strike, go on somebody, Abyssal Blade. I think now, if the Terrorblade shows, like he did earlier, that they're going to be able to blow him up, him and the Elder Titan, without the Centaur being able to react.
Yeah, absolutely. Or maybe you can even control the Centaur before he goes in. They just have a lot of options now. The Hex on the ET, of course, now with the Abyssal on Monkey. A lot of things coming together for them. On the other side, I do see a Gleipnir being picked up by Maledict soon. He's not too far away from it. He won't have a buyback if he purchases it, of course.
Level 25 TB. That is a big
level
one.
25, yeah, from him as well.
And we have an Aghanim Scepter Macro Pyre. That is also a very interesting one. Imagine if he had it in the previous fight to block off their path. It would have been almost impossible to get out of that one alive.
It's like Macropyre is such an interesting Aghanims that's given to Jakiro. He kind of gets everything from it, you know? Like, some Ags are really not much fun, but this one definitely is.
Number Spirit. Quinn decides to go forward. Boundless Strike misses, but he does have the Abyssal Blade. Ups the BKB. Quinn going on to Laurel. The A Blast will connect onto the Boschka. Doesn't have the shard just yet. Threw in a lot of trouble. His Lotus Orb won't protect him for now. Does have a buyback if need be, but Spirit are already out.
He went a little bit too deep. I still feel like there was a 15k advantage. Now it's an 11k advantage. It all comes down to how these fights are set up. And it's crazy for me to say, but Maledic, if he gets like a good Ice Blast, Team Spirit almost cannot fight. Like, they need to go back. They need to reset. It's so important for them to get a good position for Maledic.
And Quinn is doing a good job at doing so, right? Because he's just running in. At this point in the game, once he pops the BKB, he cannot really die. Even if they would use the Abyssal Blade, even with all 3 of the cores on top of him, I still think he gets himself out in time. He's very tanky.
Yeah, and the cooldown of his BKB is almost like a minute or something, so it doesn't even matter. 6-7 seconds BKB, just go in, a poke, and that's all you need. Just to set the fight up for the AA. I mean, for the AA to follow up. I mean, it's not Ancient Persian that's gonna win it completely, but I've been hanging around B-Cop too much. She loves that hero.
What do you think about the Jakiro level 25? Because it is approaching. Okay, he just got it, so he did go for the dual breath damage and range. It really does make the spell kind of OP.
Yeah, the range as well it's kind of crazy. And if you're, what do you think about the other side though? If you could get,
It's actually solid, right? Because you have two of them now. If you have a shard, which at that point in the game, you're most definitely going to have it. I like it. You want the shard to go to an AA, and they will be getting it. That is a huge one for sure.
yeah, the shard on him, massive for sure. Shards from the bounty hunter might set this fight up top though.
Hold on. Try to go for the dark, get stunned up, and boundless strike. They want the centaur, might just be able to get him. Buyback is available. Watson in a lot of trouble. The Abyssal Blade is there, and Laurel just taking him out on his own. They don't really need no help. The tree toss flying in collapse still behind enemy lines. Doesn't really care about backdoor protection.
They might have to use some buybacks. The centaur one is a good start, but I'm not sure it's enough to defend this high ground.
He's gonna try. I still would like Ace to go for a BKB. I don't know if this Lotus Orb changes anything for him. His path, Ember Spirit has been caught. Quinn stunned again. But for now, they just want the range Raxes. The buyback on Tofu will be used as well. So that's two buybacks and the range Rax that Spirit were able to claim.
Yeah, that's the 20k advantage. The lanes are in a bad spot, so maybe go back, defend it, and now you have a clear win condition if you're Team Spirit, right? Like there's Rush available, kill the Rush and go for one of these heroes without a buyback. It's crazy how easily, I would say, Terrorblade died. Even though he's on his own high ground and stuff, they still managed to just isolate it completely. The Macro Pyre is pure, so that a lot of damage was dealt by it. And of course, Larl with full control.
A blast. Ember Spirit sending his Remnant as well. That is a nice A blast that does connect onto the two cores, but nobody to follow up without the Terrorblade. They just feel helpless.
Oh, Wukongs?
Owning Wukongs. At least it did force out the Centaur ulti. So at this point, Team Spirit has to clear themselves. And Roche, Ember going in. He wants to steal. It's not going to be happening. He has just given his life away. Abyssal Blade. Not enough with the BKB. We talked about it. He's just way too strong, way too fast and tanky. He gets out in time. Did he steal anything?
Nothing. He stole absolutely, unless he used something that I didn't see. I think he didn't steal a single thing. Yeah, Refresher is on Monkey. Aegis, Cheese, and Banner are on Tiny. Like, how unfortunate is it for him to go in and not be able to steal a single item? Like, he even moved all his items properly, so he had enough room in the inventory. But still doesn't find a single thing. He does have a Refresher now, by the way. Off his own, he bought it.
He's still lacking a bit of damage, right? He's jumping around those fights. He's dealing a decent amount, but if he would have like a Radiance or something along those lines, it would be making a bigger difference. Still December can be a problem. I could see Quinn taking his team over the edge.
At this point, 52 minutes in this game, I feel like they have enough damage, but the enemy team has more. So by the time you want to use it, you're already dead. They just, their damage is a bit more over time on Gaimin. And the TB cannot stand his ground versus most of these heroes. Like, if ET goes on you, you're probably dead. If Monkey goes on you, you're probably dead. And of course, if Tiny goes on you, you're certainly dead. So, gotta find a way to protect the TB somehow. This card has been used once successfully so far.
Oh, AD rune on the Tiny. He's gonna have 1,000 damage per hit. When he uses it, you don't want to be on the receiving end of that. Oh, he also got the block of cheese. Tiny.
Savory.
Wait, it has a timer? It can actually expire?
Yeah, it has a timer.
Oh, yeah. How long does it last?
Let me Google that for you.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Whenever Lizard is silent, he is thinking about a response.
Dude, I literally Googled that like maybe a week ago. I'm doing it again.
Then you could have
permanent.
At least given me an educated guess.
It says that the duration is permanent. I'm not sure if that's correct, but It should be, right? Like like when it got added, it was permanent.
I can see that it's expiring. I don't know. Looks like 8 minutes to me. My awesome eye is saying 8, but who knows? AD Rune is there. 1,006 damage. That's 6, very important. Level 29, Tiny going on to Quinn. He wants to use that AD Rune, and he's gonna have more than enough, but nice card save. Now both of them are gonna be put into the air, but the Ember Spirit still lives. That is important. Having the refresher is gonna be huge. Rodan now using this AD Rune to make sure that the Rax's fall glyph was there, but not used. But they get the Raxes. Now they're gonna be needing to get out. They did also force out the Metamorphosis.
You were close, by the way. It's 5 minutes, not 3. But I know in Dota, we always move with 3 minutes in everything.
They are getting out of the base. They know with the Metamorphosis that they have to do something now. Don't see it happening.
Yeah, it's running out. Slowly but steadily. They won't have that meta to work with. And it's not like he has Zags.
10, 15 seconds of the Axe would not have been enough. Quinn is still an amazing hero with his Ember Spirit to keep them at bay. And there's no BKB on the Tiny, so that really, or on the Monkey King. So that does give you some time.
Yeah, I believe this will be a smoke now from Team Spirit. And damn, if they can get a good initiation, this game might come even to an end. Level 25 ET with Disperser.
He is incredibly powerful. On the ET, the level, or the tier 5 items are gonna be coming soon. First ones that you and me will cast in this tournament, and this is a game to qualify to the playoffs, so definitely deserves to be long and hard for both of the teams. Now, everybody will just stay chill in knowing that he's so hard to kill, and of course Ace backing him up every single time.
It's hard to push this high ground because of the Carti. I feel like it's the biggest problem for Team Spirit. Because on the high ground, they have all the vision, and Centaurs should be able to save any target easily.
Watson doesn't know what to buy. He is thinking of a... I'm gonna have to hold that thought of a Bloodthorn at the moment, but he did switch his item up a couple of times. Wanted the Super Link as well.
Collapse just took them for a ride on top lane with Ogre Steel Totem, juking all of them. He's a hard kill. Even if you catch him, he still has a Disperser, so, and the built-in BKB.
Built-in BKB, 50 armor if he connects onto a couple of heroes. Like, it's insane how much. He has 34 armor without a single Astral Spirit charge, so definitely not a target that you want to fight.
Is there anything new happening for the Monkey? Like, I know he had Aghanim queued up as well.
He queued up a Skadi and the Refresher. He bought a Monkey bar recently, just when they saw the Butterfly and the
Butterfly, yeah,
and the Tiny have it, so quite nice. Even the other Titan wants it. They understand Watson is... He's like the main problem in terms of finishing them off. Yes, the Ember is annoying, but it is Watson that if they're gonna lose the fight, it is gonna be the Terrorblade that is finishing them off.
And you know what's so cool about ET is, I mean not ET, about this MKB? It's good on every single core that they have, right? Like, it's not a bad item on Monkey, not a bad item on Tiny, not a bad item on ET. They can all get it. Maybe it's a bit of an overkill on Elder Titan. I feel like he could itemize. I mean, he already has control with the sight. It's not like they need any more. I'm not even sure what else he could buy. He could maybe buy a BKB. Even though you have this built-in BKB.
He's gonna have a 30-second BKB if he,
yeah,
if he does go
basically.
for it.
I mean, in some games, it's truly not that bad. You just reset without without ever dying, basically.
I like it. The Astral Spirit lingers more than what you usually get your debuff immunity, so you would still have the movement speed all necessary, and you could get another Astral Spirit off while your BKB is up, getting in on the multiple heroes and just continuing to smash everybody faces in. But I understand he's going for an MTB, because when you have 500, 600 damage, every miss that happens really hurts you, right? That is a lot of damage taken away.
Oh, he only needs a couple of those hits. And if you don't get him, Thunder can connect, right?
Yep.
They just have to make sure to take him down ASAP. They will have all the 3 MKBs very soon. He's on 4.5k gold at the moment.
If he does want it, of course, buyback's very important. Every single hero on the map has it, apart from Quinn, who will have it in just a second. 100 gold is needed for him to finish it off. Yeah, he got it.
Quinn?
Going on to the Ember, bound the strike, want him dead, force that C-Blade, not enough, he's gone. Let's have a buyback, can rejoin if he wants to, just got it.
Yeah, this is... I'm not sure how you even play against that. They can literally do the same play back on mid lane when Wukong's command is back of cooldown. Just plant this massive ring around the Raxes and... What's the play? Like, how do you defend against that?
You can't even smoke out because the other Titan is constantly scouting you out with the Astral Spirit. Very annoying to play. In Spirit, we all know that this team is very patient. They might just now be patient for those extra 15 seconds to get the tier 5 items.
Yeah, they are getting some other items as well. Bounty just completed his Hex too. Going for a BKB next. On the other side, Hex is queued up on Tofu, but I feel like the Hex on Gaimin Gladiators, it's a great item still, but who do you kill in a Hex? You know, like you can Hex the monkey, the tiny, the elder Titan, but it's not like when Team Spirit Hex an Ember, who is almost certainly dead after.
I don't know, it's hard for GG. I would have preferred that blink that Terribly wanted to go for. A nice 4-step just in time before Radon was a toss back, but there's the command that we were talking about. D-Blade onto the tiny instant Lotus Orb to remove it. The buyback, no, that was the dieback, was dead for a long time, but he does have a buyback now. Again, a blast from the other side will be connecting onto the monkey. If they can burst him down, it would be huge. Laurel is dropping low, standing his ground. Yeah, he will be able to kill him. Has a Thunder if he can go forward and look at the backlines, but the Hex is there. Collapse doesn't care about the Ember Spirit whatsoever. That is a dieback, and he cannot come back into the game. Now, Team Spirit finally smell blood. There will be a Hex onto the Centaur. Nice usage of the Disperser. This is why Watson bought it. Found the strike onto both of the supports. Nice card. So the Nullifier really won't be that big of a deal. No more Glyph on GG. They might be dealing with Mega Creeps. A Blast flying in. Radon needs to get out of it. Will be able to do it, but it does connect onto the monkey. Terrorblade gone. Let's get the buyback off. Both him and Malady are going to be coming in. Avalanche toss, not enough for the kill, but Laurel is there to secure it. His Boundless Strike is the one that will end Ace.
Is that it, by the way? Because there's no meta, right? Like, not up for 60 more seconds. If they go back, or will Collapse just go in? Collapse is already in.
Collapse is always in your face. That has been his approach to the game. The entirety of it. Without the Ember, Gaimin, they are pretty much helpless. This is their main hero.
It looks like with this buyback, they'll go back for tier 5s, right?
Yep. This is the first time I'm casting a tier 5 game. I have to admit, I don't even know all of them. But no, they're not really farming them all that much. They want to push.
Oh, there's still no Ember.
30 seconds. They know that he can't come back. BKB of Radon. Mega Creeps are there. Collapse going in. Just to make a statement with the Ogre-Steel Totem, he'll easily move himself away.
I feel like that was inevitable, right? Like, no matter what, you cannot stop that from happening because you don't have an Abyssal. You don't have a way of stopping an ET with his Aghanims just whacking your Raxes off. So, yeah, no buyback. Still on the Ember. Looks like they might smoke, though. Is this a smoke for items? Or is this some Hail Mary smoke from GG?
Look at Tiny. Evolved Deso. 40 damage extra. And of course, the minus 13 armor. On top of the ET removing everything, the Terrorblade is going to be taking a lot of hits. Here's the tracks. Hey, can't even steal the Strosh.
Yeah, we have a blast from the past with the Minotaur Horn. on Jakiro. Back in the game.
Yep, it's 2 seconds, right?
Yep.
He got the boundless, so 350 cast range on Jakiro. Just hover over the dual breath. It's not even on the screen.
Yeah, like the dual breath actually goes off the screen. That's insane. And then Ice Pat, of course, as well, is just the same. We have the unrelenting eye, by the way, on
Yeah, the
on the Monkey
audacious
King.
one. So 100 attack speed extra. But he takes more damage, a bit more. And ET Minotaur Horn as well. The other side, they didn't get a single one yet. Just so hard. Don, he's waiting for Ace. And nope, he's gonna be finding an easier one. Malady's gone without the A blast. How do you really get those kills? Are we gonna be going for the Stampede? Ice Path waiting for him. Wukong's command is out of that. Very hard to fight with the Nullifier. No chance to save him. No chance to keep him alive. That is going to be another dieback, but look at what Quinn is doing with Watson. In a good position, he might be able to finish him off. Rodon now finally starts to stand his ground, and Watson has lost his life when Collapse gets into his face. The Terrorblade just doesn't work any longer, and Quinn is left all on his lonesome without the refresher. He can't do anything. Tofu, the next one to fall. And this Venomancer will be killed and beaten by Team Spirit. 65-minute game, but they land themselves a victory.
What a cool game, man. Like, I know the viewers aren't seeing it. We even get the error under the throne as it falls apart. We got everything from this one. Right? The draft was crazy cool. The first 15 minutes, Tofu playing around Ru and Ru playing around Tofu was also really cool to watch. Like, a lot of strategical thought went into the first 10 minutes of the game, how they're gonna set up the lanes, leaving the Tiny versus Centaur 1v1. Then, like, the majority of the game afterwards was a bit slow, like for 10-15 minutes, because Gaimin were not willing to fight into a bounty hunter. Understandable, but by doing so, they allowed all of these three cores to farm. And that's something that you mentioned. You asked me as well. Elder Titan, Monkey, Tiny, eventually everyone becomes a problem. Valiant effort from Gaimin Gladiators regardless. Like, they had a really cool high ground defense lasting for at least 15 minutes. But Collapse a bit too strong, adding that extra damage that was needed. As if Monkey and Tiny weren't dealing enough, he just added a little bit extra on top. Look at that. Tiny with 65k, Monkey with 57k. Really, I don't know, like a great game. I just want to see something similar coming up. Whoever wins, I just want to see a game that's as good to watch as this one was.
Yeah. I don't know if they can look that much into the future, but I think after Spirit crushed the laning stage as much as they did, they probably thought to themselves, okay guys, we screwed over their momentum completely. Now, just play it slow, and at some point, we're gonna win. That point lasted for 65 minutes, but I don't know if you agree, Team Spirit never really lost control.
It never looked that way. They could have easily, if they pushed high ground a little bit earlier, if they went in when they shouldn't have, they could have easily dropped the ball, but yeah, they didn't. They just warded up the triangle, held their composure, chilled around the Gaimin's base, never let them out. If they do go out, they get caught. If they try to smoke out to plant some wards, some vision, Bounty Hunter breaks it. This was like a game worthy of a grand finals to me. You had it all. And on top of that, you got tier 5 items.
Considering how these teams are playing, we might just get a grand finals between the two of them. But for now, Team Spirit now only one map away from going to the playoffs. Gaimin Gladiators are going to have to pull out a reverse sweep, or they're going to have to try out their luck tomorrow. But all of this will be found out in Game 2 that's coming your way after the break.
night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. To the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of love. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness. Feeling pressure, but never let them deflect you from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set them shop and remember, contribute to hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let her. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, yeah, ice in my veins.
Welcome back to the Fissure Universe Episode 4 here with Spirit and Gaimin Gladiators. What a game one. And of course, if everybody wants to see games like that, !F in the chat to follow all of our socials. It's not only the tournaments here, but also so much content that Fissure is dishing out all the time. So be sure to do that. I'm Harry, joining me is Lizard, and we continue to focus on these two amazing teams that gave us a hell of a game one. If you missed that one, be sure to go back and rewatch it because it's one for the books. Lizard, going into the second game, do you think GG are going to give up on the Veno, or are they going to find a different way to implement it?
Let's see. The last time Veno was first faced by them, they won game one, and then second game it got banned out. It's on Team Spirit to ban it out or not, and on the Gaimin to make a statement by picking it again or giving up on it. I think if Veno goes through and then they don't pick it, it's kind of sad for Gaimin because it's another strat that is a bit different that is going away. But if they do pick it and they win with it, it's even better for Gaimin because then you have to ban it every time because they have adapted. They've done something different. Keep in mind that it is a bit different this time around as well because Team Spirit are first pick, which isn't something that has been the case in any of their wins versus Gaimin. Out of the 4 games that they've played, the games that they've lost, which is one, is the one where they were first pick. So second pick in this perhaps matchup at least benefiting or the comfort zone for Team Spirit is definitely the more comfortable pick order.
Do you have a preference between the picks? Let's say you were a captain or a coach right now. Would you rather have the first pick or the second?
It truly all depends on the patch, I think. Like this time around, I still think that second pick is a bit easier to play because you get the ultimate last pick. And then there are so many flexible heroes that you can switch things up. And like, look at this Ancient Apparition first phase ban, right? Like Gaimin, they have the ultimate last pick. And you know what they did with this AA ban? Suddenly you have to think about all these nasty mid lane Quinn heroes like Huskar. Of course, AA is such an easy hero to first pick as well. I might be looking into it a bit too far out and too deep, but just them having the ultimate last pick enables them to have some nasty Huskar in the end. But let's see, NP on one side, is this the Terrorblade again for Gaimin? It's still in the pool. Veno is still in the pool.
Those can work. Chen, I don't think so. You have a different position 5 nowadays, GG.
10 seconds.
I really like these. We might not see it, but I really like bounty hunters into an NP. Like when you're playing a 4 that can track him and just set things up for a storm from the mid lane to just zip in over his head. As MP, it's much harder to do what you usually tend to do if you're playing into a bounty. Might not be a pick that should be a first phase pick, of course, for a game, and I believe there are more valuable heroes left in the pool. Weaver as well is pretty good, by the way, and he's one of those.
What about a Spirit Breaker? When are we gonna see him when the NP is being picked?
I think we've seen a single game of Spirit Breaker recently. Not the two of us. We haven't been casting it, but in this tournament there was a Spirit Breaker. It's also one of those cool heroes into a bounty hunter into an NP, but still might be a little bit undertuned for the current patch.
His bash is still 17%, right?
Well, it can double. It doesn't have to be only 17 anymore.
I'd always leave it. I'm just trying to find those games if somebody played the Spirit Breaker and I can't find it.
So maybe it wasn't even this tournament. Maybe it was Valachia or something else that I've seen. But maybe it was even a pub game, to be honest, at this point. Maybe I was watching, but yeah, whenever Bounty and Weaver are popular, I feel like Spirit Breakers should be too. Unfortunately, right now for the hero, he is not. They ban out a Dawnbreaker. I feel like Dawnbreaker activates a lot of teams in a different way. Like you can play the game so much faster when you have an offlaner that can just globally show up wherever you are. And it's another hero that kind of works similarly versus Prophet. If you have like some Invis 4 that can find him, like your Weavers, your Bounties, then Dawnbreaker can just follow up, and that's most of the time an easy kill. It completely breaks the way you want to globally play the map. Like it's much harder. What do you think for Team Spirit? Who's gonna be picking up the Prophet? Is it Larl hero? Is it?
It's hard to say. You know, they're a classic team who can flex it, but if I'd have to guess, I'd say Yatoro. Just because he's kind of the most flexible out of the 3 cores that they have. So that's why I'm kind of looking at him as the biggest potential to pick up this hero.
The beauty of the hero, right? Like you can play it almost anywhere. So far, it has like 70% win rate in this tournament. Team Spirit did quite well against it, I believe, in all of their games. When they played against it, that is. I'm not sure if they played it once so far. I don't think they have. I don't think they've played it once in this tournament, at least. They did win against it, though. Yeah.
So Gaimin doesn't want to be playing versus Airblade. I get it, right? If there's Illusion shoving the waves, Nature's Prophet shoving the waves, you won't get to play. Better off just not allowing anything like that.
Dude, I love that all these gamers are starting to become swole. Look at Ace, like flexing a little bit. I've seen
he has strong forearms. He has very strong forearms. If you'd arm wrestle him, that would be problematic. How did this guy make it to the second phase?
I'm not sure. Dazzle definitely going through is a weird one. Maybe they have a plan for it.
5 seconds remaining.
I love that you shut me down just as I was about to mention Quinn's recent pictures, by the way, and him becoming swole as well, but we'll keep it for some podcast later on. What combo is it going to be? Coddle and Storm, maybe? Larl Storm? Whatever you get, it is kind of iffy to play into Dazzle, because Dazzle is also flex, can be mid, right? So all of these good combos with Coddle might not be that great. But what they could do as well is just put Coddle mid. I feel like just seeing these 2 cores, it's really not a bad Coddle core game.
It's actually amazing, right? You pick up a support or a flex. I mean, we saw Collapse play it. And now you can decide what you're going to be doing with the Keeper of Light. But yeah, as you mentioned, this might just be the 3 cores of Team Spirit. It's not impossible.
Yeah, for sure. We'll see. Let's see what Gaimin go for. Seeing these 3 on Team Spirit, I'd really like to see an Invis Bounty or the Weaver. Like, I just love these heroes that can get behind the Prophet and the Coddle. First and foremost, we do get a Bristle, probably some Snot Rocket, and we get the We got the Tofu Mirana instead. I know there's a lot of haters. He does make this hero work though. It's mostly the Starfall max, and he plays around it. It's not even the arrow that's important. It's just the Starfall with a Starstruck facet.
And he buys Aghanims.
It's kind of cool from what I've seen. I know there isn't a lot of fours that play it, but
there was one on the mainstream today with B Cup and Lacoste casting it. So we already saw one Mirana today. I think it was Boom and that they lost.
Yeah, they lost. It was Boom. They also lost. Boom played it twice, and they played it also versus Team Spirit, and they lost with it. So far, I believe the only team that won with it. Actually, one win and Gaimin won with it. So, but that was the Huskar game too. So I'm not sure how much Mirana was. I'm not sure how much she was the one that really carried that game. But in any case, Huskar will be banned out. Same like in that game, very, very similar draft. So they get rid of it. There's also Dazzle Huskar combo later on. But they get the Storm into this. So Coral Storm.
You called it out. It's something to be expected. If it is a Storm laning versus the Dazzle, how does that go?
Even with the Storm buffs, even with the fact that you get all these, you get static slide and whatnot, you know, like I know that he's much better versus a lot of matchups, but I feel like Dazzle is still strong here. I'd still rather play Dazzle in this lane. Much rather, I should say. But of course, the moment you get 6, everything changes because you have Coddle behind you and he can feed you mana. There's just so much global presence here, right? Like you have Coddle Storm, and then on top of that, you have Prophet. So you can basically show up with like 4 heroes in one place in an instant, right? Because you can recall yourself and someone to a hero, and then Prophet can TP there. That's 4 heroes instantly being in one place on the map.
You know what Collapse plays a lot of, and it's good in this game? A Primal Beast. 2 heroes to break. You buy a relatively early BKB.
I'd like that.
It goes well with the Elder Titan as well. I'd actually love it.
I think it's a pretty good call. Dazzle is a bit of a problem, but overall, instead it's going to be a Sand King. Now this puts Collapse on ET, I believe, again. With no, actually,
really?
no.
It's gonna be Sand King, right?
It's gonna be Sand King, 100%. Brain fart. In any case, yeah. So another one of Team Spirit Sand Kings. This time, most likely by Collapse.
So what do you reckon? Core Dazzle, support Dazzle?
I think still core, but like Dazzle plus Mirana seems like not the best lane. Even though maybe it can work because of Starstruck, right? Like Starstruck into Elder Titan, he gets blinded, so he can't actually hit. I think maybe they're onto something. And Dazzle, like you can't run into Dazzle as ET.
Well, it is going to be a support Dazzle, and we get to see an anti-mage. So mid lane DK and Watson playing in AM.
All right. I mean, it's a perfect AM game on paper,
Killer
right?
AM game, yeah. He demolishes the Sand King. It used to be back in the day, you pick a Sand King, there's an AM on the other side, he breaks your legs, and you have a lot of them in the lane. Then versus the Storm, no lockdown, versus a Nature's Prophet. I mean, Team Spirit, they have to ramp up the aggression in this one.
And they definitely can do that. They have heroes that can ramp up the pace of this game. Like we discussed it, right? A lot of backline catch possible. And I feel like AM is really good into Sand King, but you're playing into Sand King, Keeper of the Light, and they might be able to just push in, right? And you aren't, you just can't reach the Sand King because the lane is always in your face. What I'm seeing right now that you guys aren't is that True is going for Solar Bind, which is surprising to me. I absolutely expected.
I think he's gonna change. Change it, please. Also, I mean, I don't know if I agree about that lane though, because if I'm Melody, if I'm the Dazzle, I'm just gonna be chasing the Coddle in that lane and allowing the anti-mage to have a 1 versus 1. And I think if that does happen, that they might not be able to shove in the wave. I think Gaimin Gladiators have a way to play this lane. I love this last pick, not gonna lie.
Absolutely, I agree. There is a way. Maybe then Rue has to go back and stack some triangle or those creeps around the Wisdom Shrine. So I do believe that Collapse will not have an easy lane, but he should be able to make a comeback just from the stacks that Coddle tends to make. You've got like 500 movement speed, level 1 with boots, so you tend to stack a lot. Maybe we'll see some blocks happening as well from Gaimin instantly, maybe a smoke into the enemy territory and block at least one of those camps. But in any case, Solar Bind is the thing that he is going for on the Keeper of the Light. Kind of surprising to me. It's still not that bad, right? Like a lot of magic resistance reduction with the Storm, but this is the first time that I'm seeing this combo where Coddle is a position 4 and he's not going for recall. I think like so much potential is being wasted with this, but maybe Rue has a plan. We'll see. Of course he has a plan. I'm sure this isn't a misclick.
Yeah, he had a very decent plan with the Bounty Hunter that worked out in the previous game, at least for the early stages of it. And, well, we can expect the same from the Coddle. We'll see what they do. But how do you feel about the Anti-Mage? Are we going to be seeing an active early Anti-Mage before he gets the Battle Fury? Because I kind of feel like GG have a problem with finishing heroes off. And the Anti-Mage could come in handy there to come in, take the kill, and then continue farming.
He can, but I feel like this is still a good game for him to scale up and go late. I want to see what kind of a build Prophet is going to go for as well, because you're playing a carry Prophet. This should be still a Mjolnir pickup, right? Like early on. But Anti-Mage in some games, even though it's a perfect aim game, if there's an Orchid fast, like he just can get picked off all the time. And Prophet usually builds one very quickly, but we're probably not going to see it. It's going to be some Orb of Corrosion, Mjolnir.
Yeah, I'm thinking like Mjolnir and the Butterfly early on in this game on the Nature's Prophet, maybe as a third item, just to be able to stand your ground versus the Anti-Mage. Because once the Anti-Mage gets his third item, he would overtake this game. And if you don't have anybody to stand your ground versus him, he will rip you apart. But if you have an item like that gives you way too many stats, maybe the Nature's Prophet can do it.
From all things said, I think you're looking at bot lane to be the main one, right? Most important one.
Yep, Collapse is having a really bad time, and lucky for him that Malady did miss that one. And Rue is actually putting a lot of pain onto these Gaimin Gladiators heroes. Nicely done. They just decide to fight them, and you would assume that Anti-Mage comes out on top there, but not really.
Yeah, I think the problem was not luck, but top lane Miposhka
by Armor and Ace in a bit of trouble. One more hit will be needed. And what was that? The Stout Shield coming into play, the built-in on the melee heroes? I think so. See, he should have gotten that kill.
Yeah, that was pretty damn cool that he managed to survive.
Oh, he missed. Radon missed because of the Starstorm.
The Starstruck?
Yep. That's why he missed 60%. It's actually quite high.
Yeah, that's fortunate, I would say, for the Bristleback.
Unfortunate for Radon, but 60% is you should expect to go well for you. Collapse gonna be getting his mana back. Sometimes versus an Anti-Mage this isn't good because you're gonna be taking more damage, but he still does threaten them.
Yeah, they're standing and fighting, which is kind of cool as well, because what they did and what they emphasized on is taking care of sentries. And Collapse is always able to pop, whenever he has mana, that is, he's able to pop Sandstorm and move out of vision. So Rue invested a lot into detection. preventing Maledich as well from dewarding was crucial in this lane. A lane that's usually considered pretty damn bad for Sand King. It's good.
Rodan gonna get slowed down. Tofu coming forward, but he's taking a lot of damage from Miposhka. This lane strong on both sides, really. If you look at it, both Team Spirit and Gaimin Gladiators have a very strong lane here in the top.
Yeah, just this Starstorm is a game changer. This top lane usually is pretty damn... It's not that bad for Mirana and Bristol, but you aren't winning it. But because of the Starstruck facet, it's a bit different. They're doing much better. Still though, no CS on Ace, by the way. 7 CS on the Bristol.
Yeah, that hurts. That hurts. I mean, it is the power of the Elder Titan versus the Bristol back. You only do physical damage, and he gets so much armor from his Astral Spirit that he can run forward. I guess we talked about the bottom lane, about it being an important one to the development of the game.
Yeah, rude.
But this top lane has definitely been the most fun one. Slow down. There's the blood grenade. Goes for a TP out. And with the heal, they're going to have more than enough now. It is going to be a long way back to the lane for Ru. As bottom lane, Tofu in a little bit of trouble. The Starstruck will be helping him. He gets himself out just in time. And Ace coming forward. He wants to get the Miposhka Malady on the bottom lane. Got a double kill. So finally, the Anti-Mage on the Dazzle lane will be kicking in.
Yeah, and in style, I should say. Level 3 on Dazzle, same on AM. The lane is pushing in, so a lot of those creeps will be denied from the Sand King, who does have a TP, but's not going to use it. So, a really rough lane now for Sand King and Coddle. They need to find a way to get back in this one. Maybe some stacks from Ru that aren't happening right now, and Collapse seems to be already moving into the jungle. This usually is not a good sign.
Yeah, the Anti-Mage is just gonna be completely free to do whatever the hell he wants in that in the bottom lane. But you have no choice, really. If you're collapsed right now, going onto the bottom lane would just be a disaster.
Absolutely. This is basically the only thing that you can do. But Maledich has played out of his mind this lane. This Dazzle did so much work. Okay, his sentries got dewarded early on, which wasn't fantastic, but he never allowed a single pull to happen, and he planted a lot of good sentries afterwards that helped him kill off Collapse. Ace?
Collapse did go back to the lane. Ace is dropping low, not low enough to take his life. I think Watson... Okay, I was about to say we'll finish the Vanguard, and he does. So Watson has a Vanguard, so is probably going to be going for those early fights. I mean, why not? He's very hard to kill now.
Yeah, actually queuing up a full halberd on the AM even. Kinda cool. Let's see what he can do with it.
Is this what people do now? I saw Yarrow play a couple of Anti-Mage games, and yeah, that is the build. People go for a halberd, rush, and then they go for a harpoon.
So it's basically like the offlane Anti-Mage from a few patches ago.
Yep.
Vanguard, Harpoon, maybe Vlad's. That was the build.
Remember in Dota 1 when Russian players would play so many of the Vanguard Anti-Mage just running at you. That was a long time ago. It did happen quite often back then. Mr. Dunn will be eating a double Starstorm. Needs to get out of this one fast. And oh, what a play from Tofu. Jumping over the creep to Redan. Was blocking. He's going to try to get out. Not going to be happening. And GG this time around. Looking much better in the laning stage.
Absolutely every lane went well for them. Even this mid lane DK into Storm. Okay, now that I say it, Larl should get the kill here, and he does.
Collapse. One more hit is going to be needed. The blink is there. He tries to dodge it, and his own creeps blocking him, making sure that Watson does run him down. Now it's going to be a Miposhka versus Tofu fight that Miposhka doesn't want to take, running away from a girl. Mirana will be the one protecting her triangle.
Yeah, protecting the triangle, taking the Wisdom Shrine as well. Luckily for Team Spirit, Watson did not go for this Wisdom Shrine. Didn't want to contest it. His lane is too good to ruin by some unnecessary moves like that one. But it was only Coddle defending the Shrine. Collapse will be farming up a fat, juicy ancient stack. Maybe making a small comeback. His score is not amazing at the moment, but he's finding some farm.
Look at the AM. 4,000 net worth. He already has the full halberd. Halfway there towards the power treads. Rotating towards the top lane. Wants to make something happen, Watson. And Radahn is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah. I was just about to say, the way you usually slam dunk on an AM is you bring rotations to him, but he's the one rotating instead.
He's stealing those ancients. Radahn gets himself out, pops the ulti just to shove out the waves. So nice read coming out from him. But still, they can't do anything. They're just sitting here waiting to die. Okay, Laurel coming in with an invis. Can he do with it? Going towards Ace, who is level 6, but only 1 point in Bristleback. Arrow will be connecting from afar. Let's see if they can please get something out of this. Ace goes down. Tofu, he has one more leap charge, but Quinn is here. Losing the dragon form will make sure that he's not that big of a deal. Watson needs to cut through the trees, but only to escape for now.
It's still a pretty good kill, I would say, for Team Spirit, and nice little defense of their own area. Like, they defend the jungle. Storm Spirit doesn't lose a lot of resources, of course. He has Coddle. Prophet doesn't die, and most importantly, I would say Sand King is farming bottom. He's finally getting some good recovery going for himself.
How do you feel about his Vanguard? I thought he was just going to be rushing the Blink.
I feel like this item is just too good on a lot of offlaners right now. So it's kind of value. It's just good value. Even going Halberd.
And it was
Halberd
about
Dart,
time, right? The Vanguard was completely forgotten for too long.
Well, it was a silly item, right? On a lot of heroes.
Looks like a silly item again. Another Wrath of Nature will be flying out. Now Spirit are just farming. And when you know that you're not playing versus a Battle Fury anti-mage, then you don't feel like that much of a... You're that much on a timer, right?
Yeah, probably not as pressured. If anything, maybe the anti-mage is the one that feels maybe a bit pressured to make moves. Mid lane Storm. Farm.
Has one more leap. There will be a stun. Arrow, a little bit too late. Tofu, he cancelled the animation once, and the second time it just wasn't there in time. Melody tries to TP out. The Echo Stomp will not allow it. And Team Spirit, they do get the kill on the top lane, coming back after a pretty bad laning stage.
Absolutely. I'm waiting to see as well what Miposhka goes for on level 5. He's still keeping a point. It will kind of tell us a story of how he feels the game is going to go. If he goes another level in Astral Spirit, he'll be maybe making a bit more aggressive moves. Echo Stomp, more defensive, of course. And it also tells the story about what his item build will be. 2 levels in natural order, of course, as well. Pretty good with the Storm Spirit plus Solar Bind.
Boshka getting some stacks off. Nothing too big happening on the map. Is there any big moves that we're going to be waiting for? A move that takes down a tower finally? Is there anything that these teams are waiting for?
I mean, there's a blink on Quinn now. He purchased it. It's going to fly out to him. So that should allow GG to start making some plays.
They're going to be going for it. Jumping onto the Mirana. Still has one more leap. So Tofu will generally be fine.
You saw that though, right? Like they dropped the smoke and showed Mirana so that smoke isn't scouted. I do still believe the Storm saw it as he jumped in. Let's see, maybe he didn't.
Pay attention. Moonlight Shadow is available. Laurel, to stun him out of the creep wave so they can fall up with an arrow and
oh, the heal from Rue.
Oh, what a hex!
There.
Still not enough. They can maybe deny him. No need. Laurel is out. The heal from the Illuminate making a huge difference.
Yeah, I saw him channeling that, and that's only level 1 Illuminate, by the way. Not that great, but still working out very nicely for Team Spirit. Look, that was perfect from Gaimin. I don't think they could have played that better. They set up everything. They get the position for the arrow as well, but Rue's positioning was even more brilliant.
You do everything right, you don't get a kill, it has to hurt. This is why I was talking in the draft that you might need to bring the anti-mage for the kill. You are just lacking damage, and it was pretty apparent there.
They're bringing it.
Heroes. Oh, well. Rodan, they go with the stun. He uses the mana voice so that the stun from the DK would connect, but he got his dragon form finally, so they do get the kill.
Yeah, they don't get the storm kill, but they get the prophet kill. So your wish, Meister, has been granted. Anthony joining the fights.
Rana, get caught. Tofu, he still has a leap. If need be, arrow into the face of the storm spirit, but the blinding light is there.
He goes in.
You better go back, my friend. He does have the Polywog Charm shield there. Some of his mana being given back to Watson. A bit low in that department, but he has a great healing Lotus. That pretty much gives him his whole mana pull back.
They're playing this game very fast on game, and it all stems from Watson's item build, basically allows them to make these plays. And there is a smoke on Miposhka, and I'm expecting it to maybe be used.
See what they can do. They need that Blink Dagger, and speaking of Blinks, Quinn will get it onto Laurel. A little bit too low now. Even with the low damage between these two, it's more than enough to get the kill this time around.
They need to start making a play, right? Like, you can be as reactive as you want to, but Dragonite plus Mirana, and that's it. That's all they need to get these kills. Mirana has maxed out Starstorm, Blink, stun from DK, and you almost always have enough damage. It might be time for Collapse to start moving into these fights.
Somebody's getting married, it seems, right next to me right now. So they're hopefully they do pass. I don't know if you can hear it, Lizard.
I can't. But well, is it like
honking?
Yeah, all the honking.
Okay, it's good. It's not going through. That's good, but the smoke will break. They did go for it. Blink Dagger on the Sand King will be used, and they miss on Tofu. He has one more leap charge if he wants to go for it. Nice grave from afar. He might not even need it. Gets out just in time. Radon is there waiting for him onto the high ground. Malady, now you don't have a grave for yourself, but we're gonna dig one for you, Spirit. Beautiful reveal of the Blink Dagger of Collapse.
Press H to honk in the chat for the newlyweds in Serbia here, where Harry Freak is. But nice. Finally, we get the fight from Team Spirit on their own terms, right? Like the Prophet actually joining in and doing some extra work that was needed in the damage department.
And, you know, there is also another letter close to the H, and that is F, exclamation mark F in the chat to get the link to follow all of our socials, guys. Do it now. We have tournaments ready for you for in this year, next one, and the one afterwards. And who knows what kind of announcements will be there in the future as well. It's still a 2k gold lead for GG, but it does feel like Spirit still have a lot to fight back with.
Yeah, straight into the Tormentor. You have a Dazzle. This is never that difficult with Dazzle to do. They don't even lose a lot of resources, and it's the Dazzle that gets the shard. Pretty cool.
I know it's heal amp 20%, okay? And you can use your ulti when you're disabled. That's actually quite huge, not gonna lie, because you do want to stun him and kill him, and now it's not gonna be possible. Collapse.
Exactly.
It's the Burrow Strike away.
That part of the shard is way more important. Miposhka.
On him, stun. Where's the follow-up arrow? Well, you don't need it when Watson is here. A couple of hits are gonna be doing it. And with this build on the anti-mage, you can just dive tier 2s. You pretty much don't take any damage.
He's diving, and there's also greater healing Lotus on him. There's a Dazzle behind if needed. Dazzle that can't really reach that far without Nottle projection, of course, but still, you're probably gonna get graved by the time they dish out the amount of damage necessary to take you down. So free to do whatever you want to.
Considering how perfect of an anti-mage game this is, I'm surprised that the win probability is still close to 50-50 between the two teams.
Malady? They're gonna jump him.
He's going to the grave now. Here's the projection. And, well, there's the turnaround with the anti-mage going in. Blinding Light, however, is going to make sure that he cannot kill Radon. Decent amount of damage. They really want the aim. He did use the Great Healing Lotus. Will it be enough for him to survive? There's Splitter off the mark. He gets the blink out just in time. Now with the Burrow Strike on the Dragonite. That's going to be a big kill as well. Radon going to be TPing in very aggressively. Doesn't want to get close to the Anti-Mage. And Quinn is surrounded by 5 heroes. Tofu next on the menu. Laurel has enough mana to get on top of him. One more Leap Charge is available. And it will not be used as the stun of Collapse. Make sure he stays in place long enough.
Dude, what a crazy series of events. What a crazy fight for Team Spirit. You know what's the most insane thing that happened there? Rue was waiting for the Mana Void to be cast, right? And the moment he saw Anti-Mage going on MP to use it, he heals the mana on NP. And that Mana Void does not deal the necessary damage to take him down. Instead, it tickles him. And then they turn after. So instead of just killing the NP and going forward, maybe on a different target with AM, he needs to go back because the NP is kicking his ass. That's a crazy fight.
Without that Mana Void, really, your damage output as an Anti-Mage isn't that high. And I think GG are getting to a point where their damage is really suffering. Whistle back now. Gonna be caught. There's the Solar Bind. He does have the Blade Mail to assist him. Not enough. Also, the Echo Stomp onto Watson. Needs to be very careful. Blink onto the low ground will be fine. Arrow.
Poshka
does get the connection. They will be going on to Miposhka, trying to finish him off. There's the Hex. He can deny him if they want to, but Illuminate will make sure that they don't have to. And the stun, Burrow Strike going through, Counterspell not coming out there at the perfect timing, so it's not going to be doing anything as Collapse gets himself a double, and Tofu will be next on the menu at this point. It's all Team Spirit. Radon coming through. He sees Tofu. A couple of hits are going to be needed to finish him off, but Collapse, after a abysmal laning stage, is now styling on GG.
They're so damn good. This is... the whole game is just a pleasure to watch. I have to say, from Gaimin, I think they need one extra item, and it isn't a pipe on Bristle. Pipe is great. I think they need a Lotus. I think Lotus is so necessary now. Solar Bind, not something that you usually worry about if the Coral is a support, but with Sand King, Storm, and Elder Titan, did you see what he did to Bristle? Like, he ripped him apart in a couple of right clicks. They have to find a way of dealing with that.
Okay, look at Watson. He's queuing up a Battle Fury. He's like, guys, this is not working. I need a normal Anti-Mage to win this game. And does that mean that GG are hoping to get to the ultra late game now?
Oh, Storm. He might jump in, smoked up.
Well, they want this Anti-Mage off the map. You will be getting the Counterspell and the Blink away, but it's not enough to survive. They refresh the spells on Collapse, not even giving the Stone.
No, Quinn
also comes over. Their Splitter is coming in. You have to get away from him, but it pulls him in again into 5 heroes of Team Spirit. They are everywhere, and mind you, this is without the recall. They are just that good and that fast.
Yeah, bad situation turning worse with Quinn dying as well. Perfect smoke for a perfect storm from Team Spirit. Melody needs to be careful. He's far behind enemy lines. Probably just a ward here. Larl is just on a hunt. Like, look at this man. One hero after another that he's hunting. I think, like, overall, Battle Fury as the next item isn't bad on AM. I think that's actually okay-ish. Gives you a bit of scaling capabilities.
Laurel has the shield rune, a very hard kill. Even if you get everything into him, Rue gives himself a little bit more mana of the old growth, just a bit extra vision from Radon. Dazzle in a very peculiar position, but he does give the vision. Will be graving himself and buying time for the rest of his team to go in. Watson onto Rodon buyback. Yeah, they know they need their coddle. There is no mana void. The Storm Spirit will be pulling himself in. Nice counter spell, definitely saving his life, but the Storm is not done. He knows that without the mana void, they can't do anything to him. It does feel that way. Another Burrow Strike onto 2 heroes. His melee heroes really not doing that much. Epicenter now in the middle of it. Rodon without any mana, but that just means that the Anti-Mage is not doing any damage to him. Mana was given back and also the HP, the Scuttle, making all the difference. But look at how deep the Bristleback is. They want her down dead. He's going to be focusing on the Bristle. He can't get him down. Watson, very low. The Illuminati will be able to run away from it, but not from the Storm Spirit. Even with the Haste Rune, it is not enough. Bristleback somehow lives.
Dude, what an insane fight. So many cool things happening again. Collapse is playing out of his mind. I'm not sure if I have seen a single Burrow strike that doesn't connect on like 2 heroes at least. Anti-Mage as well on the other side. Watson, clap. Just clap to him. He used Counterspell multiple times to bait the Storm Spirit to stun himself, right? Like every single Electric Vortex didn't work out. In the end, Lars stopped even trying to catch the Anti-Mage because he was just ruining his chances of actually getting a kill. Overall, I feel like Gaimin had a good plan, but that plan got thwarted the moment True buys back. He buys back and Storm just has infinite mana to do whatever he wants to in this fight.
Kinda sad. I outplayed the Storm, and the Storm still kills me, and I'm an anti-mage, so definitely doesn't feel good for them. In Spirit, they're not done. They have now a gem on Rue, want to go for Watson, and they will be finding him with the stun counterspell. He won't be able to get it off this time around. Echo Stomp off the mark. Radan does.
A bit deep.
Here's Quinn as well. Radan out of position. He's gonna be needing a little bit of help. His ulti not really doing that much, and again a double Burrow strike. He just never misses. So Radan healed up once more. Force Staff onto the side. He will still die. They're trying to finish off Watson. Not going to be happening. But Quinn on the other side will definitely a big casualty of this fight. Viposhka still alive. Now this time around, you cannot counterspell and collapse. He gets a double. He wants to continue destroying them. However, Ace is too strong. The Anti-Mage and the DK are dead. But there is another core on GG. And he's definitely pulling his own weight.
Absolutely. Ace, in these prolonged fights, of course, when he can get a lot of kill sprays off, looks incredibly strong, and it probably is the main reason why this fight got turned. A bit deep, I have to say, from Team Spirit. This time around, their smokes into the triangle every single time worked out. This time around, I would say they did not. They lost the Prophet, the ET, and the Sand King. This was a decent fight for Gaimin, and like you said, Bristleback is an additional core that will start scaling. He's going for that SNY with Blade Mail and Pipe of Insight. Screw whatever I wanted and my Lotus picks. You don't need a Lotus when you counterspell 24/7 the way Watson is doing. He's just going for the stats resistance, for the scaling on Bristleback instead.
Ace is becoming a problem. They're trying to ignore him on the side of Spirit, but I think very soon you're gonna have to think about killing him. With the Dazzle on the other side, though, going for a Bristleback is too scary.
Dude, Quinn. Sixth sense right there. Deeping out.
Knew that there was something up, and now they're preparing for a smoke. Thinking about the Roche, though, with the Bristleback, they most definitely can get it with a Snot Rocket.
A Bristle, Basil, right? Like this should be very quick. They don't really have a single hero to even scout it.
Would you give it to Watson? He's preparing, it seems, and he will be getting it. Ace probably feels like he cannot die anyways.
Yeah, probably the best carrier anyway, right? Dragonite, a form hero, not great on him. Bristle, really difficult to take down. Even Anti-Mage, I would say, is really hard to kill, but out of these 3 cores, probably Quinn is the easiest one to kill at this point, I would say.
It feels weird to say considering that he's a Dragonite, but I mean, his net worth is reflecting that really hasn't been having a good game. 1 and 5 on the DK.
Yeah, just 10k at the moment, doesn't have a BKB, and has no way of actually getting out, right? If they go on him with Third Splitter, he already loses half of his HP.
I don't see how he comes back into this game. He has no farming items, and with the Corrosive Dragon, you're definitely just gonna be a blink stun for the majority of it.
Yeah, usually it tends to go that way if your Corrosive Dragon game doesn't go well early on. But he's got 2 other cores to share the load and maybe carry him to greener pastures where he can actually get that farm.
Where is the gem at? It's Spirit lose it? Or did they leave it in the base? Oh, they left it in the base. So probably thinking, okay, guys, we're not winning this one at the moment as much as we would want to just continue to run in with the gem.
Yeah, you take the gem on special dates, you know, take it for a ride, show it the map, the ward, and then you bring it back home by 9.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Sounds like Gem has a strict father, right? But overall, the game will slow down. Our Spirit don't seem to want to fight versus the Aegis, even though this is the team that usually finds some plays with it. Doesn't seem like it will be the case this time around. Showing the Bristleback on top. That is not a target. Then SMY, I can't do anything for him. Does it? But Collapse did steal the shrine, so quite nice for him. Level 20 now on the Sand King already.
A very nice recovery and a very nice level to get. Like that 20 talent, -2 seconds of a stun is pretty damn cool to get on Sand King. He's just constantly creating havoc in fights, every fight. And now he's gonna do it even faster.
Especially because he has been like getting amazing stuns off. Imagine now that you have an option to do it 2 seconds earlier every single time.
Yeah.
Really will make a difference. We'll see how much.
And he's queuing up Octarine, by the way, too. So
I wasn't gonna make it like 6 seconds, 6.5.
I believe your serve math.
Yeah,
it wasn't great yesterday, but I'm sure today is pretty good.
I improved it. I went and repeated all the things I learned in school.
Which is multiplication, addition.
And reading, that's it.
And reading, yeah. Yeah, likewise. Mid lane, the tier 2 tower is slowly being chipped down. It looks like it might live for now. Elder Titan, of course, one of the best heroes when it comes to defending your objectives. Look at how hard they're splitting the map. Like Collapse on one side, hugging the wall, and on the other, it's Coddle and Storm Spirit doing kind of the same.
Gem, right on GG, you have to buy a gem. You cannot allow these deep wards to be protecting Spirit so much.
That's definitely the case right now. The lane is pushing down bottom, but they're setting up a trap. I wonder if... Is there a hero... Like, Bristle is probably not the kill, right? With Pipe and SNY.
Maybe they can try. Solar Bind with the Epicenter is not to be underestimated. Okay. They are... they are not gonna be trying at all. Give up on that one. 24 galvanized stacks on the Storm. Laro really has been having an amazing game. But it only takes one huge mana void to end the entirety of Spirit.
He does have Linkens to protect him from it. And I believe Radan is also buying one. So they're going to have multiple Linken Spheres mid lane.
Smoke breaks. Nice counter spell. Not in time. Finding the Dazzle. He does grave himself. Nice usage there of the shard. He's still gonna go down. No chance to protect himself. The Yules finish him off in the end. He does land and right afterwards.
At the moment that Aegis is gone, they strike. So pretty cool kill. What's also pretty nice is Rue's itemization. He's getting an Aghanim soon. He's 200 gold away from it on Coddle. They lacked some extra control in some of these fights, and I feel like it's a really good item this game. I think Hex as well would have been great, but some AoE, extra AoE plus Sand King to keep them in that Sandstorm, not too bad.
If you just push out the Mirana with the Blinding Light, nobody can kill the Ignis Fatuus, really. 3 melee cores, they're not gonna get close. If they do, well, the Sand King will rip them apart.
Your job is done then, right, anyway. They might find him, though.
Yeah, Rue. Nice hero to start things off on, and it will be an easy kill. That is a dieback, so that's why he's dead for so long.
Yep. Luckily for Rue, at least he did already buy out, so not a lot of gold has been lost. He will have to chill, though, for a little bit.
Melody, just not a hero that you can solo kill that easily as a Storm. Right?
Yes.
He's just gonna use the Nautilus projection.
Without the
This,
shard,
the Wraith.
maybe. Is he safe?
Yeah, it does look like he's safe.
That shard just
Laurel is
changed
not
everything.
done. Exactly. He was very lucky. Meanwhile, GG are trying to change things in the mid lane. Ace coming in, Watson already there, and they get a kill. I really like these boots of travel on Ace. He understands that they need a way to deal with the split push of Team Spirit, and this is a perfect one. You've killed 2 supports. Now you're going high ground, but the wave cutting is already happening. Radan did it. Look at all 3 waves are in favor of Spirit.
No, they're doing an amazing job. And it's not only that they have started doing it right now, they've been doing it for the last 10 minutes. Bot lane always pushed in, top lane always pushed in. There's always someone. And what's the craziest is it's not even the Prophet or the Coddle doing it, it's the Sand King and the Storm. Like, they don't have recall to easily put Coddle in those positions. Instead, it's Storm and Sand King just pushing out. And of course, some greater treants are coming into play here as well.
Yeah, I think Rodan is just waiting for an opportunity to go to the high ground and put a greater treant onto the tower, and he doesn't want to put himself in harm's way. That's why he's being a bit more defensive. Watson bought the Manta, and now he still wants to go for a Battle Fury. I think it's kind of needed, right? You need to shove out these waves. Even the Bristleback is queuing one up.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't go Battle Fury this game, does that mean you need to keep the Quelling Blade in because of the of the root, or do you just play around your Blink?
Yeah, you do need it still, right? It's because you blink forward. There's gonna be a
but it feels so bad now. It's minute 34. You know, it's like if he bought it as the 3rd item, maybe. But
he's queuing up an Aghanims though.
Yeah, like at this point, buying it almost feels like. At this point, usually players think about selling it and buying something else, not buying Battle Fury.
With an Aghanim Scepter, the Chakra Magic will be useless in terms of preventing the damage from the
Quinn.
They want him. Have an Epicenter if they need it. Well, they won't need it. Storm does more than enough damage there with Help of Collapse.
Yeah, he has Regen as well. They Mirana ulted, but they can't really get anything without the DK. If you look at Quinn and what he's queuing up, I love the build. Like he's going for a Hex next. Meanwhile, it's the Bristle that has the Battle Fury, by the way. If you're not gonna buy it, I'm gonna buy it. I'll show you who's the real carry here.
Yeah, but I still don't see how GG played this game. Spirit are doing just an amazing job at shoving out the waves that when you're GG, you can't do anything. Even though in a fight, they have decent chances of winning despite the gold lead on the other side. That fight, I don't know how you force it.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure as well. I get the Battle Fury on Bristleback, by the way. It's not like he needs it for farming, but he needs it for the Sprout. He doesn't want to be absolutely controlled. I feel like this Rosh right here will respawn kinda soonish. Why is Larl in a stone? Is he stuck there? I wonder. Can he move out there, or does he need to ball lightning? You know, there's like some really crazy spots in the pit.
Yeah, especially when, you know, the pits are moved and then they want to change something.
Melody, no, run.
Run, Melody. He has the Nautilus projection, so he should be fine. Can grave himself. Laurel, that is what he wanted to force out. That is a nice spell to take away. Lotus Orb protecting Laurel, and there's the Ignis Fatus. Look at the light, Quinn. He's flying around there. Echo Stomp. And the Blinding Light. This is so annoying. They cannot move now. Going onto the Dragonite.
Collapse is
protected by the pipe, but Collapse goes in. This time around, the Burrow Strike really not that great. Melody still has the Grave to protect himself, but he will be allowed to get it. At least the Yule's now still alive, not for long. There's just so much AoE damage. And the chase is on. Ace gets himself away. Watson, they see him because of the curse of the old growth. He will be getting another blink away, but nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Spirit are relentless, and they will get him as well.
they're playing just out of their minds. Such a good Ignis Fatus, just keeping them in that Will-O-Wisp. Now they're going for Tofu and
Oh, he
Itemization
catches
as well.
the mid-jump. That is the worst feeling with the Mirana. You think, haha, I'm out, and then a Storm Spirit just makes sure that it does not happen.
He might be out, but out of this game. They're losing the Botrax's top lane already, being taken by Radon. There's no tier 2 mid, which is a saving grace, I would say, for Gaimin. If they even... I think they stay, right? Like, they definitely play this game through. Rosh is up, maybe they can contest it. But these fights are so difficult to take for Gaimin. They're just missing that extra oomph. They're missing that extra damage. They need this Dragonite to be the one initiating, stunning a target so that AM can follow up. But they aren't able to do that. They don't have the BKBs as well. Will-O-Wisp is just a big issue now on top of everything else. And of course, without the BKBs, you are food for Sand King.
Or Bristleback, man. He is running around these fights trying to do something, and he cannot get on top of a target. This Will-O-Wisp is making it impossible.
Sometimes when you can't catch heroes, when you can't force a fight, you force an objective, right? And it's 20k difference. It's hard now, but maybe forcing a rush would be...
It's the only play, right?
But the only play is to wait for Dragonite to actually have some farm so that he can contribute. I feel like that's the biggest issue. Both him and Antimage have fallen off heavily now.
Hex on collapse. There is going to be a Hex on the Dragonite, but I just don't see that Hex changing things. The damage is their issue. Radon? Be dusted. A bit too deep. He has the Lincoln Sphere. Maybe we could have just gone for a TP, but there's a Hurricane Pike, so Quinn can cancel that one off.
Collapse is lurking as well, though.
This might just be a bait that nobody else is coming. Lincoln Sphere broken. Stun does connect. Maybe coming over. He's gonna get the Hex there with the Poison Touch. He needs Collapse to assist him, and well, doesn't really. Just with the Crimson Guard, but even without it, Radon would have been fine. Well, mid lane, Ignis Spot is being used, but it doesn't protect the Coddle. Maybe thinking about going for this one, going on to Ace. The break is there. A couple of hits now from the Storm is going to be enough. Finally, they found an opening. They brought down the big one. Hex onto the Mirana. Storm going in. Laurel continuing his onslaught, but there will be a grave from the high ground. Tofu stays alive for now. Stun on Laurel. Mana Void is available, but there are so many Lincoln Spheres. You have to be careful how you're using those. Collabs being pulled back in. Has the Crimson Guard once again. Very hard hero to take down, but losing mana rapidly. Laurel going in. Link is still broken. The Yules protecting him for a second, not enough. Watson gets a double, and he wants to go for more. Road bought back this time around. I don't think it's going to be as impactful as last time when he went for it, as Watson still going forward. This time, he will stop.
What's Radon cooking?
Split pushing.
Yeah, I mean, you saw that the Storm Spirit zipped in with like no mana, right?
No
like,
mana, yeah.
Into an anti-mage. Like that was, ooh, that was spicy. I'm not sure what that was. They have so many of these small little things, small little ways of dodging everyone. It's like a ghost on Elder Titan, Crimson, Hex, Lotuses, so many different ways to escape the fights. But if you go in with no mana, you're gonna lose them no matter what. Nicely done by Gaimin to get a really big kill. It's 1,000 gold that goes to Watson. Now suddenly Aghanim's, and I mean a full basher if he wants to complete it.
The game is still very hard, right? Because you're playing versus level 25 Nature's Prophet, and you already lost the lanes of Rax. Things are not easy, but they show that they can fight.
Yeah, for sure, not easy. They have a Hex on DK. The moment his courier is respawned, they'll have it. Unfortunately, of course, they'll be playing into an Aegis.
Look at that damage of the Nature's Prophet when he's fighting. When he was hitting Grosh, he had like 600 damage.
Even dropping the Manta now for the Aegis.
Spirit. Let's see if they're gonna go for the Hail Mary push. I don't think they need to. They can still shove in the waves and find an opportunity. They don't really need to force it.
Yeah, absolutely. they don't need any prayers, I would say. No Hail Marys for them. They can just chill. Stick around the base like they did in game number 1. We were in a very similar situation where they basically choked them out until minute 60 or so.
Sand King is 25 as well, so he does have the blind and slow.
He's going in, it seems.
Gonna go in onto the bristleback, trying to finish him off. Ace gonna get Grave, so for now he's gonna be okay. Redon, they want this Aegis. It's not doing any damage to him. With the Mana Void, he gets close to finishing him, but it's just not enough, especially with Laurel being able to run down the Anti-Mage, and he's not gonna have a Mana Void for a minute, so even with the buyback, he's not as strong.
God, they were so close. That damage was insane. Anti-Mage. Oh, pull that off. Storm. Swing in.
He's gonna be pulling them together. Laurel still being a little bit hesitant about continuing this fight. The buyback of the Anti-Mage seems to be enough for Spirit for now. Still have an Aegis. Radon gonna get turned on. It's gonna be a huge one onto the two of them. Now they want the DK. Gonna get graved up and pulled in together. I don't know how. He lives through this with Bosch calls so deep into the fight, and Quinn still alive, but Illuminate goes through healing everybody on Spirit and making sure that the two cores of GG are dead. Spirit, they look like the first team that are gonna be going into the playoffs of FISSURE Universe Episode 4. And in what style, looking untouchable throughout this group stage.
Man, absolutely nothing to take away from Gaimin Gladiators. They played this game very well from the get-go. It's so hard to win against Team Spirit when they're in this sort of a form, though. Like, their moves were crisp, clean on the map. They made maybe 1 or 2 bad smokes. Everything else was perfect, even though the lanes weren't that great. It's just... they're playing out of their minds. Game number 1, game number 2, I loved what Gaimin were doing, but it just didn't work against Team Spirit. I feel like if they recreate the same drafts, the same game style against most teams, they would probably win.
Yeah, I really liked how Spirit in this game in particular recognized at one point, guys, they don't have damage, so let's just run circles around them, and they played so aggressively, and it worked out. And I think that is in itself a mistake versus Team Spirit, because this team just has such a good idea how to fight and great communication inside of that fight, that if you cannot blow up the hero at the start of the fight, they're probably just gonna outmaneuver you.
Yeah, just way too many ways to outmaneuver heroes, right? Like the Ogre Seal Totem, the Ghost Scepters, the Crimson Guards, the Force Staffs, Will-O-Wisp, of course, from Caudal eventually coming into play as well. Just a crazy cool draft and crazy cool gameplay from Team Spirit. I wouldn't say this was like an outdraft from them, but it definitely did look that way in the end. Anti-Mage was a pretty cool pick. I wonder, would it have been better if he went for a normal build with the Battle Fury? Probably not. This is the build on AM, and it was strong early on. I think they had one big problem, and that might be the Dragon Knight on the mid lane. Quinn ending the game 1-8-11. Not very characteristic for him, but it's just, I feel like, the nature of that hero when he's playing with 2 greedier cores. Right? This isn't Duracho that's going to create all the space for you. You need to move around the map, do it yourself, and when you're a DK with Corrosive Dragon, I feel like most of the time you end up with having the lowest net worth out of all the cores in the game.
There definitely were chances to play the game differently. On GG, would it have changed the outcome? I don't know, man. Spirit, they just played so well coming out of the laning stage where they got crushed, really, and just making a huge difference. But I really have to shout out Laurel after that performance on the Storm Spirit. I mean, he was doing everything right, and also like he was not afraid at all. I mean, yeah, sure, that one fight he gave away the kill to the Anti-Mage, but just showing the teeth to the enemies. You picked an Anti-Mage into my Storm, it doesn't matter. This guy is way too good. So Spirit, they're gonna go through GG. Do you think after what we've seen from them that it's very likely that this team will be making it through in the next 2 days as well?
I think so. I feel like in the next 2 days, that means they have 2 shots, right? Because this is now 2-1. They can get 2-2, and then they can get... I think they're making it. Most likely, of course, anything can happen, but I think this team is really damn strong. It's just the team spirits right now are looking incredible.
Yep, some of their opponents, it could be Parivision, Tidebound, and or Falcons. Night Bulls versus BetBoom are gonna be the next game that is gonna be played. So some of those are gonna be playing versus GG. We still have one more series left on this stream. Before that, of course, we have a community drop. So let's see who got lucky this time around and with what. Yeah, it's gonna be a TB. No, it's not you. Yasin, congratulations. I hope that you're going to be enjoying it. Get a lot of those TB games in. Show us what you got. I mean, Watson, he has been crushing it with the TB, so you definitely have somebody to look up to. Lizard, which is your favorite Arcana? Like, if you were waiting for one, which one would you want to get?
Probably the PA.
Okay.
It's the coolest one, to me at least.
Do you have all of them? I mean, we know that you've been playing Dota 2 ever since it came out.
I don't have a single Arcana. Every Arcana I got,
Really?
I gave away.
What?
Yeah.
Even if it was like a present from a fan?
I usually would just give them away. I don't know if you can give presents away. I'm not sure if I got any, but the Arcanas that I had, I just gave away. I don't care that much about items. Sorry, but they are cool, of course. I think I actually gave the PA and the TB one a long time ago.
Let me check. I got a lot of, yeah, you're the same. I got a lot of crap that my profile hasn't been modified at all in Dota. And I was like, yo, you didn't change this. And now I looked into your page as well. You didn't do anything either. Yeah, I guess we're boomers, right? 40 plus. This is what people do. You're 40, right?
Yeah, 50. I'm just keeping some items that have like some sort of nostalgic value to me, you know, like inscribed items or items with like a triple, double kill from some tournaments. Those ones I really cherish, but
the reason we're having the podcast here is because we're waiting on an interview from one of the Spirit players. We'll see who wants to talk with us. Maybe somebody will want to talk with us, Lizard here. I can't wait to hear from them.
I opened, by the way, now that we are doing this podcast, I opened my inventory. My most expensive item is 300 euros. International 2021 autograph by me. My autograph. I think this is fake. Someone just put it on Marketplace for 300 bucks probably. No one's going to buy that. My second one is also successful inscribed gem for Earthbinds. 140.
How do I even check which is the most valuable?
You go to all items and you filter by market price. That's how you do it. And then all the other ones are like 10 bucks maximum. That's it.
I have no idea how. No. Filter hero list. All items.
Yeah, nothing
filter
crazy.
By market price. Okay, I have a 50 euro item. It's a Dark Trend Stalker bag. But with that being said, Lizard, you know what? You know who wants to talk to us? Nobody. And I do not blame. So we are going to be taking a break, a bit of a longer one because it was a 2-0. It's not going to be 90 minutes like last time. So it's going to be like 45. I just killed Lizard right now. It doesn't matter. He lived a long 50-year-old life. So we're going to be taking a break. We've got Tundra versus Liquid coming your way after that long break. So be sure to be here.
take to get his money. Yeah, get it. Determination, yeah. Ambition, yeah. And most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it like. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. AP telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We're running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and figures. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Rearrange your enemy, feel the pain and the agony. Know the haters always mad at me, using the decoration like a canopy. Been a villain and I'm glad to be. Some of this feeling cause I had to be. Spending minutes since I seen the enemy and stay wounded. I know they be it after me, they never catch me, they ran out of time. Over and over and over and over, I gotta remind. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision that they clear. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lies. Legs like gorillas, I go with Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody winner. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. There's a winner in the middle, I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions. Snakes and gorillas, I'm going Godzilla with the fingers. Pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hill. Remember me as a big hill.
we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go to the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night. Monday night, we going up. Go tell the odds, stay out of luck. Too much on the line to give it up. You know the mission, we gotta get it on Monday night.
Nothing was given, I had to work. I got no limits, huh? Short on the 15, back on the first. Either way, I'ma get it, Lord be my witness, Feel the pressure, but never let them deflection from goals. You just keep your head up, we rose from nothing. Remember, we set up shop and remember, contribute, get hit together. Plus, they know that we better, they know that we'll never let up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm about to heat up. Only I stress, I kick my feet up. Fire within me, ice in my veins. Fire within me, ice in my veins. If I get cold, I'm bound to heat up. I hear the noise, but no, they need us. I got that ice in my veins. Yeah, ice in my veins.
determination, yeah, ambition, yeah, and most of all, you gotta be a soldier.
We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. They be telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends, I can keep all of the bricks. Diamonds loud like Ringo, make my skin glow. I'm a dog, dingo, line them up, bingo. But you know how it go when you chase thrills. My little boy just died from a fake pill. Couldn't bury the boy, so they had to burn. Had to give mama bread just to pay to earn. Y'all ain't getting no sleep cause you too busy feeding the ego. I ain't getting no sleep cause I'm counting this money with all my amigos. We've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. They be telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I don't know, same to me. Might be you, maybe me. I don't know, shame to see. My shit real, yours is make believe. Man, it's kind of offensive the way I'm cooking. Her neck hurting, I'm shining, I'm real good looking. I don't need to talk much, you can see the story. Man, he talking too much, he could be the story. I remember the day that they had us in cages. I thought it was outrageous. Now we get paid for jumping off stages. Look at me, mama, I made it. Like, we've been up for 3 days, counting money these ways, yeah. Isn't a hobby, it's a lifestyle. They be telling me the time is right now. Well, it seems that I'm the one they like now. I can control the switch, I just want ownership. You can keep all of them fake friends. They don't know what to do with themselves right now. We running this thing, you heard?
Big hitter, there's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle full of lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the figures, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. There's a winner in the mirror. I couldn't see the vision any clearer. Came from the concrete, it's a jungle for the lions, snakes and gorillas. I'm going Godzilla with the fingers, pushing the button, pulling the trigger. I'm really about it, nobody realer. Remember me as a big hitter. Remember me as a big hitter.
And we are here with the last game of the day here on the main stream for the FISSURE Universe Episode 4 with Harry and Lizard. And it is gonna be Liquid versus Tundra. Two teams that recently faced off in a very interesting matchup. And people always say that Liquid is a good matchup for Tundra. Why is that so?
You mean like it's good for Liquid or it's good for Tundra? Because Liquid have been winning, right? Like that's what.
Yeah, I'd say good for Liquid. Good for Liquid.
I feel like Liquid, they don't really have bad matchups at the moment as well. It was a nail biter, by the way, of the grand finals that they played, and they played against each other like 10 days ago.
Yep.
But one thing that you can see from Liquid, like going through all of their games in the last 10 days and looking at Valaki, of course, looking into FISSURE Universe, it's like these 5 guys, they are ready to play every single hero that's broken at the moment or remotely contested. So their openers, if they have first pick, are going to go and very wildly. Like it will be your Night Stalkers, your Tinies, your Magnuses, your Dazzle, Stinkers, Terror Blades, like whatever is considered remotely good, if it's left in the pool, they will pick it up. They won't shy away from that hero and pick something that's in full comfort zone. Meanwhile, on the other side, on Tundra, I feel like that's their one weakness, which can also be their strength if they bring it to perfection. But right now, they rely mostly on a set of strategies that they need to execute well to win. And if you take 1 or 2 pieces out of that set, they look a little bit weaker. And I don't think that's only between Tundra and Liquid. That's between Tundra and everyone else. Like whoever they face, I feel like the greatest enemy is themselves. And the hero pool that needs to be perhaps in the future and right now improved. But these guys came second. I mean, nothing to take away from them. They're still a godly team.
Yeah, though I would say that Liquid are definitely coming in as the big favorites, right? We've got Crystalis and Fly standing in. Crystalis, I think he can somewhat fill Durachio's shoes in a way that what you want out of the carry to bring you. It's a bit different, but he can do it. But I think Whitemon, you and me mentioned it, was just the stable part of the team all the time, just somebody that never had bad games. So that's why I think that Tundra are gonna have a really, really tough time now.
Absolutely. 100%. I love Whitemon as a player, as a person, but I think Fly has fit in really well.
Solid, yeah.
He is having so much impact on any 5 that he's playing. And when I say any, I'm mostly thinking about Tinker. I can't recall all the other games, but his Tinkers were great. Of course, me and you, we've been casting most of their games. I think maybe even all
of them, yeah.
Yeah, all 4 games, well, not all 4 games. They had 3-game series versus Talon and 3-game series versus Nightpoles. What I really liked about those series is even though they went full stretch, I feel like Tundra were experimenting a lot and figuring out what works, what not, what doesn't, picking some Alchemist position 4 and stuff. So looking forward to maybe some of those experimentations being used here versus Liquid now.
Yeah, so a big shout out also, and Lizard, please join the broadcast channel. You know, I can't believe that you've been doing this forever. And
yeah, such unprofessional.
Yeah, unprofessional. But a big shout out to Moon Meander, you know, the coach of Tundra. He yesterday he was in the chat. I hope he's in the chat again when I had my amazing prediction that Tundra are gonna lose, and when I said that was an awesome prediction. Yes, he said, yeah, awesome prediction. You predicted we were gonna lose. so he was there throwing smack. So big shout out to him. Hopefully he's gonna be doing the same right now. Let's try to just predict Liquid every single time, and then if Tundra wins, he's gonna say something.
You can't even flame these teams anymore. The coaches are in the chat. Gotta watch your back, man. But no, I mean,
it was a fun thing.
Of course, we all do it for the love of the game and just for making it a bit more maybe exciting, putting something on the line. But this one is hard to predict, but anyone would probably, like you said, favor Liquid a little bit higher, if for nothing else, because of the roster, right? Like there are some small changes, or not so small changes on the side of Tundra. Changes that have so far worked out. I feel that we discussed this before. I feel like Crystalis is the sort of a carry that can fit in almost any team that needs a sacrificial core on that position 1. And so far in all the games that they have played, he's been exactly that, but he's also been very stable when it comes to executing some heroes that have late game potential. Out of all of them, I think Magnus has impressed me the most. Razor, of course, stable on him, but his mag has been pretty damn sick.
Also, one thing to keep in mind though, Tundra naturally does well in Fissure tournaments, right? They were second on Dacha Belgrade. They were first on the Fissure Playground 1. I think they also won one universe. I can't remember which one. I think they did. Maybe I'm maybe that's wrong, but either way, this team in Fissure tournaments, they do well, right? And do you think there is such a thing that just some teams in certain with certain tournament organizers do well, or is it just coincidence?
I think even though most might disagree and find it dumb, I actually believe in that. There is somewhat of a, I don't know, a lot of us players are a bit superficial as well, and when something goes well for you in a tournament, you remember it, you go back to that tournament, you kind of have the same feeling. It definitely can happen, and I've known players and whole teams that have been like that, and I don't know, like Dream Leagues back in the day and stuff. So overall, maybe there is something to it, but it's not the full Tundra. It's not the same Tundra that has been playing in this tournament before. So we'll see just how well they'll perform versus Liquid. We already have a couple of openers, a couple of bans. So far, what are we seeing here? Ancient Apparition, Terrorblade that are true. Magnus, that's true as well. a couple of
Dazzle?
pretty cool Dazzle as well. Yeah, a couple of pretty cool first phase material heroes to be banned. Gotta decide which to pick up, which to ban. Magnus pick, Magnus ban. Dazzle pick, Dazzle ban. Magnus ban, and probably Dazzle pick, right?
Okay, you lost me now. I have no idea what's going on. I knew before he started. Yeah, but they'll open up with the Tiny. Interesting. I kind of felt like Dazzle is the type of hero that Tundra would know how to utilize. I'm just not sure if they would want to play it on their side.
Yeah, that's also definitely true. They get the Tiny and they got answered by the Weaver. I wonder if we'll see, of course, but I wonder if Dazzle is going to be banned now. 2 bans, of course, for Tundra, 1 for Liquid, and with Liquid having that first pick. Weaver 4 plus Dazzle, is it the best lane? Not really. You'd rather have some sort of a brawler if your Dazzle is on the off lane. We just saw how well, or how poorly I should say, Dazzle can do. Even Melody played a good Dazzle, it's just that the game was really hard for them. That hero I definitely love way more as a support. As a core, sorry, not support.
They do ban out the Terrorblade though, so Tundra, they don't want to be playing versus that. That's gonna be out of the way. Dazzle still lingering about. Let me check. Has
they've played it. Both of these teams have. I feel like the Tiny pick from Tundra as well is like we're taking the Tiny away from Liquid as well. There's a bit of that because Team Liquid, they love opening up their draft with the Tiny too. Definitely an option for them. Okay, we're going deep. TB and Gyro and Magnus. All of them banned out. Setting up perhaps for a good matchup on Crystallis.
Maybe just setting up for an Enigma?
Also could be the case. I'm not the greatest fan of Neta Enigma, I have to admit. I feel like he's got so many heroes that just dominate. And Enigma is definitely one of those, but maybe not on the same scale. Darkseer and Beastmaster, of course, banned out, speaking of the heroes that he dominates on, and also BZM. I feel like Beastmaster was a very necessary ban. Insania, Jabs, Blitz. I know Blitz looks like he's very in chill mode in the back, but they did some good homework here.
When I talked to Blitz during Fissure Playground 1, I just understood like how much of a chill approach they all have, and they don't really get too annoyed when things go badly. So I think the guy is just always in chill mode.
Yep. Half of this game when you get to this level is definitely mentality. Maybe even more so. Everyone is good on this level, right? Like it's all the mentality and preparation that makes the biggest difference. You can only have, I don't know what's the highest Dota APM, but it's not super high, so you're limited in that way. Monkey King into the AA and Weaver. Kinda cool, like we have seen a Monkey do well in the last game. I feel like it kinda goes both ways. If the game is bad for Monkey, suddenly the AA is a problem. One Ice Blast and you can't even stand in your Wukong's command. No heals from the Jingu, of course. But they follow it up with the Silencer, so you're gonna have the Monkey King and the Global. Silencer into Weaver, I feel like, is also important. This lane is not so easy to play for a position 4 Weaver.
I don't know what you're supposed to get now to make that lane good, because Crystallis Monkey King plus a Silencer, that is a hard lane to go up against.
I think this is also the first time that I'm seeing a team leave the Monkey King versus Tundra. Usually this is like first phase ban, right? Like first phase, first ban, Monkey King versus Tundra. But yeah, they allowed it. They allowed this Monkey to go through.
If you're Liquid, can you maybe pick up a Doom? I guess that is a fast hero who can somewhat stay in the lane versus the Monkey, because I think Tundra might want to get the Doom themselves, right? I'm looking at this AA, something that the Doom can punish. It is definitely a 33 hero. A lot of them have been removed already, and that feels like a good one.
I feel like you're just asking for trouble. Maybe it's a possibility, but there has to be a better option. No, I'm looking. There's a lot of offlane heroes that have been banned. Like people used to play Mars as well. Just spear him away from yourself every time he goes on you. But nothing feels too easy for El Saber Lighto here.
I'd be okay with the Mars.
Oh, he's still in the pool.
Yep. But still, I guess it can be put in the mid lane, really. So it's that's not gonna be an issue. I now think that the Doom for Tundra just makes a lot of sense, even more so.
So, what's so cool about Tundra here? They leave the Dazzle in. They pick up the Monkey, which the matchup I think isn't like the best for Dazzle, but it's not bad in the lane. But later on you have Global against Dazzle, so it's not that terrible. And there you go, they pick up the Doom that you've been eagerly waiting for. Do you think that the Tiny is mid? Most likely, right? BZM Tiny, or will this be some Saxa support? So far it's been Tiny's core 90% of the time.
They don't have the last pick on Tundra, so I would assume that you just put it on the Coral, right? Because if you decide to put something versus the Dazzle, Liquid can just send it to the offlane, which might just happen. The Weaver and the Dazzle are a solid combo with the minus armor from the Weaver. So I think you just let the Tiny go in that lane. If he needs to lane versus the Dazzle, so be it.
Yeah, maybe there's like a chance to pick Windrunner here, and then if Dazzle is mid, you can put her there, and if Dazzle isn't, you can put Tiny mid, because Saxa plays a mean Windrunner, BZM plays it as well, and it's good versus Sven with the Brooch build anyway, versus this massive armor. Their catch is limited. I feel like that could be a good solution to whatever gets
getting
picked on
banned,
Liquid.
right? I'm kind of feeling that there's no way that the Wind Ranger makes it through. I mean, he has been playing way too good on it in the past couple of days that you really shouldn't let it go. Yeah, there it is. Bye-bye.
Insta ban. It was just like it's not only that he played well, it was like a solution to all their problems, I feel like. One of those heroes that fits. You can switch it up on 4, on mid, whatever they do. But let's see, both teams, of course, Ember being banned out by Tundra, but like you said, it could be Dazzle mid, but I still think it's most likely offlane, but they could still put it mid.
Probably. So do you ban out the Pango here? That's another hero that the Tiny would suffer versus in the lane. They ban out the Puck. Okay, so now we know, right? After the Puck ban, it kind of became apparent that they don't want to play the Tiny in the mid lane, so we get to see a Storm.
Yeah, absolutely. Storm setting up their draft for a pretty good mid game, I have to say. There is nothing that can catch the Storm. You need to buy some Atos on Weaver. Dazzle with a bit of Hex, of course, is nice, but rarely good enough.
Is there a Nisha hero that's left? Really? Like, I know that he can play anything, but you know, the main ones, it feels like all of them have been taken out.
Like you said, anything can be played by him. Trying to ban out Nisha tends to fail. They did play offlane Dazzle, of course, and most likely it will be again.
But I'm still fine with putting the Dazzle in the mid lane and then just get something like a Mars that you mentioned earlier. I know versus the Silencer that it can be annoying sometimes, but maybe that Sand King that we've been seeing something with the stun in the offlane.
We have been seeing a lot of it. They get the DK. So will it be Corrosion? Will it be Fire? Will it be Frost? Right now it is looking like a Fire Dragon on Nisha. Interesting. For now at least.
Sven and the better Sven, he went for the Corrosive Dragon. I guess you have to have something to push in the lanes. I'm just kind of afraid of Liquid's damage until later on in the game.
Yeah, I have to say I like Tundra's draft maybe a bit better. I'm not sure just how much Weaver and Dazzle will be able to do. And I have a feeling that that lane has a lot of potential to go one way or the other. It's very volatile. Like Weaver plus Dazzle can probably feast on the Silencer if he's out of position, but at the same time, you can't really spam your spells. Silencer is really damn strong laner at the moment with the Monkey King. On top of that, Crystal is Monkey King. They got another stun in the DK, but me and you and me, we haven't really seen a good DK mid game so far in this tournament.
Yeah,
in the last
not a single one.
3 days, all DKs have been failing, so maybe Nisha can make it work.
I mean, he's the guy who can most definitely make it happen, but I think he needs to be enabled by the supports, really, right? So that once you get your Blink Dagger, you're actually getting kills. It means that the AA and the Weaver need to have high levels, right? And that is where I see a problem. This is where this Doom of 33 is going to be coming in handy, because you have the movement speed necessary to run down the AA in the lane and actually keep him from having a good time. So we'll see though. But if Liquid get those levels on supports early, especially the Ice Blast, I think their lineup definitely has something to say here. If not, Tundra are kind of going to be free for a long period of that early game.
Yep, you have some really simple stuns from the DK, from the Swan, maybe an ATOS on Weaver, we'll see as well. Of course, in this game, you probably do not need to go for a Vessel, right? Like, you have an AA on your side, so kind of cool from both of these teams, what they have drafted. And I know you guys do not want to see our faces anymore, so we should be jumping into the game.
I need to get my hair better. Is it now okay? Do they want to see our faces now?
You're pretty enough, man. You're married. Relax. What I want to see is these smokes from Liquid that are happening. Radio narration. Let's go. They are invading the triangle.
Let's go, and they're going to be seeing 33, going to be going for the Scorched Earth. He wants to burn it all down. Avalanche keeping them at bay, but all of those blood grenades are there. Boxy trying to body block, taking a lot of damage, and we are now in the game, as we will see that Boxy is in so much trouble with BZM getting the first blood. An awesome thing to get for a mid lane. Storm Spirit Nisha will get the bounty rune, but Mickey just one more swipe and he will kill the devil. So it will be a 1-for-1, Course getting the kills, but of course Tundra, they're the ones with the first blood.
Yeah, there's the ones with the first blood, and they're also with the first blood on a Storm Spirit. BZM Storm is kind of scary. His matchup is really not that bad versus Dragonites, so overall, they should be very happy with just what just happened.
Do you feel like Nisha always plays the mid lane on hard mode? So many times people pick Vipers versus him, then his team gives away a first blood to the enemy mid laner, and he still always pulls through. But it is kind of funny seeing that occur over and over again.
They're just making things harder for him, and by making things harder, they're making him better. You know, he's training under higher resistance than anyone else. Like DBZ right there, he's becoming Super Saiyan, or he already has become one.
I hope you finally watched the series, because I saw one of your casts with B-Cop where you didn't understand the reference.
What reference? I watched DBZ, always.
All of it?
I mean, not all of it. There's like
you see.
There's like 50 episodes where they just talk to each other.
That's what we want to see. Either way, though, bottom lane, already some shenanigans happening with double melee. You don't want to start immediately. When do Tundra's heroes really have some kill potential? Is it level 2, level 3? When do they want to go for the A?
A toss back usually enables that, right? Like level 2, and you're already able to take him down if he's out of position. But it's insane. Yeah, I highly doubt that he'll allow that to happen easily. Plus, there's always a fly on top lane. I've been speaking about one position 5, but the other one is taking a lot of damage.
Two bugs fighting versus each other. One Weaver and one Fly. He will survive for now, but does leave Crystallis all alone with a lot of creeps going towards him. And This is going to be very nice for the Dazzle to apply some pressure. Still, very nice positioning from the Monkey King. Of course, a high armor here. Remember when Monkey King had 1 armor, level 1?
I do. Hold that thought. Boxy? Boxy?
He's fighting Fly, and he's not going to be winning. -1 Boundless Strike now onto the Dazzle. Boxy really went too aggressive. Fly might be in trouble losing the armor. 1 more hit will be taken out. Crystallis now will try to get revenge onto Saberlight, but he doesn't have the boots. It is being delivered to him in the courier, so maybe he can find the connection, but that courier is way too slow. Saberlight?
They might.
Boundless Strike in 4.
Ooh.
He has 5 stick charges. Gonna be going for it. Gets the kill. They didn't use the glyph, but either way, he doesn't heal enough. Anyways, to survive, whatever the case. Still, does get a kill before he dies.
I feel like Fly maybe could have even denied him there, but this lane, Boxy and Saberlight, I feel like they outplayed themselves even, doing a little bit too much. I don't know if you noticed, but Boxy was the one that pulled the small camp just so they can dive further. And then when they were diving, he missed the silencer. He didn't guess where he was properly. So the Sakuchi doesn't connect. He's out of position. He dies. And then this whole series of events happens.
Speaking of dying, Saksa in a little bit of trouble. Insania died in this lane a little bit earlier. Cold Feet coming in handy, healing Lotus. Saksa turns around, does as much damage as he can to Mickey, even uses the blood grenade, but 33, no spells, can't do anything about it.
Yeah, double bracer on. The Doom just a little bit too big here. Spamming them with mana drain as well. Just so Mickey isn't able to use all of his spells all the time.
Yeah, Insania doesn't do any damage to 33 at this point. It's very hard to do anything. Also, there is a rotation coming in from the silencer. They really want Mickey. And, well, he might get some help. Avalanche into the trees. The bugs will be revealing 33, but after that reveal, they instantly lose their carry. Saksa will die. A 0 armor hero versus the Weaver. Never easy. So he's not going to have a TP right now. That's somewhat okay for a Liquid.
Yeah, somewhat okay, but I would say these lanes are going maybe a bit better for Tundra. Storm Spirit 10 CS above of Nisha. Of course, Nisha, I wouldn't say this is him struggling, but he is playing versus a First Blood Storm Spirit, so it isn't easy for sure.
He's having a really bad time, though. He's almost 1,000 gold behind the Storm, so that's not looking good for him, at least not for now. And we talked about damage issues that Liquid could have throughout the early game, and this is not the start that you would have wanted.
Yeah, damage issues that are basically non-existent on the other side. You've got Monkey, you've got this tiny position 4 as well. On top of all of that, of course, Storm Spirit. Bot lane, they might find Insania here. They are going for him. Insania might be dead once again.
That does look very much dead. There's too much damage between the two of them running down. No problem. Dies to the scorched earth. And 33 gets himself on a
now Flies here.
They want Mickey looking like a dive. Glyph not available. 33 is tanky. I don't know if he's tanky enough to go for it. Avalanche is going to be used. Nobody's TPing in to help. They're just going to be sacking Mickey, accepting he's going to go down. Finally, the TP is coming from Saber. Like Mickey has survived long enough and Fly is going to be in trouble. We've seen this already a couple of times. Crystallis also rotating. He needs those Jingo stacks and he will be getting them onto Mickey. Boundless Strike needs to connect. There's the Grave. Crystallis now is going to be in trouble as the Cold Feet does connect. He has to get the Boundless. Gets a lot of heals, and with the toss, they're gonna get the kill. Saberlight next to the menu. He does get a poison type back, and that means the Crystallis has to run. Saksa is also gonna be in a lot of trouble. Again, a 0 armor hero versus all of this physical damage is in trouble. And 33, the killing spree will be taken by El Saberlight, though, with Crystallis looking to at least get another one, make this somewhat okay for Tundra, but it's not going to happen.
Yeah, kind of crazy fight, really. Especially the Sven going in, trying to finish off Crystallis. Crystallis just playing on the edge, knowing exactly how much he's going to heal from Boundless Strike. Wasn't really phased by any of those moves. Yeah, Saberlight definitely saving the day with all those kills after. And Insania is now level 5.5. It's minute 7. Like, he's the real winner of this all. And now Doom bot lane.
to go for him once again. They will leave the Dazzle. A lot of projection is here. 33 having an awesome start to the game, and now he's gonna die twice in a row. Gonna be feeling too good.
You know, you're worried about the damage of Liquid in the mid game. One hero that makes sure that your team never lacks damage is Ancient Apparition. Like, if you have this guy, you can draft almost anything. As long as you connect with the Ice Blast, you can take targets down.
And he's gonna have 6 very soon, right? These kills that are happening around the map, it's really helping him get there.
He's almost there. He needs like a creep and that's it.
Gonna be huge. Set up around the mid lane. Isha picks up the illusion, so BZM is not gonna be getting his bottle refilled. Saxa with the Avatos combo, not really doing too much to Nisha, who will be able to escape. And Insania still without his 6. Let's see if BZM can punish that with the silencer coming from the side. Most definitely will be the case. Insania gets his level 6, uses the 6, not enough mana, was missing 5 of it to be able to utilize it. But either way, he got what he needed.
Oh, Tiny?
That's gonna be a great one if they can finish off Nisha. BZM doesn't have that much mana to work with. Nisha into the trees with the grave. No way, Saberlight is just everywhere, and now he's gonna be punishing these supports yet again. Beautifully done.
This game is so fast-paced. It's even hard to keep track of everyone. Boxy is now maybe hunting for BZM here. Probably not gonna happen on his own, but these rotations from Fly are amazing, by the way. Silencer probably one of the harder heroes to make good rotations with, but he's making it work with level 2 Arcane Curse. Of course, Tiny with that tossback on DK that's a good play. Unfortunately, Saberlight made an even better one with his rotation towards mid.
Rotations of the Dazzle have been amazing. Usually we see a Dazzle stay in the lane and just farm the Aghanim Scepter. Saberlight has a different idea on how you need to utilize these heroes, though it has been kind of allowed to do that because Tundra have been diving a lot.
I mean, very rarely do you see a Dazzle pick up Point of Grave before he has level 2 Shadow Wave. Like, very rarely. They're all so greedy on Dazzle, maxing out the wave.
Saberlight and his selflessness has made it so that Liquid are the ones ahead in this game. How is the Dragon Knight?
He might get himself though.
Oh, let's see. He'll be able to do it with the rotation of BZM. Gave Blast is coming in. He will get the Grave off. This is kind of dangerous. They will take him out. Crystallis dropping low. He will not drop low enough. Or has something to say about it, but Crystallis did have enough of the heals and another healing Lotus to play with.
Yeah, just losing that Ice Blast, of course, made it possible for him to survive mid lane. The Piggy is going away and yeah, they can't get him.
We talked about fast-paced, and these teams, they just want to push the issue over and over again. The second that one team gets an advantage, they just go forward instantly.
Dude, he's playing with him. I swear he's just playing with him at this point. It's crazy how fast this game is. I absolutely agree.
How does Nisha keep his poker face? Does it not give him a lot of fun? Does he not feel like he's having a great time, a blast while he's doing this to 33?
I'm sure that he does. Yeah.
That's not showing it?
Yeah, I mean, he usually does show some emotions. Like, that needs to be said. He's pretty animated when
yeah.
something funny happens. Maybe just isn't as amused by this as we are.
Quite fun. Saberlight approaching his Aghanim Scepter, only 1,500 gold away. That is going to be a really decent timing. And finally, we are seeing a Sven that is having a good game. I think that for a very long time, at least, when you and me have been casting, this hero hasn't been looking great.
There's a Doom available, but Nisha is maybe going to ruin this party.
Well, into a Piggy. First into a Dragon, then into a Piggy. We'll see which one is stronger. Of course, we know which one is faster. Saxa, Avalanche to try and run away. Doesn't seem like that's going to be happening. And a Blast is coming in to secure. There's no chance to survive.
Yeah, Insania just following up. Always accurate so far, at least with these Ice Blasts.
Gonna be a tower. So definitely good utilization of the Corrosive Dragon. The top lane, Crystallis, they want him. Boxy has found Crystallis gonna be using the Wukong's command. The extra armor will help versus Mickey. If it will help enough Boundless Strike, he understands this is not gonna be an easy place for him to survive, so he does his best to do as much damage as possible.
Really cool how they set this up. Boxy TP's back on the tier 2 and then moves into the monkey with Sokuchi, preventing him from actually getting away, and then you can TP on top of his face, basically. Plus, they took down the tier 1 tower bottom. So, taking down one tower, then defending their own, and also taking another tower on top. These moves are clean.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They're looking very, very good on Liquid. And they don't seem to be done. They want to be defending their bottom tower where Tundra are coming together. Global Silence finally up. That is the one thing that you have been waiting for.
A ult flying over.
There's gonna be a big radius. Connects on Saxa. They want Boxy, the Dragonite jumping into that avalanche as well. And with the Global Silence, they should be able to bring down the Weaver before the time lapse. He didn't even have it on cooldown. Boundless Strike, looking at the Dazzle. Doesn't have no nozzle projection. Gets doomed without using the Grave. And now this is the opportunity to Tundra. We're waiting for buyback from Boxy, trying to turn this one around, but they're going to be getting another one, and they might be getting Boxy once again. A dieback coming out for him. No chance from a time lapse. This time around, he had it. Crystal is looking for more Insania. Where do you think you're going with the Boundless Strike? They're going to stop the TP, not going through the portal, but going to the base. One-way ticket. Tundra completely back into the game.
That was pretty beautiful from Tundra. Setting things up very well around the Global Silence, then the Doom on Dazzle. Liquid, they were playing fast, maybe a bit too fast this time around. Using that Ice Blast to set things up. I mean, they didn't have any follow-up, so it was kind of wasted. And they also didn't have Sven to join them in that fight. Probably for the best. Mickey continues farming, keeping that net worth up.
These Storm Spirits today have been looking amazing. I mean, I know that it is the Storm Spirit specialists that are playing them, but really making the hero look amazing. First, it's Laurel in the previous series, and now BZM.
I really think Storm, like, at least in all of our games, like, he's in a good place in general in meta. And then all of these heroes that are being played aren't that great against him. Like a meta in which an Nature's Prophet is almost first-phased every game warrants a good Storm Spirit, right? Like, if he wasn't picked as much, I'd be worried.
That will be a Tormentor, so they get themselves a Shard on Insania. Great one. Definitely better than the Weaver one, even though Weaver is fine. But this is amazing.
Yeah, the Weaver Shard probably better on a core Weaver, right?
Yep.
Be a bit better.
Use it only for split pushing Crystallis, going for Mjolnir onto the Monkey King. He is kind of struggling in this game. He is 4-2-2, but in terms of farm, out of all of the cores, he's having the worst time.
He's just making a lot of moves. As to be expected from Crystallis, right? So, that's probably the reason why. But we do have a smoke going mid.
Liquid. Find somebody. Blink on the Dragonite. Who will he catch? Nice ward. It is going to be Fly, so no Global Silence in this fight. No buyback either. BZM in the backlines, though, did kill the Weaver from 100 to 0. No problem whatsoever.
Oh, Monkey.
Despite that, Monkey King bound to strike. They do find Saberlight. The A-Blast flying in. Crystallis gets connected on. Nisha will try to fight him. And Crystallis gets taken out. But with the Doom getting in, will make sure the Dazzle does not grade anybody. Mickey in the vicinity as well. 3 heroes on top of him. They're not going to allow him to leave. He just came to his first big fight and immediately will be taken out. Tundra controlling everything, and they're looking for a full 5-man wipe. It is only the AA that is left, not that big of a kill, so they won't mind not having it. BZM still that regen rune going strong, but every single time he gets strong.
They do manage to kill off Monkey King that had a really good positioning and the arena, but I feel like it's too late. He already dealt enough damage, and the true carry on Tundra truly feels is the Storm Spirit BZM. That's wreaking havoc. I think that this fight started off well for Liquid. Trading Weaver for a silencer so that there's no global silence. I feel like that's definitely worth it. 9 out of 10 times. This time, though, it definitely was not. Sven dying way too quickly.
What do you do versus this Storm now? 18 galvanized stacks, has the Syrian Signet and is a powerhouse. Dust onto the Weaver. They have the silence. Hey, Blast. I mean, time-lapse has been used. Global silence a bit too late, and because of that global silence, they wanted to save it. They're gonna be paying with the life of the Tiny, not getting anything of their own. Fly will be next on the menu. Absolutely no chance that this silencer is surviving the chase from Liquid.
Look at Dazzle. He's going straight into the pit. They can definitely do this with bugs, right? They're off cooldown in 1 second, maybe 2, and they should be going straight into the pit.
Dazzle and the Swarm, there's no way that it doesn't fall super fast. And Tundra, without the global silence, I don't think they want to do anything about this one. Also, what our viewers definitely want to do right now, well, there's nothing big happening on the map, !F in the chat to follow all of our socials. You don't want to miss any of these fast-paced games. It's more than 2 kills per, or pretty much 2 kills per minute, Lizard.
Probably the fastest game we've been watching. Doom is off cooldown in a couple of seconds in top lane with... Might be a fight here.
Go for it. Doom has been found. Stunned up as well. Thorn Spirit going in. BZM, they want the Weaver dead. We'll be able to get it. Now the DK next on the menu. Hey, Blast onto 33. He's going to have to be very, very careful. He might even tick out, even if nobody touches him. I think like he could survive through this all and might just be able to do so. Nisha, even with a double lives, what is he gonna do now when he's all alone? Here comes the Dazzle. Nodal projection is there. We'll make sure that the Dragonite has some backup. BZM trying to slow him down even more. Applying the Witchblade, stopping the potential for a Blink Dagger. Here comes 33 with the Doom. He did survive the AA Blast, and now he's gonna be making sure that the enemy mid laner goes down. Saberlight has been found in the backlines. Chrysalis is there. The Grave TP not going to happen, as there's just way too many stuns that Tundra are working with, and they annihilate Liquid in this fight.
The AA Blast was next to perfect, but unfortunately for Liquid, I believe he survived on the last tick. Like 1 extra tick from the Ice Blast and Doom is dead. And then maybe this fight isn't as easy because you don't have Doom for the Dragonite afterwards. This game is very fast, and like there isn't really a huge difference, even though there's a 6k advantage on Tundra. If they're winning these fights, they're barely winning them.
Talk to me about Mickey, right? He's approaching his BKB. Once he does get it, yeah, how much does that change in the game?
Of course, it changes a lot, right? Suddenly your carry is activated. Right now, if he joins the fight, he probably dies. But with that BKB, he's able to go in, freely attack someone and go out. Of course, there's global silence, there's Doom that you have to worry about, but as a Sven, you're a transformation, more or less, of a hero, so all you have to do is pop your ulti and you're ready to go. And keep in mind that every single one of these fights, Tundra's heroes, they almost die, but they never do, right? They lack that extra damage on Liquid from the Sven.
Once he gets in, those cleaves could kill everybody. Saksa?
Oh, the Croaker!
Nice to see. Yeah, he does get the stun on him. Minus armor, is there no chance to blink out? They will be finding the storm. No follow-up. Global silence will help BZM escape. Saksa will have no sense.
Probably the better kill escapes, right? Like Storm still keeping his huge score, 609. This is what you get when you feed BZM First Blood.
So don't do it. It was Boxy that did with the Weaver. It just happens so often that Weavers give away First Blood. You just feel unkillable, and then the second that the Shikuchi ends, you're a goner.
Especially in this patch where people go 2-1. 2 levels of Swarm and 1 of Sukuchi, just putting yourself in harm's way without that extra cooldown to work with.
smoke from Tundra. Doesn't seem like it's gonna be bearing some fruit for them. They're just gonna be pushing Liquid back, but while that is happening, Mickey is maximizing his farm even more. There's his BKB SNY, obviously, versus the Doom, versus the Silencer. You'd want to have something like that. But, he is definitely battle ready.
Yeah, you can have both, right? Like he is queuing up SNY next, getting that level 18 as well. Very soon.
Okay, they go. Toss back, Boundless Strike. The A-Blast is going to be getting in onto the Monkey, and with DP out, Nisha will be fine. They lose the AA, but Insania, he did a great job there, making sure that his Dragonite does survive.
Yeah, one hero that has been kind of struggling in these last few fights was Saberlight. Struggling to position himself so that Storm can't jump him. Let's see, they're smoking up again. Maybe with the smoke he can do it.
He got a Blink Dagger now, so it's going to be different. Boxy's going to be finding Fly. No Global Silence just yet. And we did see a jump from the Svenas. It will be the Dazzle caught. His Blink Dagger is not going to be doing anything. Doom onto the Sven changes absolutely nothing in this fight. He's just going forward, as you mentioned. Transformation, hero, pop your ulti, and you're going to be fine. BZM low on the mana, still has the Lincoln series.
Crystallis?
Let it go. Crystallis, the
He's caught
backline's
though.
killing Insania. You shouldn't have done that, being slowed down and then stunned by the cold feet. An unnecessary play and gets punished for it. And Mickey, I mean, I asked how much this is going to change. It changed everything.
Yeah, it changed a lot. I think he was... I'm not sure what the play was there. Maybe he was hoping that he's going to survive with Boundless Strike Shard, killing off the A and then using the Shard to break that distance from Chilling Touch, right? Sorry, from Cold Feet. Cold Feet was applied to him.
Didn't manage to do it. Boxy gonna be caught. BZM going in. Does not have... Okay, actually does have the vision, but puts himself in harm's way. Lincolns gets broken by the stun of this when they still killed the Weaver Saksa from afar with the Avalanche.
Yeah, the A ulti setup was cute. Nice idea. Unfortunately, not enough damage for Liquid. Unfortunately for BZM, he's a beast. Absolutely massive. Very soon he'll have a Parasma as well. I just want to see how Saberlight deals with this, because he's now died quite a few times in a row where Storm just jumps him and kills him off every fight, like so effortlessly. He just gets picked off immediately at the beginning of a fight.
I think it has to be the Yules, because Shard doesn't help you versus the Global Silence. So it has to be the Yule Scepter.
Yeah, he is going for it. Maybe that will be enough.
They're pinging out the Weaver in the mid lane. Want him again. Boxy has really been stacking up those Galvanized stacks for the Storm.
Yeah, he's been doing Lord's work for Tundra. But he's also been doing something nice. Let's see.
Dusted, jump in onto Doom. They go. Global Silence there to protect him, but Sven already got his spells off. Glimmer Cape, nicely done by Saksa. He's going to be using the Avalanche in the backlines. They already lost an AA, so damage is definitely going to be an issue. BZM going in. His Lincolns has been broken. Nice grave on Tanisha. He's going to be surviving a little bit longer. Now, the Sven is doomed without the BKB. It's going to be a problem. BZM dropping low. The overtime damage of the Dazzle being alive in the fight. When you don't kill him with a Storm, it is a huge problem. A Saberlight just showing how powerful and useful he can be in these fights.
Absolutely powerful and absolutely useful when the fight is on the low ground and he is somewhere hidden on the high ground, unable to be reached by even the Storm Spirit. Crazy how Doom, by the way, survived. It looks like 33's job this game is just to doom the Sven, even after he uses the God Strength. Interesting. At least he negates the heals, right? Like you can't really heal on the Sven Insania.
And get the A-Blast stun onto BZM, enough to dissuade them from going forward, really.
Him getting this shard feels like, I don't know, countlessly better, so much better than if Boxy got it. Changed the course of some of these pickoffs.
Yeah, I think that this game would actually be looking much worse for Liquid if they didn't get lucky there with the Tormentor. Maybe they would have been playing differently though if they didn't have it. You never know.
They are scanning them, right? So they know about this. Will they contest? They will not.
They let it go. Now there's gonna be Saberlight who gets himself a shard.
I think one massive item that Tundra have been missing in these last couple of fights, probably one of the main reasons why these fights were going poorly for them, is the BKB on Monkey. Crystallis needed it and he should have it soon, because he's been dying to basically collateral damage.
There's a gem on the Storm. Liquid don't seem interested in buying the gem just yet. So how well do you think they can protect their vision? They don't have any aggressive wards, only one's protecting their jungle at the moment.
They're in a really good spot to protect the vision and the map fully, it looks like.
Looking towards the Storm, he dodges there. The Lincoln Sphere not
Tiny though.
Broken. Glimmer Cape not gonna help you versus the Atos. But you don't see him now, but it still will expire. Sven popping guilty, one smack is enough. Now into the Sven they go with the Doom. They should be able to finish off Mickey even with the BKB. He's not fast enough. He's not strong enough. He is gone. Saberlight, the Grave wasn't available and he'll go down as well. No use, no Grave, nothing being used. Tundra are just killing their opponents way too fast. And it seems that Liquid are not expecting it to look that way. Nice blink out just before the attack connects with the Parasma. He wouldn't have been able to do it, but either way, at least Nisha survives. Huge fight for Tundra.
Absolutely massive. They go in, but they missed the target that they wanted. And they committed way too much to kill that Storm. They committed Naughty Projection, they committed the stun from DK, and also, most importantly, I would say Ice Blast was used. So you wasted all of these spells, but then Tiny got caught, and I feel like that Tiny kill was such a massive bait. Puts them completely out of position, and Tundra are able to basically pick and choose how to play that fight afterwards.
Blast changes nothing. It is going to be the Storm now with an Aegis. 10-0-12, 32 galvanized stacks. BZM having the game of his life. And really, the Storm is getting to unstoppable territory. You have two stuns. Both of them are targeted. So how do you even get him down?
Yeah, at this point, he needs to make a mistake, I feel like. If you jump him and if you combo your stuns well enough, I still feel that you can kill him with Ice Blast. But that's one of those things where BZM just needs to be very reckless for all of those things to happen. Maybe a Hex down the line on someone, maybe even a Dragon Knight, Weaver, but right now they're pretty much very far away from a Hex on anyone.
Even has the gunpowder gauntlet on the Storm, so he just wants to be able to, when he jumps on a target, to make sure that they die fast, and has been quite successful in doing that throughout the game.
I can imagine Storm as a boxer type, you know.
Yeah, does have the build.
What's the guy that won versus Anthony Joshua? A bit bigger dude. I feel like he's like him.
The Nathan Fury?
BZM?
BZM, he does have the Aegis though, so they did take him down once, but you're gonna have to do it again. It's out of the Wukong's command, fighting versus the Monkey, not gonna go too well. 33 trying to escape. The Sven won't do it, but that does leave Mickey all alone without this BKB. Let's see, maybe he's gonna be swinging his sword strong enough with the Grave. They cannot kill him, and now they're looking towards the Storm. He does dodge the attack from the Dazzle, so he's still gonna have the Lincolns here, but he's all alone. That is a gem he can take away. Stands his ground, fights Lincolns, has been broken,